Hello, everyone. Today, Lisa will introduce you to an amazing story about the happiest little girl in the world. She grew up surrounded by the endless love of her three beautiful and talented older sisters, and three super rich and handsome brothers-in-law, who always loved her wholeheartedly. But the little girl suffers from a terrible, incurable illness, making her life painful and exhausting every day. Can familial and romantic love help her recover? Please watch with us. The story begins in a very beautiful and magnificent place. The little girl looked at the scene before her and smiled brightly. Wow, this scenery is so beautiful. It's mesmerizing. At that moment, a gentle voice asked, "Wonderful, isn't it?" The man asked softly with a gentle smile. The little girl replied excitedly and honestly, "Yes, it's wonderful." The adorable little girl waved her hands high, brightly affirming, "It's really, truly wonderful." Hearing this, the man gently asked again, "Really?" The little girl nodded repeatedly in confirmation. "Yes." Suddenly, the man requested, "Then Liliana, call me older brother." Hearing this, the little girl was dumbfounded, her face full of confusion. Looking at the man's radiant face, she grew more and more perplexed. The man smiled, kindly and patiently instructing, "It's easy, come on, learn from me." That man brought his beautiful, angelic face closer to me. It was that handsome man, with silver hair and golden eyes that made his skin appear fair, who was trying to teach the little girl to call him older brother. And this man was Francois Castle, 23 years old, a genius magician and the current master of the magic tower. The little girl was captivated by that bright and handsome face. My future brother-in-law, engaged to Amelia, Liliana Berchio's second older sister. Liliana refused to call Francois older brother, because a brother-in-law is a brother-in-law, not an older brother. Liliana already had older brothers. Francois didn't care about that, smiling brightly and affirming, "It's okay because we are family, so Liliana is also my little sister." Francois suddenly rushed forward and urged, "Quick, quick, call me older brother." Liliana was frightened and became flustered. The little girl couldn't stand Francois's insistence any longer and decided to run away. I'm going to play over here. After being rejected by Liliana, Francois fell to the ground pathetically, crying and calling out Liliana's name. The little girl acted this way because Francois was expressing goodwill with a gentle, angelic face. But Liliana turned pale with fright. To be honest, Francois was a bit scary. The little girl recalled the original novel she had read before. Francois was one of the crazy male leads in the original story. He lost his mind due to his inherent madness and pushed me, a supporting character, to the brink of the abyss. According to the original story, that's how it was. What's even more ridiculous is that Liliana Berchio, seemed to have been reborn. Liliana was actually a little confused. I don't know if this is rebirth or possession. The little girl remembered that a month ago, when I had a high fever, the contents of the dark reverse harem novel Rebecca Marconi appeared in my mind. At that time, Liliana cried until her tears ran dry from the pain of the fever. If I were to summarize the novel's content, and to win the heroine's love, the male leads even waged war. But in the end, the heroine didn't give her heart to anyone. It truly was a dark story from hell. But the running little girl tripped and fell forward. Knowing her face was about to hit the ground, Liliana squeezed her eyes shut to lessen the pain. But after a moment, no pain came. Puzzled, Liliana opened her eyes. Unexpectedly, someone had reached out and caught the little girl. Then, placing her on his shoulder, Liliana exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, it's strict brother-in-law." The stern man repeated his earlier warning to the little girl, "I told you not to run in the hallway. You'll fall." And this man was none other than Leopold von Waltenhofen, 25 years old, captain of the knights. He was one of the male leads in the original story, possessing top-tier power in this world. Suddenly, following true love, a pink rose appeared above Leopold's head. The person he married was none other than my third older sister, Regina. In the dining room, Liliana was being teased by a man. "Not very tall, huh?" The man mocked the little girl's height, still a tiny tot. The teased Liliana retorted angrily, "I'm not child." The man wouldn't let up, affirming, "No, you are a child." The little girl's face hardened. The man laughed heartily and gestured, "You only come up to here." And this childish man was Marius von Kammerhofen, 26 years old, the Emperor. He was the final male lead, annoying and frustrating. Marius married my beloved eldest sister, Alice, becoming my eldest brother-in-law. Liliana recalled the original story. In it, he was a mad emperor indulging in manic behavior. But now, he was like a prankster, teasing me every chance he got, calling me little mouse or squirt. Marius, finding it amusing, continued to tease the little girl. It has been a year since I came to this empire. Liliana thought of her second brother-in-law, Francois, a man who was once like a crazy villain, always trying to please me every time he saw me. The little girl then thought of her third brother-in-law, Leopold, who expressed his passionate love with a cold face and subtly asserted that he was the best brother-in-law. Finally, there was her eldest brother-in-law, Marius, who was a paranoid character in the original work, but now called her little mouse or squirt every time they met. A boy's firm voice rang out, stopping them. He's my subordinate. If you're taking him, you have to take the captain like me too. Liliana tried to tease the boy from the side. Why are you following along, silly Edgar? Hee. But Edgar remained resolute, saying to Marius, Big brother Marius, I want to live in the Imperial Palace too. Edgar even threatened Marius, if you don't take me, I'll never talk to you again. Marius pondered for a moment after hearing this. That would be troublesome. Then he happily approved Edgar's request. There's no helping it. Let's take him along. Liliana strongly objected. I don't like it. Absolutely not. Suddenly, Edgar's arm slung around the little girl's shoulders, and he exclaimed, Don't like what? Edgar unilaterally declared them friends. We're kindred spirits. Wherever I go, she follows. Wherever she goes, I follow. I'll follow. This adorable boy is Edgar, 7 years old, Marius's cousin, who follows me everywhere. Surrounded and doted on by 4 men, Liliana felt utterly helpless and uncomfortable. Honestly, how did things turn out like this? The little girl wanted to scream. I want to change the original story, but I haven't done anything yet. You must be curious about what Rebecca Marconi, the female lead who was supposed to be loved by my brothers-in-law, is doing now, and where she is, right? Rebecca Marconi, the heroine of the original story. There's no time to rest or change the original story, because she died too early. Liliana's face paled in horror. Then she looked down at the vast sea reflecting her image. The ship was still floating at sea, and that incident happened right before my eyes. The ship floated in the middle of the azure sea. A chorus of admiration and praise echoed across the ship. What a beautiful child. Liliana shyly peeked out. Through the little girl's eyes, she saw a red-haired woman ask kindly, Little one, how old are you? The woman looked at Liliana tenderly, reassuring the little girl, who replied, 6 years old. Then, not forgetting to offer a compliment, she added, You're beautiful too. Upon receiving such a compliment, the woman returned a bright smile. Oh, thank you. Meeting Rebecca Marconi, the female lead of the dark reverse harem novel, at a party at sea was truly a bizarre experience. Liliana remembered a month ago, amidst a high fever, the plot flashing into my mind like lightning, and it went like this. To take revenge, the female lead, Rebecca, left her hometown of Trankar and settled in the Empire, where she unexpectedly became entangled in a complicated relationship with the male leads and earned their love. Rebecca wanted all those men to grovel at her feet. The male leads, using their power, tried everything to win Rebecca over, but she used them to start a war. Her hometown, Trankar, was engulfed in flames, and the ones who suffered in the process were my family. My eldest sister, Alice, died, and Trankar was defeated in the war, and I was captured. Liliana hid in fear, clutching her sister's hand tightly. The little girl slowly opened her eyes and looked at Rebecca. Before knowing the original plot, I was just an ordinary 6-year-old. Seeing Liliana so shy, her older sister explained to Rebecca, She's not usually this shy. Rebecca didn't mind, replying gently, It's all right. Liliana fearfully gripped her older sister's hand, and perhaps because the original story ended when I was 15, especially since my mental maturity wasn't high, I still couldn't remember my past life. The little girl was afraid she would be electrocuted for thinking about these things. Suddenly, the information from the original story poured into the mind of an ordinary 6-year-old like Rain, as if struck by lightning. Liliana muttered resolutely, I have to do something. I can't follow the original story. Honestly, I don't know if this is reincarnation or possession. I'm so scared. While she was afraid, Rebecca offered the little girl something. Liliana was surprised. This is... The little girl couldn't help but be drawn to what Rebecca held in her hand and ran over. Wow, chocolate. Liliana happily swung the bag of chocolates, but she was still a little curious. Chocolate was hard to find in Car. Rebecca kindly asked the little girl, "Do you like chocolate?" Liliana replied cheerfully, "Yes, Liliana likes chocolate." Just then, her third older sister came over and reminded her, "Hey, little one, you have to say thank you." The little girl smiled and obediently thanked her. "Thank you." Rebecca watched Liliana excitedly singing and hopping around. "Chocolate, chocolate." Seeing this, her third older sister said helplessly, "Look how happy she is." Suddenly, Rebecca called out to her older sister and asked, "Hey, if you don't mind, can I pat Liliana's head?" Her older sister agreed, but still respected the little girl's decision. Of course, if Liliana agrees. Rebecca crouched down and kindly asked for Liliana's opinion. "Liliana, can I pat your head?" The little girl, still immersed in joy, couldn't answer properly. "MMM. Rebecca gently patted Liliana's head, while the little girl's mouth was smeared with chocolate. Seeing Liliana smile, Rebecca couldn't help but smile too. Then she apologized, "I'm sorry for everything." The little girl was stunned by these words. She looked bewildered, not understanding, and asked again, "Huh?" Rebecca didn't repeat her previous words, but instead asked what Liliana's wish was. Liliana quickly replied, "My wish. I want to live happily with my older sisters." Hearing this, Rebecca praised her. "What a wonderful wish. It will definitely come true." Then Rebecca gave a bright smile and wished the little girl, "Lily, grow up healthy." Having received the blessing, Liliana happily replied, "You too be healthy." That morning, someone fell from the ship's railing. Despite searching for a month, the body was never found. The conclusion was that she had died. That person was Rebecca. Liliana's face darkened. She hadn't expected this. The original story ended before it even began. The little girl became flustered, countless thoughts flashing through her mind. Cooperating with the investigation. My older sisters were shocked, but perhaps not as shocked as I was. Liliana still couldn't believe such an absurd thing had happened. How could this be? The little girl remembered Rebecca's beautiful face and bright smile that night, and asked herself, and why? Finally, if Rebecca really died, then what was the original story in my head? After these events, another day dawned, the sunlight shining on the front of the beautiful mansion. Liliana was serving food when she suddenly sighed. Sigh. Seeing the little girl's low spirits and constant sighing, her eldest sister asked worriedly, "What's wrong, my little darling? Why are you sighing like that?" Liliana couldn't express her worries, so she denied it. "No, it's nothing." Her eldest sister was really worried about the little girl, so she gently stroked her head and asked, "Are you keeping a secret from your older sisters? Then, can you tell your eldest sister?" Her third older sister suddenly interrupted, offering an explanation. "Sister, it's because she hates bell peppers, that's why." And she even threatened, "Little one, while I'm still being nice, eat it all." Despite being threatened like that, Liliana still showed a disgusted expression. "I hate bell peppers." Suddenly, her third older sister brought her gloomy face close, startling the little girl into eating quickly. This pleased her third older sister, who prayed, "Good girl, eat more and grow up quickly. You can't stay this small forever." Liliana was eating diligently when she choked a little. A gulp. Just then, someone else came in and called out gently, "Little one." Regina, her third older sister, brought in a pot of food, enticing the little girl. "Even though you hate them, you have to eat a little bit of everything so you can grow big and strong." Seeing the food before her, Liliana was captivated by the delicious aroma. It smelled so good. Alice, having been hungry for a while, impatiently complained to Regina, "Hey, how long are you going to make us wait? I only slept for an hour yesterday." "An hour. I am starving." The little girl, oblivious to the bickering around her, focused solely on the delicious food in front of her. Shrimp. Regina lovingly attended to Liliana, "Little one, eat more so you can grow big and strong, okay?" The little girl happily replied, "I know." Alice spoke for a while, but was ignored by Regina, so she curiously asked, "Are you ignoring me?" The little girl, eating while looking out the window, muttered to herself, "I have 3 older sisters and 1 older brother." Alice scolded, "Stop talking and eat your food." Liliana continued her introductions. "That one over there who looks tired and in a bad mood is my third older sister, Amelia. She looks like that on the outside, but in the original story, when the war broke out and I was captured by the Empire, she snuck into the Imperial Palace to try and rescue me. Regina, my second older sister, is the older twin. She was born 7 minutes before Amelia." She's very gentle and the best cook. And my eldest sister, my beloved Alice. She's kind, sensitive, beautiful, and calm. In short, she's the best person in the world. As for my older brother, Andrea, he went back to the countryside without a word and doesn't live with us anymore. Liliana thought of her fourth older brother as she ate. I miss him so much. The little girl felt a pang of sadness. Right now, I'm the only one who knows the contents of the original story, so there are a lot of worries I can't share with my sisters. Even if I told them, they probably wouldn't understand. What should I do? Liliana thought again of Rebecca Marconi's death, the heroine of the original story. The story in the original can't begin now. The war was caused by three male protagonists' obsession with her. Because she's dead, I don't have to worry about the war breaking out anymore. Liliana's eyes sparkled. Just like I told Rebecca, I only have one wish, and that is to live a happy and peaceful life with my beloved family, eating delicious food forever. No one has to die. Liliana scooped up some food, pondering the heroine, who was supposedly the obstacle to this happiness, is gone, so now only those crazy male protagonists are left. The little girl took a bite and asked herself, if I live like this forever, can I avoid meeting them? The original story started when I was 12, so there's still 6 years left. That spoonful was incredibly delicious, and Liliana's face was full of joy. The little girl decided to stop worrying about the trivial things around her. I don't know, for now, I'll just enjoy the delicious food. Liliana complimented Regina as she ate. This is so good. Hearing this, Regina happily urged, eat more, Lily. Liliana remained incredibly optimistic, convinced the story I know is still a long way off. That's what I thought at the time. After Liliana finished eating, Amelia called out, little one, rinse your mouth and come with me. Curious, Liliana asked, where are we going? Amelia immediately replied, to buy some pretty clothes. With her mouth still full, Liliana said, but I already have some. Amelia contradicted Liliana. No, you don't. Liliana stood up and replied, I just bought some last week. Walking ahead, Amelia waved her hand dismissively and said firmly, it's not enough. Liliana looked bewildered and confused. Huh, that's strange. Liliana's face paled. Is my third older sister taking me to get a shot? She thought, is that why she's saying this? Are we going to the hospital for a shot? No, surely not. Hello. A voice greeted from within a shop. A cup of tea was placed on the table. Amelia brought Liliana there, and a man greeted her. Mississippi seeing the man, Liliana couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Wow, that man is Francois. Liliana responded to the greeting, hello. Seeing Francois's face, Liliana was immediately captivated. He was so handsome. So we're not here for a shot, she realized. Then curiosity piqued again. But who is he? Amelia spoke. Is that Francois Castle over there? Amelia's question startled Liliana. What? Liliana's face went pale, and she looked up at Amelia in confusion. Sister, what did you just say? Francois Castle, the genius magician and master of the magic tower. The male protagonist who played the role of a madman in the original story. The man who imprisoned the heroine in the tower and made me her maid. Liliana stared at Francois, her face pale, her mind filled with countless questions. Francois, how could? Francois, having been addressed, cheerfully confirmed, yes, I am Francois Castle. His face was breathtakingly handsome as he spoke again to Amelia. And you must be Amelia Borgia, correct? Why is he here? Why did Francois still appear here? Liliana still couldn't understand. The original story is still 6 years away. Fear crept onto Liliana's face. Biting her lip, she resolved, first, I have to leave here with my sister. Liliana trembled as she grabbed Amelia's hand, whispering, sister. I don't know how they know each other, but Francois is a very dangerous person. In fact, all the male protagonists in the original story have a crazy side. Emperor Marius will stop at nothing because of his dark obsession with the heroine. The strongest man, the captain of the knights, Leopold, is willing to give everything for his pure yet crazed love for the heroine. And unlike the two love-struck men above, the master of the magic tower, Francois, he's a true madman with cold eyes like a glimpse from a dark room. And his madness is like a bomb that could explode at any moment, making this meeting even more dangerous. Amelia, who had been silently staring at Francois, finally spoke. I received your letter. It mentioned writing a thesis on ancient magic and supernatural powers, along with supplementary materials for the thesis. Amelia sat down and continued, "That's not something easily obtained. The master of the magic tower knows that better than anyone." Liliana obediently walked to a chair. Upon hearing this, Francois replied cheerfully, "Of course I understand. I'm quite astonished by the remaining ancient magical artifacts, especially in conjunction with supernatural powers. It's a gold mine for a magician." Seeing his quick understanding, Amelia was satisfied. "Indeed, I'm glad you understand that, especially the supernatural powers, something unattainable outside of Travanka." Listening to their conversation, Liliana immediately grasped their intentions. Francois had sought them out because of his curiosity about supernatural powers. Based on the little girl's knowledge of this world, supernatural powers were special abilities that only manifested within Travanka. Magicians from all over the continent had devoted themselves to researching supernatural powers. However, due to Travanka's strict closed-door policy, not only research, but even direct visits were difficult. Therefore, magicians craved any thesis related to supernatural powers. Liliana stared curiously at Francois, wondering, how did he get into Travanka? The maritime guards aren't easy to bypass. Then the little girl immediately concluded, as expected, he's a dangerous person. Liliana resolved to protect her sister. "If he threatens sister, I'll resist with all my might." Francois spoke, getting straight to the point. "What does Miss Borgia want?" His handsomeness made Liliana's heart flutter. "I wonder if I could bite his hand." Suddenly, Amelia patted the little girl's head. Then she asked Francois, "How old do you think she is?" He considered for a moment before venturing, "Let me see, 5. Not your daughter, but your younger sister." Amelia confirmed, "That's right. She's my younger sister. She was born 2 months premature, so she's very frail. A little fright can give her a fever, and a cold or cough can lead to pneumonia." Francois glanced at Liliana, quickly understanding. "So you want me to use healing magic?" These words startled Liliana. Amelia spoke frankly, "I've read your thesis. If you administer a potion with a magical structure similar to holy magic, the recovery rate increases 5-fold. Especially without causing pain, I believe promoting cell division stimulation will help a child grow healthier during development." After listening, Francois couldn't help but praise Amelia. "I heard you weren't a magician, but your knowledge is quite extensive." Liliana became remorseful. "My second older sister's initial encounter with Francois was also mainly due to this." Meanwhile, Amelia replied to Francois, "I'm not entirely ignorant on this topic. There must be another reason, and that's my illness." The little girl quickly became clingy, grabbing Amelia's clothes. "Sister, can we go outside? I feel stuffy." Liliana was determined. "If that's true, I have to stop it right away." Suddenly, the little girl tugging at her and complaining of stuffiness startled Amelia. Then, quickly calling over a waiter, "Excuse me, over here, could I get a glass of orange juice?" Seeing Amelia's misunderstanding, Liliana felt helpless. "Sister, it's not like that." The little girl was anxious, unsure of what to do. Getting involved with Francois Castle was definitely not a good thing. Just then, the waiter brought a glass of orange juice. "Your orange juice." Liliana's face darkened. "This is too dangerous. This isn't helping me at all. What to do? What to do? Things have already come to this. There's no turning back." Thinking this, the little girl poured the entire glass of orange juice onto her clothes. Amelia worriedly picked up a napkin to wipe it up. "Liliana, you're always causing trouble. Are you hurt?" The little girl quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, sister." The little girl didn't care about any of it. "Sticky hands, dirty clothes, so what? I'll probably have to go home and wash up, and that way I can avoid Francois Castle." Just looking at Francois, Liliana was startled. Seeing him staring at her, the little girl was puzzled. What? Why is he looking at me like that? By the time the meeting ended, it was almost dusk. The sisters returned home. As soon as they arrived, Liliana hurriedly asked Amelia, "Sister, will you see that old man again?" The little girl expressed her opinion to her sister. "I hate that old man." Amelia didn't believe her, teasing, "Isn't it because you were staring at him so intently?" "Because he's handsome." Though she said she hated him, Liliana was still captivated by that breathtakingly handsome face. "He is indeed handsome, but so what? Even so, I still hate him." Amelia sighed helplessly, but still prioritized the little one's health. "Even if you hate him, for your health to improve, you must see him. It's for your own good, little one. Do you know how difficult it was to invite him here?" Amelia said, poking the little girl's cute nose. Liliana, her nose poked, covered it, a little embarrassed. The little girl was still worried. But sister, that's Francois. He's a very, very scary person, much scarier than you think. Looking at Liliana's adorably endearing appearance, Amelia was delighted and then embraced the little girl lovingly. Held in Amelia's arms, Liliana was still very worried. Now that the heroine is gone, if something happens to Amelia because of him, I'll hate myself. Thinking this, the little girl savored the embrace. At a playground, inside a castle built by children, Liliana, brought to the playground by Regina, her eyes lit up. It's a playground, a playground. Seeing the little girl's excitement, Regina's mood also lifted. Does the little one like it that much? She asked. Liliana affirmed, I like it very, very much. Then she thought, it's been a while since I've been to the playground. The little girl remembered Rebecca. After what happened to Rebecca, I had a high fever. Unable to bear the blow, her body collapsed. I was very sick and couldn't go out, so I had to skip kindergarten. I was so bored at home alone back then. Liliana, having cried all her tears, said, I miss my friends. The little girl struggled, refusing to stop, repeatedly requesting, Francesca, Martina, Antonio, I miss Antonio. Seeing this, Regina, quite helpless, coaxed her, Princess, how about we play hospital? Liliana firmly refused. I don't like it. I want to go to the playground. Amelia, annoyed by the little girl's whining, scolded her loudly. Stop it. Go play in the sandbox. Because she hadn't gone to kindergarten, she was bored, so with Amelia's help, Liliana arrived at the playground she had been longing for. Liliana played, her smile as bright as a holiday. The little girl was having so much fun, she wasn't worried or bothered anymore. Playing seemed to blow away all her troubles. I'm so happy. It's boring at home, but I'm more worried because I'm afraid my sisters will run into the male leads from the original story at this time. Right now, I just want to swing high. Liliana wished the swing would go higher, higher, and even higher. It would be nice if someone could push me from behind. Seeing Regina happily knitting, the little girl didn't want to disturb her. The little one was excited that Amelia was knitting. Just then, a hand reached out, and Liliana was startled. Looking at the person behind her, she thought, who is it? Although she didn't know who it was, the little girl was still having a lot of fun. I don't know who it is, but they came at just the right time. The man asked Liliana, do you like it? Higher. Liliana happily replied, yes. I want to go higher. The man agreed, okay, hold on tight. The little girl was pushed high, giggling with delight. Then she thought, so high. I can never swing this high by myself. Liliana's eyes lit up. This is amazing. While having fun, her hands slipped as if she were flying in the air. The swing had reached a 90-degree angle. At that moment, Liliana's hands let go, and she fell. The whole sky was in her view, Liliana was startled when she saw Regina running towards her. Her face pale, Regina shouted, Liliana. Free falling in midair, the little girl was a bit confused. That's strange. Then she became curious. Why is everything so slow? The sky was still blue. Liliana suddenly understood. So that's it. So I'm falling. The little girl asked herself, so what will happen to me? I'll die, right? Just then, someone reached out and caught Liliana. The little girl felt no pain and opened her eyes curiously. Then she was startled, when she saw the man in front of her. Regina ran over worriedly, Lily. The man who had been pushing the little girl on the swing also ran over anxiously, little one. Regina knelt down, repeatedly asking Liliana, are you all right? Does anything hurt? Seeing Regina so worried about her, the little girl felt guilty. I'm fine. Reassured by Liliana, Regina breathed a sigh of relief and hugged the little girl. Oh my God, thank goodness. The little girl felt Regina's emotions. Sister was really scared. Liliana blamed her hands. My hands suddenly lost their strength, so... Then she said, Sister, I'm sorry. The man behind her also worriedly rambled. Did you hit your head? Do your arms or legs hurt? The child suddenly fell. I thought the child was going to die. A man next to him went over and said to the other man, Don't worry, the child is fine. The two men quickly recognized each other. Oh, it's Marius. Hearing the name, Liliana, who was feeling guilty, was startled. What? Wait, what did he just say? Marius said, gratefully, thanks to you catching her, she's all right. Thank you, Leo. I was so scared. I feel like I've aged 10 years. Liliana was taken aback, recognizing the two men, Leo, Marius. The little girl stood in the center of the storm, utterly bewildered. It hasn't been long since Amelia got involved with that crazy Francois. So why are these two male leads here too? Suddenly, Regina scolded. Hey you. Amelia reprimanded Marius. Look at the child's size. How could you push such a small child so high? Seeing her sisters so angrily scolding the man, Liliana became frightened. Sister. Liliana quickly noticed Regina's anger. Usually, Regina was as gentle as a spring breeze. Haha, princess. But this time, she seemed truly angry. Liliana watched worriedly, but Marius at this moment clenched his hands. He was usually laid back, but if he made a mistake, he could become cruel at any moment. The little girl was terrified. What if he gets angry because of Regina? Regina looked at Leo and praised him. If it weren't for that person, my sister's head or leg might have been broken, and that would have been a big problem. Leo, suddenly praised, was a little embarrassed. Liliana wanted to stop Regina. Don't say anymore, sister. I told you I'm scared of that person. The little girl hesitated, wanting to persuade her sister. Let's just forget it. Before Liliana could finish, Marius spoke. Then he lowered his head and apologized to the two sisters. I'm sorry. This made the little girl question her reality. Seeing Liliana like this, Regina said happily, Look at my little darling, trembling with fear. The little girl thought, No, I'm surprised, but surprised by something else. Liliana observed Marius, thinking, in the original story, he was an upright person. I didn't expect him to apologize so respectfully to someone from Travanca, even though he's the emperor of the empire. Marius's face was full of remorse. So Liliana decided not to pursue the matter further. The little girl looked up at Regina and persuaded her, Sister, I'm fine now, so don't be angry. Regina was moved by Liliana's understanding. Lily, she's saying this to reassure me. Regina patted the little girl's head and decided, All right, I'm not angry anymore. Then Regina walked over to Leo to express her gratitude. Thank you for catching my sister. Thanks to you, nothing serious happened. He shyly replied, It's nothing. Then he affirmed, I just did what I had to do. Liliana looked up at Leo. This person is Leopold. Looking at Leo's physique, the little girl exclaimed, So tall and strong. The little girl remembered that in the original story, he appeared as a perfect swordsman who had undergone rigorous physical training. Then he became a commander, leading the country to victory in the war against Travanca. Liliana had a bit of a favorable impression of Leo. To be honest, this person isn't scary, but if it weren't for him, I might be dead now. Thinking of this, the little girl said, Brother Leo. Leo, being called, lowered his head. Liliana bowed to him in thanks. I sincerely thank you for saving me. Marius watched Liliana's cute and polite behavior, his heart softening. What should I do with this child? She's so well-behaved and adorable. Leo was also happy to receive the little girl's thanks. Regina felt grateful to Leo. Yes, thank you so much, Leo. I'd like to do something to repay you. Hearing this, he blushed and politely declined. It's nothing. I'm glad the child is all right. Suddenly, Marius jumped in with a suggestion. Then, Miss, would you be our tour guide? Both Leo and Regina were taken aback by Marius's request. Liliana, who was standing nearby, also felt uncomfortable hearing this strange request. What a ridiculous request. Why suddenly ask for a tour guide? We could just say hello and go our separate ways. Marius walked over to Leo and then explained his predicament to Regina and Liliana. Miss, do you know how much effort we put into coming to Travanca for this trip? It was really difficult to get in here, so we need to learn about it. Could you help us? Mississippi seeing Regina's bewildered expression, Liliana became afraid and determined to stop her sister. Sister, don't fall for it. Regina, however, gave an angelic smile and agreed. Now, if you had any conscience, you wouldn't say such things. Hearing her sister say this, Liliana was delighted. Great. Marius shamelessly pushed Leo forward. But the one who wanted to be guided more than Leo was Leo himself, wasn't it? Leo, pushed forward, looked bewildered. What? He was about to refuse, but when he saw Regina's beautiful, angelic face, he immediately changed his tune. Yes, if you would be so kind. I apologize for my impudence, but I would be grateful if you could help us, miss. Liliana had thought Leo was a gentle person, but it turned out he wasn't anything special, which left her feeling helpless. Leo, you too. Liliana really didn't know what to do now. Getting involved with these scheming male protagonists wasn't a good thing, but I've already met them all. Marius's appearance foreshadowed his meeting with Amelia, since Amelia, who belonged to the security bureau, would be in charge of escorting them. Liliana's face fell. Things have turned out like this. Then her eyes suddenly lit up, and she agreed. All right, I'll be the tour guide. Seeing Liliana's sudden change, Regina called out worriedly, Liliana. Liliana took a deep breath. Her mind made up, well, I'll just change my strategy. Let the male protagonists become friends with my family. And so I having changed my strategy, became a tour guide for the two male protagonists for a day, along with Amelia. Although Amelia was no longer angry, she completely ignored Marius. Marius kept chattering near Travancore Beach, asking this and that about places worth visiting, but Liliana paid him no mind, only asking Leo, "By the way, brother Leo, have you tried Travancore's traditional food?" Liliana was secretly relieved that Marius didn't seem to mind. Liliana couldn't quite understand how he, Marius, could still smile so brightly after being treated with such disregard. He was completely different from that slow-witted bomb, Francois. I also felt a little relieved. Liliana glanced at Marius and asked herself, "I've already decided to become friends. Can I not be so afraid of him?" The four of them strolled around for a long time, going from one place to another. Liliana finally grew tired and slumped onto the table. Seeing the little girl react like an old woman, Marius teased her cheerfully. "You're sighing already at such a young age." Liliana cursed inwardly, fuming. "It's all because of certain people that I'm tired." Then Marius asked curiously, "How old are you, little one?" The little girl lifted her head and replied, "I'm 6, and I'm not a little one." Marius stroked his chin. Right. Only 6 years since you were born. You're still a little baby." Liliana, displeased, asked Marius, "Then how old are you, brother?" He began me. A mischievous smile suddenly spread across Marius's face. He then prompted Liliana to guess. "Take a guess. How old do you think I am?" Suddenly attacked by his beauty, the little girl was startled, her eyes filled with longing. Why is this male lead like this? Oh my God. Looking at Marius's handsome face, Liliana couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Leopold and Francois are both handsome, but I'm only now realizing that Marius is as beautiful as a sculpture. Liliana wore a dazed expression, as if there was no escape, as expected of a male lead. At that moment, the other two people looked at the little girl, startling her. She quickly addressed Marius. "You look like you're 550 years old." Marius was shocked by her words. 550? Little one, look again. How could this face be that old? Marius said cheerfully, "Just speak casually to me." Liliana was thrilled to hear this. A chance to speak informally to the emperor. The little girl shouted, "Then 5,500. Hearing Liliana's outrageous words, Marius crossed his arms. 5,500 years old. You have no taste." He then flashed a brilliant smile. "I'm 5,000 years old, but still handsome, right?" Liliana loudly retorted, "No, brother Leo is more handsome." Leopold spat out the water he had just been drinking. Hearing this, the little girl confirmed with Marius again, "Brother Marius is uglier than brother Leo." Marius refused to concede, arguing with the little girl. "Little one, look closely. How could I be uglier than him?" The little girl stuck to her opinion. "No, brother Leo is the best." Seeing Marius getting too worked up, Leopold stopped him. "Marius, calm down." Leopold's face suddenly lit up, and he persuaded. "She said so herself." Seeing this, Marius said helplessly, "You like him that much, huh? You even choked on your water just now." Marius was still unwilling to accept that he was less handsome than Leopold. "Even so, at the age of 5,550, am I not the most handsome?" Liliana stated firmly, "No, not handsome at all." Their heated argument made Regina burst into laughter. She then patted Liliana's head happily and praised her. "Little one, you have good taste." "I think so too." Regina's words made Leopold blush. Marius, watching Leopold from the side, burst into excited laughter. Leopold stammered, "Thank you, little one." Liliana denied it again. "I'm not little one." Hearing this, Leopold said, puzzled, "Not little one, then little chestnut." The little girl shouted angrily, "No, I said I'm not little one, and I'm not little chestnut." At that moment, the food arrived. The server announced, "Your order is here." Seeing the dishes, Regina thanked them politely, "Thank you." Then she turned to the two men and asked, "I heard that the Empire mainly eats meat, so I ordered mostly meat dishes." Marius complimented, "Of course, miss. You are very thoughtful." The food was placed in front of Liliana, and the little girl became excited. "Wow, it's finally here. My kid's meal." Liliana started to eat, thinking, "Dealing with those two male leads has worn me out. I need to eat quickly and regain my strength." Suddenly, the door opened. A man walked in, and the waiter greeted him somewhat apologetically. "Welcome, please come in." Leopold looked over curiously. Seeing the man, he was extremely surprised. Leopold asked Francois in disbelief, "Why are you here?" Liliana was about to bring the food to her mouth, but she stopped and looked over with a puzzled expression. "What? Why is that guy here?" Francois replied with a smile. "Something came up, so I arrived a little earlier than expected." He curiously asked Leopold and Marius, "Why are you two in Travenka so early?" Upon seeing Francois, Liliana felt exasperated. "Why am I practically a magnet for the male leads of the original story?" The little girl's face darkened, and even the food seemed unappetizing. "I only went out this morning because I was bored. I shouldn't have snuck out. What is going on?" Francois still had a bright smile. Marius answered without looking. "Since we were in the area, we decided to come a few days early to look around, with these two as our guides." Marius, seeing Liliana's pale face, asked worriedly, "But little one, why is your face so pale?" The little girl was confused. "Does my face look like that? What day is it today? Did I go in the wrong direction or something? Why am I so unlucky all of a sudden?" Francois looked over and gave a gentle smile. "Hello, little miss. We meet again, don't we?" Receiving this greeting, Liliana wasn't happy at all. "I'm really afraid of Francois Castle." In the original story, not only did he imprison the heroine in the tower, but me, a prisoner of the Empire, was taken by him to be the heroine's servant and was also locked in the tower. He even poisoned me when the heroine didn't eat or drink properly, and if I didn't take the antidote in the correct dosage, I would die painfully. Only when he made the heroine eat properly would he give me enough antidote to last half a day. To save me, an innocent person, Rebecca was forced to eat even though her stomach was upset and she was vomiting constantly. Liliana clenched her fists, trembling with fear. The little girl responded to Francois's greeting, "H, hello." Then she looked at her second older sister, who quickly understood the situation and replied with a bright smile, "Hello, nice to meet you." Her second older sister asked Francois with a smile, "It seems you know my little one." Hearing this, he became curious. "Little one, are you her sister?" Francois quickly understood the relationship between the sisters. "So you're Amelia Borgio's sister." Regina explained, "She's my twin sister. She doesn't look like me, does she?" "I've heard many people say that." At this moment, Regina's expression suddenly turned cold. With a grim expression, Regina asked Francois, "But how? How do you know our Liliana?" Hearing her sister ask this, Liliana panicked and wanted to stop her. Marius had been observing Liliana's expression for a while. Francois crossed his arms and retorted, "Didn't Liliana already say?" He then frankly stated, "She signed a contract with me because of her youngest sister's health issues." Liliana's face paled instantly upon hearing this. Regina, her second older sister, became curious. "A contract? What kind of contract?" Francois wanted to keep it a secret, as it was inconvenient to reveal. "I can't just disclose the contents of the contract. That wouldn't be right." Regina's expression immediately darkened, and she looked at Liliana with a smile. "Is that so? Then I'll have to ask Amelia about it." Regina urged, "Little one, eat up." Liliana wanted to eat, but she couldn't bring herself to do so at that moment. I think I'm full." As Liliana picked at her food, she thought, "I don't know what kind of contract sister made with Francois, but it's definitely because of me." Liliana prayed silently. "I hope she doesn't get scolded too badly." Just then, Francois noticed Liliana. Francois then asked Regina, "May I ask your name?" Mississippi Regina immediately replied, "Regina." "Regina Borgio." The food had just been served when Francois said, "Yes, Regina. When you get home, listen carefully to what Amelia has to say. I thought you sisters were close, but she made that decision on her own. It seems she's in for a scolding." Regina was burning with anger, wanted to deal with Amelia immediately, but she still managed to thank Francois. "All right, Francois, thank you for telling me." Liliana, standing beside them, felt exhausted. Dejected, she forced the food down. There's no avoiding this scolding. It's only going to get worse. Liliana could only apologize in her mind. "I'm so sorry, Amelia." Then she screamed internally, "Run, Amelia." At that moment, Amelia was still completely oblivious. As dusk settled, she then saw that she was being carried on Leopold's back. Just then, Marius noticed Liliana. He greeted her with a bright smile. "Little one, you're awake." Regina also asked kindly, "Little one, did you sleep well?" Liliana looked around curiously. "Where are we?" Liliana hadn't fully woken up yet. She clearly remembered that after they finished eating, Francois had left because he had something to do. And then we were playing on the beach nearby, and I think I fell asleep. Seeing the drool soaking Leopold's shoulder, Liliana was startled. I drooled. I'm sorry, Brother Leo. By then, they seemed to have arrived. Regina immediately turned her head to thank Leopold. Mr. Leopold, we're here. We can walk from here on our own. But Leopold hesitated for a moment and decided, I'll escort you all the way home. Regina quickly declined. No, thank you. It's just us women at home, and it would make my other sisters uncomfortable. Hearing this, Leopold realized he had overstepped and admitted his mistake. I understand. I wasn't thinking. Leopold suddenly lowered his body, startling Liliana. As soon as her feet touched the ground, a look of regret appeared on Liliana's face. His back was so comfortable. Suddenly, Leopold called out to Regina. Regina, he stammered. Then, somewhat embarrassed, he extended an invitation for another day. Could I perhaps ask for your guidance again another day? Marius, standing nearby, was eager to hear the love story of these young people and whistled. Liliana understood his intentions, so she stepped on Marius's foot, warning him to stop. He immediately patted the little girl's head, teasing, Shut up. This infuriated Liliana, who scolded, Don't copy me. But Marius was determined to tease her further. Oh dear, I'm a homosexual. The little girl was furious. Liliana then went over and pounded Marius's leg, scolding, You nasty old man. You're a pervert pig. Marius was incredulous. How am I like a pervert pig? Liliana wouldn't let up, adding another insult, lizard. Marius teased her, asking, Do you even know what a lizard is? The little girl said with certainty, I do. You think I don't know? Marius grabbed Liliana's hand, praising, You're something else, kid. Liliana retorted, I'm not a kid. Put me down. Marius wouldn't budge. Not a kid. Only kids don't admit they're kids. The little girl was on the verge of tears, and I, Liliana, couldn't stand it anymore. Then she burst into tears, startling the two men. Regina exclaimed in surprise, Oh my goodness, the little one is crying. I have to go. Before leaving, Regina didn't forget to confirm her appointment with Leopold. Then I'll see you again at the cafe in 3 days at 2 in the afternoon. Marius, having made Liliana cry, now sat down to comfort her. Little one, don't cry. It's my fault, okay? Forgive me this time, okay? Regina asked cheerfully, What's wrong, my princess? Who made you sad? Tell me. Being comforted, Liliana cried even harder. Regina cursed inwardly. Marius, you evil male protagonist. That guy, if I ever see you again. Regina held Liliana and soothed her. My sweet princess, don't cry anymore. The little girl declared resolutely, I'm going to punch you first. Seeing Marius make Liliana cry like this, Leopold was also exasperated, asking Marius, Did you have to make the child cry? He scratched his head sheepishly, explaining, She's just so cute. He then slung an arm around Leopold's shoulder, saying smugly, Even so, thanks to that, you got a date with Regina, right? Leopold blushed at these words, unable to retort. Seeing Leopold fall in love for the first time, Marius felt gratified. This guy really fell at first sight. That Leopold Walter Hung, when he encounters a young lady by chance, would tremble nervously at a loss for what to do. Marius thought about how he would tease Leopold in the future. The nights under this guy would surely be in an uproar, wondering if it was a dream. Just imagining it was amusing. Marius glanced over. Anyway, getting pushed into the playground because we were lost, it was a godsend, right? Hearing this, Leopold couldn't help but agree. They decided to head to Televenka to attend a meeting and settle some private matters. So the two of them arrived in Televenka a little earlier than planned. The government was worried because they went there without an escort. But the swordsman Leopold was considered a human weapon. After a bloody battle with his brothers and the royal family, Marius ascended to the throne. Their abilities no longer required an escort, so they visited Televenka without fear. But who knew, despite their great power, they had no guide. The two stood dumbfounded in the middle of the road, utterly bewildered. But where are we? Leopold was equally helpless. Don't ask me, Marius suggested. Oh, let's keep walking, we're bound to get out. Leopold agreed. I think so too, Marius said. As we walk, it seems the standard of living here is higher than I expected. Because of their closed-door economic policy, I predicted stagnation. If we were to go to war with Televenka now, the empire would also suffer losses. Leopold looked around, also affirming perhaps. Moreover, 30% of the population are espers. This is a nation we must not underestimate. Marius looked around, sighing. They're rich, peaceful, and beautiful. The climate is mild, and resources are abundant, no doubt about it. What conqueror in the world wouldn't covet this place? Marius thought, rather than conquering, establishing diplomatic relations would be enough to secure the empire's wealth. We must do well in this direction. Suddenly, a burst of laughter beside him caught Marius's attention. He looked towards the source of the laughter. What's that? There's a playground like this. Leopold was intrigued. It looks fun. Marius was also curious. So that's how fun swinging is. Just then, a small figure appeared in Marius's field of vision. Marius was startled, looking at Liliana's chubby cheeks and her bright smile as she played happily. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Marius's mind. Listen carefully. After I die, I'll leave her in your care. Marius quickly recognized Liliana. She's the Borgia family's child. Leopold also immediately recognized her as being from the Borgia family. Marius narrated, because I did some research before coming to Televanka, I heard that the Borgia family had a daughter late in life. Leopold pondered. The Borgia family, they used to be a prominent political family. Just then, he became curious. But why did Andrea Borgia return to the countryside? Leopold rambled on. He's in his prime, a promising politician, yet he gave up everything to return to his hometown. I don't understand it all. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked back and Marius was gone. Leopold was dumbfounded. Marius had already gone over to push Liliana on the swing. The moment I saw that child, I thought, how could I let such a lovely child with such a bright smile die? Andrea, Marius Carmelo Hafen's vow. Even if I reverse time, it will still be valid. I will keep my vow to you. Marius asked, do you like it? Higher. Liliana replied happily, yes. Higher. Marius made up his mind. I will protect these lovely sisters, because that's the only atonement I can do. He said cheerfully, okay, then hold on tight. A voice scolded. That's not just any other matter. It's about Lily. How could you decide that on your own? It's already like that, yet you didn't say a word to me, Regina, or eldest sister. Amelia was scolded by her second older sister, Regina, but calmly admitted her mistake. Sorry, I was too busy, so I forgot. Amelia tried to persuade Regina with sweet words. Listen to me, Regina. If it's a magician like Francois Castle, this is a perfect opportunity. Regina, hearing this, quickly affirmed. I know that man is a genius, but Lily is not a lab rat. She can't just drink that stuff. Amelia was startled by these words. Then Regina continued to scold. That kind of thing can be proven through a thesis. Do you think I haven't considered that? Meanwhile, Liliana was hiding under a blanket. The little girl heard her sisters talking. Listening to the argument outside, Liliana blamed herself. It's all my fault. If I weren't sick, my sisters wouldn't be fighting. The little girl didn't want her sisters to fight anymore, but she didn't know what to do. She could only hope her eldest sister would return soon. If only Alice would come back quickly. If she were here, Sister Regina and Sister Amelia wouldn't be arguing. Because Alice is the strongest woman in the world, Liliana thought as she drifted off to sleep, tears in her eyes. Sister, come back soon. The next morning, a voice woke her. Little one, wake up. Liliana was still sleepy, and she opened her eyes blearily. Oh, the little girl looked over and saw Amelia, her third oldest sister, which made her even more confused. Sister. Amelia urged her, we have to go out, get up and wash your face. But Liliana was still sleepy and didn't want to get up. I want to sleep a little longer. Amelia called her gently, but it was no use, so she snatched the blanket away. No, the little girl wanted to beg Amelia to let her sleep a little longer, but Amelia wouldn't budge. No means no. Liliana, unable to argue, puffed out her cheeks. I hate you. Once ready, the little girl ate a delicious breakfast of strawberry jam toast. Finally, Liliana felt like asking, but, sister, where are we going? Amelia immediately reminded her. Do you remember that handsome silver-haired brother we met last time? We're going to see him. The little girl remembered Francois's face. We meet again, little miss. Her expression immediately changed. By then, Amelia had finished combing Liliana's hair. There, the little girl didn't want to see Francois at all, so she pretended to have a stomachache. Ouch, it hurts, my tummy hurts, I should stay home. Amelia quickly saw through Liliana's pretense. Little one, I'll be angry if you lie. The little girl insisted. I'm not lying, it really hurts, I should go to sleep. Amelia immediately looked at Liliana with suspicion, and immediately became disbelieving. The little girl was still trying to resist. Then let's go see that brother later. Seeing Amelia's threatening expression, Liliana, though scared, had to give in. I don't feel any pain now. Amelia was satisfied only after hearing this. That's better. The little girl was bored. I already saw him yesterday. Why do I have to see him again today? Seeing Liliana eating too slowly, Amelia urged her, eat faster. We have to go. Liliana decided to resign herself to fate. Oh well, if that's the case, I'll definitely make him buy me grape juice. Finally, the little girl saw Francois's handsome face again. In front of Liliana was a glass of uniquely colored, unknown liquid, which made the little girl panic. Francois spoke to reassure her, the taste is a little different. Even so, it's nothing strange, so please bear with it. Looking at the glass of water in front of her, Liliana was depressed. If this isn't strange, then what is? This grape juice is boiling hot. My sister dragged me here to see him, but she didn't say I had to drink this. Thinking this, the little girl turned to her sister, wanting to plead with her. Amelia also wanted the little one to be healthier, so she tried to persuade her, drink it and you'll be healthy. Liliana vehemently refused. But this color doesn't look healthy at all. Amelia offered a reason. Good medicine tastes bitter, but it cures the disease. Her third sister, Amelia, was a scholar of supernatural powers, magic, and divine power, whose writings were widely recognized in Travanca. Therefore, Liliana had also come into contact with magic potions many times, and she now clearly knew what was in it. Liliana strongly resisted, realizing, this is medicine containing Francois's magic, right? Sister, you think I don't know? Amelia awkwardly tried to persuade the little one. Just drink this, and I'll buy you whatever you want to eat today. But Liliana still refused to cooperate. I don't want to eat anything today. Seeing that persuasion was ineffective, Amelia forced the little one to drink. Little one, you'd better drink it quickly. The smell of the juice wafted up, making Liliana uncomfortable. It wasn't the smell of grape juice, but afraid of being scolded, she decided to take a small sip. As soon as she drank it, a shock like an electric current ran through her body. Liliana felt nauseous and vomited continuously. I can't drink it anymore. I can't drink it anymore. Amelia still tried to force the little one. Just bear with it a little longer, and you'll be healthier. But Liliana refused, resisting more fiercely than ever. I don't like it. I don't need to be healthy. Take it away. The commotion attracted the attention of other customers. Amelia was worried and hoped Liliana would get better, so she still tried to persuade her. Please, Liliana, finish it quickly. Just a little more, okay? Seeing Amelia like this, even though she hated it, the little one tried hard to drink it. Then she vomited continuously. Unable to bear it any longer, Liliana resolutely refused. I can't. Let me get an injection. Amelia disagreed and still tried to force her. No, you must drink it all. Francois had been watching this force scene between the two sisters and felt helpless. Liliana cried helplessly and then protested. I hate you. I told you I didn't like it. Amelia was stunned upon hearing this. Lily. Suddenly, Liliana grabbed a fork, picked up her food, and ran crying to another table. Then she buried her head in the table, feeling embarrassed. Liliana secretly blamed Amelia in her heart. You idiot. I hate you. If I had known this would happen, I definitely wouldn't have come here. The taste is so disgusting, I want to throw up. Why did I have to come here to drink this stuff? At this time, Amelia walked over to the little one, calling Liliana. Then she sat down next to her and comforted her. I'm sorry. Please don't be angry, okay? But Liliana refused to forgive her. I won't forgive you. Suddenly, a plate of strawberry cake appeared in front of the little one. This surprised Liliana, and she jumped up. Francois admitted his mistake. I'm sorry. Then he moved closer, hoping to be forgiven by the little one. Let's make up. I hope Liliana won't be angry after eating this. Liliana, captivated by the beauty before her, exclaimed, wow. She couldn't help but think, he's incredibly handsome up close. Suddenly, the little girl was startled, remembering she was still upset. She continued to pout, refusing to forgive him. So what if you're good looking? I'm angry. You can't win me over with cake and a pretty face. Suddenly, Francois waved his hand. Immediately, a stream of light appeared. A small squirrel appeared before Liliana. The squirrel busily performed tricks. Amusing the little girl, the squirrel was made of light. This innocent magic made Liliana reach out to touch it. Hi. Seeing the little girl delighted by the squirrel, Francois coaxed. So, Liliana, don't be angry anymore. Make up with your sister and me, okay? Liliana quickly agreed. Then, immediately realizing her slip-up, she added, I answered unconsciously. I didn't mean it. The little girl was about to retort, but before she could finish, Francois fed her a piece of strawberry cake. He cheerfully explained behind the workings of the squirrel. It's created by artificially arranging a magical structure, making it similar to divine power, which is why it smelled so bad. Even so, you persevered and drank it, Liliana. You were very brave. The praise brightened Liliana's mood. She replied, I'm a brave child. This is delicious. Seeing Liliana appeased and happy again, Amelia sighed in relief. Amelia then looked seriously at Francois. Francois hastened to admit his fault to Amelia. Because this is her first time absorbing my magic, there might be some issues if she feels unwell or develops a fever. Giving her medicine and letting her rest, well, should be enough. Amelia asked curiously, how long will you be staying in Televanka? Francois quickly replied, uncertainly, I don't know. I'm here for work. I won't be staying long. Amelia quickly proposed a time frame to discuss with Francois. While you're here, please visit Liliana once a week, as stated in the contract. He agreed, of course. A contract is a contract, and more importantly, Liliana, who was eating cake, looked up. She was wondering and heard Francois say, Before he could finish, the little girl's face paled with fright. Francois looked at Liliana hopefully. I hope Liliana grows up healthy. The meeting with Francois ended, so the sisters both went home. As soon as they arrived, Liliana breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, finally home. The little girl recalled Francois' expression. I don't understand why Francois' expression was so scary. He wished me good health, but he made that expression. Why? It's so confusing. Thinking, is Amelia home? Liliana went to open the door. As soon as she opened it, Liliana called out, Fussy sister, what are you doing? Regina, seeing the little one come in, said curiously, Little one, come here quickly. Liliana looked bewildered. Regina, holding two outfits, asked for the little girl's opinion. Is this one pretty, or is this one prettier? Looking at the two dresses, Liliana gave her opinion. You look good in anything. Hearing the little girl's uncertain reply, Regina felt gloomy. This wouldn't do. Just then, Amelia walked in and, seeing Regina dressed so beautifully, asked curiously who she was going to see. Regina jumped at the sight of Amelia. Goodness, you scared me. Then, awkwardly, she replied, I'm going to see a man. Amelia looked at the pile of clothes on the bed. You're only going on a date for a day or two, and you're agonizing over what to wear. Liliana, from the side, nodded in agreement like a little old woman. Am I right? It's understandable to react this way. That honey gold hair, as rare as Tarawonka honey, and those beautiful jewel-like blue eyes. Unlike Regina, Amelia wasn't particularly interested in the opposite sex, but she did care about her romantic partner, thinking, when will the right person appear? The men who wanted to court Regina would send gifts to win her favor. But on the contrary, such men didn't catch her eye. Regina spoke, but sister, you're so proactive. Regina said excitedly, it's because he's a good person that I care. Who turned you into this? Amelia quickly gave Regina some advice. This one looks best on you. Wear this. Liliana, also curious, asked excitedly, Sister, who is this uncle? Do I know him? Regina replied with a bright smile, It's Uncle Leo, the one you met last time. Liliana was astonished. What? The little girl couldn't believe her ears. What did you say? In her thoughts, you're really going to see Leopold Walter Hung, the male protagonist of the original story. Lost in her thoughts, Liliana ignored her sister's conversation. Amelia asked Leo, who is he? What kind of person is he? Regina replied happily, someone like you, single since birth. You don't need to know this, Liliana. In her thoughts, I can't believe this is happening. Oh my. I never thought the story would develop this way. After the war broke out between the Empire and Tarawonka, Leopold and Alice went to the battlefield together as national commanders. In her thoughts, after a fierce battle, Tarawonka was finally defeated, and the one who took Alice's life, in her thoughts, was none other than Leopold. A gleam flashed in Liliana's eyes. She anticipated a new life without war and slaughter. But if Amelia and Leopold were together, even if war broke out, perhaps her eldest sister could, in her thoughts, remain safe and sound. This is my chance. Liliana jumped onto the bed and declared loudly, If it's Uncle Leo, I approve. Regina was delighted to hear this. Oh, this child really is... Amelia was puzzled by Liliana's reaction. Little one, why are you so excited? It's a bit strange. Your face is a little red. The little girl looked bewildered. Amelia sat down gently beside her and touched her forehead. Let me see. Then she instructed, Little one, take some fever medicine quickly. Liliana didn't understand. Why should I take fever medicine? Amelia, holding little Liliana, explained why she had a fever. Liliana listened, surprised, then touched her forehead. Now that sister mentions it, my head does feel a little warm. But the little girl was still naive and unconcerned about the fever. It's okay though. It'll go away after I take some fever medicine. That's what I thought that morning too. As a result, Regina had to carry me on her back and rush to the village hospital because even after taking the medicine, I started to develop a high fever. Being carried on Regina's back as they ran to the hospital, the little girl felt a pang of guilt. I'm making Sister Regina work so hard. She was so excited about her date. What if she can't go see Brother Leo because she's worried about me? Liliana really didn't understand why she was always getting sick. The little girl kept apologizing to her sister. I'm sorry, sister. I'm sorry. The next day, Leopold returned home with a gloomy and worried expression. Seeing Leopold return so quickly, Marius was curious. Back so soon. Got dumped. Leopold explained. No, she said another time. Marius, hearing this, was surprised and disbelieving. Huh, why? Leopold didn't answer, but recalled Regina's question. Are you engaged? Or would you have a wife? After Regina asked, Leopold stammered. No, I don't have anyone. Regina sighed in relief. So that's how it is. Then, turning at Liliana's cries, oh dear, the little one is crying. I have to go. Then, she made plans. I'll wait for you at the cafe today then. 3 days later, at 2 in the afternoon. Leopold looked at the bouquet, understanding Regina a little better. I don't understand women very well, but she wouldn't ask those kinds of questions to someone she didn't care about. He started to lose confidence in himself. Could I have been wrong? Maybe when her sister started crying, she just agreed in a hurry. Maybe she doesn't actually care about me. I've been waiting for 3 hours, and she still hasn't come. Suddenly, Marius looked over. Then he tried to comfort Leopold. It was just someone you met once. Leopold said indifferently, whether it was once or many times doesn't matter. What matters is that my heart is already set on that person. Hearing Leopold's earnest words, Marius was surprised. This trip, it seems he's really fallen into a trap. Is it puberty? My goodness. Then he spoke. Well, right, the delegation from Tarawanka will be arriving soon. Let's get ready to depart. You packed your luggage this morning, right? Leopold replied, yes, I did. Then Marius grew a bit curious. But why would Francois Castle come to Tarawanka? Leopold quickly explained, to fulfill the soul oath. But he's not the type to come this early. Something must be up. Leopold, a little eager to know, muttered to himself, I wonder what made him do that. Marius said, you don't seem too concerned. It must be a personal matter, right? He's probably here to research people with supernatural abilities. Although Leopold already knew everything Marius was explaining, he pretended. I actually know, pretending not to know, pretending not to know. Suddenly, a knock came from outside. Marius was startled. My goodness, are they here already? Leopold quickly went to open the door, not forgetting to tell him, I'm going out. Remember to bring everything. Marius, behind him, awkwardly replied, all right, it's all here. Leopold addressed the person at the door. Hello, I am Leopold von Walterhang. Marius emerged from inside with a welcoming smile. It's a pleasure to meet you. The woman lowered her gaze gently and extended her hand politely. Hello. The woman introduced herself. I am Alice Borjo, Chief Commissioner of the Tarawanka Maritime Police. Marius lowered his head, his pupils contracting sharply. Amelia stated formally, I will be responsible for escorting you during your stay in Tarawanka. I am Alice Borjo, Chief Commissioner of the Tarawanka Maritime Police. Marius was stunned. Amelia asked Marius in surprise, do you know my sister? He quickly explained, it's purely coincidental. She was our tour guide for a day trip. Marius then glanced at Leopold and said smugly, and this guy almost had a date with your other sister, Regina. Leopold froze at the mention of Regina's name. Marius urged cheerfully, all right, let's not just stand here chatting. Let's get in the carriage. Just a moment. Alice agreed readily. Ah, yes. The carriage began to move. There were only 3 people in the carriage. Suddenly, Marius glanced at Alice, of the Borjo family, the most prominent political family, having produced countless politicians. Should war break out, they would enlist men and women alike and be the first in a battle. This was a long-standing tradition of the family. Marius seemed quite satisfied with Alice acting as their escort. They had sent someone from the main family line, capable enough to personally guard the emperor. This was probably Tarawanka's way of showing their sincerity. Suddenly, Marius asked, how is Liliana? Slightly surprised that Marius knew Liliana, Alice replied, you know little Liliana too. She's also very close with Regina. Marius chuckled. Of course, we're well acquainted. Didn't you know? Alice lowered her head and explained, speaking of that child, she was hospitalized a few days ago with a high fever. Regina and my other sister, Amelia, are taking care of her. Hearing this, Leopold immediately understood why his date had been postponed. His mood shifted rapidly, becoming exceptionally buoyant. Marius, noticing this, felt happy for him. The lad seemed pleased, thinking he hadn't actually been stood up. Marius asked with concern, "Is she still suffering?" Alice told him sadly, "This morning's examination showed she's much better, but if her fever returns tonight, it's hard to say." Seeing the somber turn of the conversation, Alice quickly changed the subject. "Let's talk about something else." Then she asked Marius, "How was your tour of Tarawanka? Did you enjoy yourself?" Marius quickly voiced his thoughts. "Absolutely. They say Tarawanka has many beautiful women, and it's certainly true, which is why I'm in a predicament." Alice, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean?" Marius explained wryly, "I say that because I've decided to marry for political gain, so I only view things from a political perspective. But with so many beautiful women, it's a difficult task." Alice was taken aback. "I heard you prepared a soul oath through the peace agreement," she exclaimed, "but I didn't expect you to even consider a political marriage." Marius waved his hand dismissively. "It's already a soul oath. If everyone on Tarawanka's side and I die, wouldn't the whole thing abruptly end?" He proposed an idea, but mixing bloodlines would create a long-term, effective agreement. Then Marius asked for Alice's opinion. "Alice, what do you think? Do you have anyone you'd like to introduce me to?" Hearing this, Alice thought, "Does he have any specific conditions in mind?" Marius stroked his chin as he replied, "Since I'll be proposing a political marriage without warning, it has to be someone who shares my views. Someone from a prestigious political family would be even better." Alice, who had been observing Marius for a while, made a judgment, that joking tone and lack of seriousness. However, this is a man who climbed to the top, bathed in the blood of his brothers. "I have a feeling that if I'm not careful, I'll be swallowed whole." Marius spoke up, proposing, "From my perspective, you're not bad yourself, Alice. What do you think?" Alice was startled by the question, realizing that from the very beginning, this man's target had been her. Someone directly from a prominent political family wouldn't be criticized in the empire. And there aren't many in Tarawanka who can integrate their abilities into the royal bloodline. But Alice quickly replied, "That depends on what you can offer me." With a brilliant, slightly triumphant smile, she added, "I'm not a weak woman either. Emperor of the Empire. Yesterday morning, I heard my two older sisters arguing. Regina kept blaming Amelia. After meeting Francois Castle, the little one developed a fever. Are you sure that man's magic can help her? What did you give Liliana to drink?" Amelia urged Regina to calm down. "Regina, calm down. She just needs to endure a little longer, and she'll be fine." But Regina seemed unable to compose herself. "If it were you, could you calm down?" Amelia tried to explain she has a fever because of the adaptation process. But Regina wouldn't listen. What if something goes wrong? The echoing voices of her sisters arguing made Liliana feel helpless, and tears streamed down her face. Outside, the two were still arguing. But because she couldn't bear it anymore, Liliana's vision blurred, and she fell asleep. After falling asleep, Liliana finally woke up. Every time she groggily opened her eyes, she saw Amelia sitting beside her. I saw Amelia silently crying again. Feeling bad for her, I reached out my hand, but Amelia didn't seem to notice. Liliana thought, if I get better, my sisters won't cry anymore, right? Thinking this, I ate a lot of hospital food, so I made a full recovery and was discharged. Now I'm bravely heading to the playground all by myself. Back then, Liliana ran out despite Amelia's objections. I can go out by myself. Amelia scolded Liliana angrily. Didn't you hear me? I told you to come with me. As Liliana walked, she grumbled about Amelia. Honestly, Amelia, I'm not a child anymore. I can go to the playground by myself. Gazing up at the azure sky, Liliana thought guiltily, it's all my fault that Regina couldn't go on her date with Leopold. Since the original heroine is dead, the original plot won't restart. Politics is the fuse that ignites war. Although I don't know what the future holds, at least a gloomy situation like in the original story won't happen. So, here's a question. If the original story is gone, who will the male protagonists meet, and who will they marry? Marius started the war because he wanted the heroine's love. So if the woman he loves this time desires peace, the war won't break out, right? Liliana thought of Francois. Francois, he's the one I most hope will find a suitable partner. The little girl suddenly trembled with fear. What if he meets someone harsh, causing his madness to escalate? Lastly, there's Leo, the Leo with true love. It would be such a waste if that man fell into the wrong hands. Liliana thought regretfully, it would be so wonderful if he and Amelia could become a couple. It's all my fault. If it were Leopold, although he's a bit rough, he's very gentle when in love, like an adolescent boy. The little girl sighed, sadly. I have to see him again and make him go out with my sister. What should I do? Sigh. I wish I could run into him somewhere by chance. While playing in the yard, she suddenly heard a noise. Marius and Leopold asked with worried expressions, "Little one, are you all right?" Seeing her wish come true so quickly, Liliana's face paled with fright. Marius chattered on, "I heard you're very ill. Why are you so thin?" The little girl couldn't believe it. She had run into the male protagonist so easily. At Liliana's house, Regina, sleepy-eyed and with messy hair, yawned. Meanwhile, Amelia paced back and forth, worried about Liliana. Honestly, that child is always causing worry. Regina, lying on a chair, asked, "Are you going to look for Liliana?" Amelia replied, "Yes." She ran off on her own. What if something happens to her? Just then, Alice came out and offered to go look for Liliana. "Amelia, let me go." Seeing Alice awake so early, Amelia asked with concern, "Won't you sleep a little longer? You're so tired. You just got home at dawn." But Alice brushed it off and instead urged, "You've been tired taking care of Liliana, so rest well today." Amelia suddenly blushed and softly voiced a request. "Then could you go look for her for me? Actually, I was going to go to the library because I need to look up some material for a paper. I'll be back as soon as I'm done. If I'm late, everyone can start dinner without me." Alice listened and replied happily, "Okay, be careful." Seeing Regina still lying on the chair, dozing, Alice walked over and gently woke her. "Don't lie here. Go back to your room and sleep." Regina didn't want to move. "If I sleep now, I won't be able to sleep tonight. I'll try to hold on a little longer." Alice asked worriedly, "Are you very tired?" Regina replied, "No, I'm not tired. Just..." Seeing Regina hesitate, Alice asked with concern, "Regina, what's wrong?" Regina shyly fiddled with her hair and said. Then, blushing, she admitted she seemed to like the man more than she thought. Alice asked curiously, "That man?" Regina's eyes softened as she reminisced. "Well, he's someone I met by chance. Actually, personality-wise, he's not my type. I prefer someone I can talk to, rather than someone rough around the edges. As for looks, I prefer men with refined features like Francois Castle. However, his gentle voice, when he's close to me, the way he blushes like a boy every time he hears me say something." Regina couldn't forget Leopold's words. They kept echoing in her ears. "Regina, could you give me another chance to see you?" He wasn't particularly special, aside from his sincere heart, and perhaps it was that sincerity that touched her. Regina decided not to dwell on it any longer. "Well, it's nothing. If there's a chance, I'll see him again someday." She turned around, smiling, and then pushed past Alice, not forgetting to remind her, "When you come back, remember to buy roasted chicken feet at Olga's bar, okay?" Alice hurriedly agreed, Okay. It seems her mood has stabilized. Just as Alice grabbed the doorknob, the door opened, and both of them looked out. Seeing Liliana already at the doorstep, both sisters were startled. Liliana, the little girl, as excited as a sparrow upon seeing Alice, chirped Alice, and ran to hug her. Regina poked her head out, asking curiously, "Why are you back so soon? Weren't you so excited to go to the playground?" Then, Regina looked up, and, seeing Leopold's flushed face, stopped. Regina froze, her face crimson as she looked at Leopold. Leopold replied happily, "Regina." At that moment, Regina suddenly realized she was still in her pajamas, with no makeup and unwashed face, and panicked. She immediately ran back into her room, leaving Leopold speechless and stunned, unable to say anything. Liliana happily introduced the two to Alice. "Oh, right. Uncle Leo and Uncle Marius are my friends. They were hungry, lost, and had no money, so I brought them home." Marius then walked over. "I never thought we'd meet like this." He complimented Alice with a bright smile. "It's good to see you again, Alice. You've become even more beautiful." Upon seeing Marius, Alice's mood darkened, leaving Liliana confused. Alice sighed helplessly. "Oh, Liliana, what kind of people have you brought home?" As the group headed to the dining room, the little girl excitedly ran ahead. Regina called out worriedly from behind, "Little one, no running in the dining room." Liliana, unfazed, beckoned Regina over. "I know, sister, come sit here." Regina sighed, thinking how clever this child was. The little girl suddenly pushed Leopold to sit next to Regina, creating an opportunity for them to interact. "Uncle Leo, sit here." The two were seated together, both blushing as they looked at each other. Liliana actively steered the conversation, letting Leo know about Regina's preferences. Regina likes lilacs. Leo looked down in surprise, seeing Liliana's bright smile, and felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you. Liliana was delighted. On the way to the dining hall, she made sure Regina and Leo held hands. Then, in front of Regina, she kept praising Leo. Uncle Leo is so handsome, Regina. Regina blushed at this, and in turn, asked Liliana, do you like Uncle Leo, Liliana? Testing the waters with her sister resulted in a green light this time. Liliana was now filled with anticipation. If Leopold became her second sister's husband, the risk of war would decrease, and Alice's chances of survival would increase. Leo, with his pure heart, wouldn't make Regina cry. The two of them would become a harmonious family. And if Regina had children, wouldn't she become an aunt? Liliana was thrilled. Her older sister, understanding the little girl's thoughts, tapped her on the head. Liliana, rubbing her head, asked, why did you hit me? Her older sister immediately gave the reason, because she was teasing Regina. Liliana Weichida explained, I wasn't teasing her. Marius had been observing the two sisters. Then he asked the little girl, so, Liliana, do you want to? Her older sister, hearing this, was puzzled. But when she saw Marius's eyes and smile, she understood what he meant. Marius wanted Liliana to play Cupid for her. Meanwhile, Alice had just arrived at the library and was surprised to run into Francois. What are you doing here? She asked curiously. He seemed equally surprised. He replied with a smile, guess. The National Library, specializing in magic and supernatural powers, isn't it every magician's dream place? Francois then countered, so what are you doing here? Studying on the weekend. Alice was perplexed. Is studying divided into weekdays and weekends? Then, she remembered something more important. Noticing the book in Francois's hand, she remarked, it seems you're interested in the field of healing. He affirmed, yes, a little. I have even better papers than that, Alice said excitedly. Let me introduce you to them. Francois readily agreed. If that's the case, that would be wonderful. Happy to have found a kindred spirit, Alice suggested. Let's go to the ILC. They have a lot of papers you can refer to. The two went to the ILC and searched the shelf for books. Seeing Alice pick up a book, Francois was a little surprised. It seems you're interested in this field as well. Looking at the stack of books in her hands, Alice replied, holy or purification magic isn't really my area of interest. Then she pushed all the books towards Francois, much to his surprise. I don't remember specifying. How did you know the field I was looking for? Alice cheerfully explained, the paper I was just reading was about healing the mind and body through the effects of enchantment and purification. So I tried it out, and it seems you're really interested. Francois explained his reason for looking at those materials. I was looking at those for reference on similar cases. He was happy to see Alice's cheerful mood. So this is the expression she makes when talking about things she likes. Every time I met her, she's been so tense, worried about her sister. It's unbelievable. Alice, after listening, asked back, really, if it's for reference, then I don't need to introduce you to related papers, right? Francois denied it. No, it would be great if you could. Francois explained a little sheepishly, but outsiders can only borrow 8 books at a time. Alice, hearing this, felt a little regretful. Is that so? That's a shame. After finishing her business, Alice prepared to leave. I have something to do, so I'll be going now. Francois was a little surprised to see Alice leaving so quickly. Oh. Suddenly, Francois grabbed Alice's hand, causing Alice to turn her head in confusion. Alice thought, what is it? Francois quickly asked, are you hungry? He gave a bright smile and invited her. Since you introduced me to the paper, I'd like to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude. Alice felt a little uncomfortable as Francois was too close for comfort. There's no need to thank me. Francois wanted to get closer to Alice. Well then, as colleagues in the same field, we could have a meal together and get to know each other better, right? Alice wavered a bit. If that's the case, all right. Francois looked at the pile of books and thought, actually, I'm not hungry. He looked at Alice expectantly. She's knowledgeable and can chat with me. Being a local, she knows this place inside and out. Having someone close can only be beneficial. Francois's gaze fell on Alice. And more importantly, she's Andrea Berccio's sister, the one who made an irreversible deal with me. It's hard to win someone over without showing some gesture. Just a light, friendly smile will do. Francois smiled brightly and said, I'll treat you to a meal. He was satisfied. there we go. Logically, they'll change their attitude right away. Seeing Alice blush, Francois was happier than ever. See, almost no one can resist this smile of mine. Andrea's sister is just like everyone else after all. Suddenly, Alice gritted her teeth, showing an extremely uncomfortable expression. Tisk. Seeing Alice's expression, Francois was stunned. Alice turned her head and muttered to herself, "It's that damn smile." Hearing this, Francois was embarrassed. Damn. Alice glanced at Francois and retorted, "And I've been meaning to correct you. Don't call me that. I'm not Amelia. Calling me Amelia is fine if you're using a formal address." Francois replied with a bewildered look. At this moment, Alice reminded him angrily, "If we're eating together, then get my name right." And Alice approached Francois, addressed him with "I," and made sure to clarify one point. "You're not my type, so you don't have to make those exaggerated expressions. It's useless. Just do one thing. Find what you need to find. Even if we use each other, knowing we can't resist temptation, we still have to face it." Francois was surprised. Then he wondered what this was, his eyes full of disdain, no excitement or thrill. Alice smiled, understanding Francois's feelings. "You look a little disappointed." He became resigned, not at all relaxed. "She doesn't care about me at all." The two quickly arrived at a restaurant. Francois spoke, wondering, "Damn it, I see. How did you know I had something I needed to figure out?" Alice ate, speaking casually. "How could I not know? In this Televanka, whose mind is sharper than mine." Seeing Francois' surprised look, Alice chewed her food and retorted, "What? You can speak to me casually, but I can't." Francois could only helplessly comply. "No, please, speak as you wish. The charm offensive isn't working. She's really special. This situation is rare, a bit tricky." At this moment, Francois noticed the girl behind him. Then he put on a charming, handsome look, immediately making the girl's heart race, almost leaping out of her chest. Seeing the girl's sudden reaction, the boy with her was puzzled. "What's wrong with you all of a sudden?" Finally, Francois saw everything happen as usual. "See, it's not that I'm ugly, it's that she's strange." He looked at Alice with curious eyes. "What's the problem?" Alice showed a disgusted expression again, scolding, "Please, that's too much. I'm gonna get indigestion. Don't do that in front of me." Francois replied with a smile, "It wouldn't be good if you got indigestion. Next time, bring some digestive medicine, otherwise, try to get used to it." Alice was very uncomfortable. "I really should just throw up." Francois tried hard to think of a way to conquer Alice. The charm offensive failed. "If I threaten her, she'll directly confront me." Francois revealed a smug smile. "I understand. I don't need to pretend to be a good person." Francois thought this to himself. Then he was going to say, "But you look a bit like Conglier." Hearing this, Alice became furious, cursing, "This guy Conglier." Years later, he would deeply regret calling Alice that. But this was still in the distant future. Marius asked Liliana, "Do you want to play matchmaker for Alice?" Hearing this, the little girl had a blank and confused look on her face. "Oh, she wondered, "What are you suddenly talking about, matchmaker?" Liliana looked at Alice in confusion. For Alice, the little girl kept looking back and forth. "What's going on? Is there something between the two of them that I don't know about? How did the atmosphere become like this?" Suddenly, Marius pushed the menu towards Liliana, tempting her, "Come on, little one, what do you want to eat? I'll pay for everything." Hearing this, the little girl was very excited. Pay for everything. Marius confirmed cheerfully, "That's right, everything." At this moment, Liliana worried for him. "But you don't have any money. Is it okay if I eat a lot?" Marius was a little surprised that the little girl thought he was poor. Then he called the waiter. "I'll order." "Yes, sir." Marius, like a domineering CEO, generously ordered from the menu. "I'll have one of everything." Liliana, upon hearing this, was so shocked she could hardly believe it was true. There were a full 12 desserts on the menu that her older sisters wouldn't let her eat. He puffed up with pride and glanced at the little girl. "See, Uncle's the best, right?" Liliana, persuaded, nodded repeatedly. Although she didn't want to admit it right now, Marius was the best. By now, dishes filled the entire table. The little girl happily began to eat. Everyone bon appetit. With the very first bite, Liliana was won over. Because Alice had objected, the portions on the entire menu had already been reduced to the minimum. But since Marius asked for the desserts to be packed to go, I was satisfied. While eating, the little girl quickly glanced ahead, keeping an eye on Leo and Leopold, and also Regina. Unexpectedly, Leo was so thoughtful. He cut the meat into small pieces and offered them to Alice, surprising her. "Oh, but she turned to Leo with a delighted expression and thanked him. "Thank you, Leo." Liliana was very happy to see their relationship getting closer. The little girl's sly smile made Leo blush and pause. He quickly recovered and offered to cut the meat. "Let me cut the meat for you." Someone offering to help cut the meat made Liliana cheer with delight. "Wow, thank you." Just as she was about to take the cut meat, Leo looked down. He was startled to see the portion of meat in the children's meal. "Isn't the meat too small?" Edgar, who's a year older than me, seems to eat twice as much and is also much taller than me. Leo seemed a little ashamed. "I'm only now realizing how small this child is." After cutting it, he handed it to Liliana and urged her, "Eat more." The little girl exclaimed excitedly, as expected of a swordsman, so fast. "Yes, I'll eat my fill." Seeing the little girl focused only on eating meat caught older sister's attention. She immediately reminded Liliana, "You need to eat your vegetables too." Liliana, looking at the bowl with only vegetables, let out a surprised him and then made a disgusted face. "I know, I'll eat my vegetables." The little girl pinched her nose and struggled to swallow the vegetables she couldn't eat. "I secretly left them behind," but older sister's eyes were sharp. Liliana's reaction was so cute that Marius couldn't help but laugh. He kindly took some of the vegetables from the little girl's plate. Then he proceeded to eat them himself, much to the little girl's surprise and older sister's confusion. Seeing how kind Marius was being today, Liliana immediately changed her impression of him. "He helped me eat my carrots today. I really need to reevaluate him." Just as she was about to think further, she saw Marius wink, leaving the little girl bewildered. He asked confidently, "So, Uncle's the best, right?" Seeing Marius so self-absorbed made the little girl too tired and confused to think anymore. Liliana didn't want to talk to him anymore, so she decided to leave. "Older sister, I'm going to the restroom." Marius, seeing the little girl ignoring him, was upset. "Little one, you have to say Uncle's number one, right?" Older sister asked worriedly, "Can you go by yourself?" Being treated like a child made Liliana uncomfortable. "Am I a child? I'm grown up now." Suddenly, Alice stood up and called out to the little girl, "Lily, come with me." Liliana still wanted to prove she was grown up. "I'm really not a child anymore." Older sister, hearing this, relented. All right, our Lily is all grown up. Then I'll go with you." After coaxing Liliana away, older sister winked at Alice. "I'll be right back." Alice smiled back. After her, two younger sisters left. Alice's expression quickly turned serious, her tone unfriendly. "You're not allowed near my little sister." Marius, who was eating, paused. Then he feigned innocence. "Don't misunderstand. I'm just happy to meet such an innocent and lively child." Alice immediately expressed disbelief. "Happy? Marius von Carmelhafen, is it?" Alice repeated what she had said to Marius before. "Last time I asked you what you would give me. Do you have an answer now?" He calmly replied, "Oh, of course I do." Then, with a bright smile, he answered, "I won't compare or scheme with Alice Berkio. This is my first card and my last." Intrigued, Alice asked, "What is it?" Marius's eyes darkened. "Guess." Then he offered a trade. "How is Liliana's health?" "Your sister." Alice was startled by his words. Her eyes widened in disbelief. What? Watching Marius calmly continue eating made her uncomfortable. She then sank into a baffling question. "I know Liliana is a sickly child, but almost no one knows the reason." Alice was truly curious why this man. After taking a sip of wine, Marius warned, "If you continue like this." In the bathroom, the sisters were washing their hands together. Happily, Marius warned about Liliana's health. "She won't live past 15. You probably know that already, right?" After washing her hands, Liliana returned to her seat in high spirits. That's great." But the unusually somber atmosphere around her puzzled the little girl. But what's with this atmosphere? Liliana was very perceptive when it came to noticing the expressions on her sisters' faces, especially older sisters. The little girl worried, "Did Marius do something while I was gone?" Thinking this, Liliana glanced at Marius with deep hostility. "What did you do to my older sister to make her like that?" He seemed oblivious, asking the little girl with a bright smile, "Little one, want to eat more?" Liliana was confused by the question, "Eat? I have to eat bland food." Marius asked in surprise, "Why do you have to eat more bland food?" Suddenly, the little girl panicked. "If I eat more bland food." She didn't finish her sentence, turning instead to older sister. Seeing older sister's sad face, Liliana didn't dare to voice her request. "Older sister looks unhappy. I have to be careful." Even so, the little girl bit her lip and expressed her wish. "Liliana wants to go to the circus. My sisters are afraid of me going to crowded places. Because at kindergarten, I have to mingle with other children my age, so my sisters have no choice but to accept it. But places like the circus, Theaters, amusement parks are almost all forbidden by my sisters because they're afraid I'll bump into someone and get sick. Alice's face immediately darkened, worrying Liliana. She's glaring at me, she thought, then reproached herself. Ugh, I knew I shouldn't have said anything. I hope she doesn't scold me. Suddenly, a hand reached out and patted the little girl's head. Marius fully agreed with Liliana's request. All right, let's go to the circus. I'll take you to the circus. The little girl's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? You promise? Marius affirmed, of course. We'll go after dinner. The little girl's eyes sparkled. Yay, the circus. It's really the circus. Vicky bragged about how fun the circus is. The circus is really fun. Lily's going. Liliana quickly stabbed her vegetables with her fork. Eat quickly, so I can go to the circus. Seeing the little girl eating so fast, Marius cautioned, Little one, you'll get a tummy ache eating like that. Liliana was overjoyed that Marius had agreed to her request. Marius, you're my hero today. After finishing her meal, the little girl immediately urged, Come on, let's go. The little girl happily pulled on Alice's hand. I've been waiting for everyone to finish eating. Let's go. Seeing the little girl's excitement, Alice reminded Liliana, I know, calm down. But this was her first time going to the circus, so Liliana couldn't contain herself. I want to see the circus quickly. Hurry up. Alice worriedly stopped the little girl. Walk slowly. We'll still get to see it. What if you fall by rushing? Liliana, feeling slightly deflated, conceded, you're right. But I wanted to see it quickly, so I forced myself to eat my broccoli and endured the boredom, waiting for dinner to end. The little girl couldn't wait any longer and immediately let go of Alice's hand. Then she quickly ran off. It's okay, I won't fall. Catch up. Seeing this, Alice hurriedly called after her, this child. Liliana, stop. Liliana ran happily. Circus, circus. If I go to the circus, I can see the amazing fire-breathing act Vicky bragged about. They breathe fire from their mouths, right? I can finally brag to Vicky and Antonio and my friends. The calls to stop continued from behind her. Stop, Liliana. The little girl ran and ran until suddenly someone grabbed her, but she refused to comply and immediately shook off the hand. You can't catch me. Lily, wait. Liliana's eyes were filled with anticipation. On the street, a group of people chased after a playful little girl. I want to see it now. As she ran, something appeared in front of Liliana, causing the little girl's face to change. Then came a piercing scream, immediately snapping Liliana back. Liliana was filled with self-reproach. If I had known this would happen, I would have listened to older sister. I didn't die because of the original story, not because of illness, but because of something like this. I'm tired of the pain. If possible, I wish I could die without any pain. At this moment, Liliana opened her eyes, thinking, why is my heart beating so loudly? The little girl looked up in confusion. Why don't I feel any pain at all? It turned out that Alice had used her own body to shield the little girl, resulting in injuries all over her body. Older sister screamed in worry, Liliana, Alice. The surrounding people berated the carriage driver. What are you going to do? Hey, are you crazy? At this moment, the three of them rushed over, worried. Little one, Marius reached out and held Alice, shouting, Alice, open your eyes. Can you hear me, Alice? Marius anxiously asked Liliana, Little one, are you all right? The older sister also kept patting the little girl's face, asking with concern, Liliana, are you hurt anywhere? Are you okay? Didn't we tell you not to run off? Marius quickly said to the older sister, Regina, calm down. But in this situation, she could hardly calm down. How can I calm down? What if something happens? Liliana, looking at the unconscious Alice, trembled with worry. Sister. When the little girl's hand touched Alice's face, there was a reaction. Alice suddenly opened her eyes. She hurriedly sat up and hugged Liliana, startling the little girl. Liliana, fearing Alice would hit or scold her, cowered in fear. Sister will be angry, right? Very, very angry, because I didn't listen and ran off. But unexpectedly, Alice patted Liliana's face with concern. She kept asking, are you hurt anywhere? No. Are you all right? You didn't hit your head, did you? Are your legs okay? The little girl could only stammer, Then Alice scolded Liliana for making her worry. Do you know how scared I was? Liliana couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. The little girl cried loudly, admitting her mistake. Wah, I'm sorry. Liliana worriedly didn't want Alice to be hurt because of her. Sister, don't be hurt. It's Liliana. Liliana made you get hurt. Marius consoled the little girl. Hey, little one, calm down. Alice looked at the little girl with eyes full of love, making the little girl cry even harder. Wah, I'm sorry. Alice hugged the little girl, thanking heaven. It's so fortunate you weren't hurt. Finally, the day was coming to an end. Liliana, her eyes swollen from crying, fell asleep. Marius peeked into the room and announced to those outside, the little one is asleep. It seems she cried so much that she's tired now. He reminded Alice, it seems the little one was really frightened today. Comfort her gently. Alice listened and said nothing. Marius sighed helplessly. He started a joke with Alice. Fortunately, Alice's injuries aren't serious. Still, get some good rest and take care of yourself. It's a shame her pretty face is injured like this, but I still think it's quite. Suddenly, Alice spoke, all right. Marius, hearing this, looked perplexed. Huh? He looked bewildered and confused. Huh? Alice's eyes were sad. Then she turned to Marius and said, let's do it. Speaking of the political marriage, Alice's eyes were unusually serious. She's a very lovely child. Who wouldn't be curious about that child's smile? Compared to love, I prefer being with my friends and siblings. Living in this world, I've never thought about getting married, because gaining recognition through work and becoming the best is my ambition. Looking back on my career path from the past to the present, and my future life plans, if I continue in this direction, the road ahead will surely be bright. But Liliana is not only my younger sister, she's also like a daughter to me, a child I cherish dearly. And for such a child to die from illness, I, Alice, solemnly presented a condition to Marius. First, write a contract. Let me know to what extent you can help. That is my condition. I am determined, no matter the method, I will prevent her death. Marius, seeing Alice willing to sacrifice so much for her sister, was astonished. He truly felt it, her gaze as if she were ready to rush into battle. Faced with Alice's resolve, Marius scratched his head in resignation. I give up. I was a little wary at first. He suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for her. What matters is that child's existence. He declared firmly, I guarantee Liliana will be all right. Meanwhile, Leo descended the stairs. Then he fell into deep thought. It seems that little one was very scared earlier. He had already put Liliana back to bed before that. Leo felt incredibly guilty. I should have protected her first, but Alice was faster. But that's only natural, since she's the child's guardian. Leo saw Regina sitting in a corner, and his heart skipped a beat as he quickly hid behind the wall. Regina, so she's here. But when he noticed Regina's mood, Leo approached her with concern. Regina, what's wrong? You look upset. Seeing him appear suddenly, Regina was surprised. Oh, Leo. Regina's face, though smiling, seemed unusually gloomy. It's just, she clenched her hands, feeling ashamed. I'm ashamed of myself. Leo, hearing this, said to Regina with confusion, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Regina, hearing this, felt slightly comforted. You haven't heard everything yet. She explained sadly, this is the second time. I couldn't save Liliana, even though I was right there with her. Each time, she slipped away from me. I should have been more careful, because if I'm not paying attention, she disappears instantly. If I were stronger, if I were born with superpowers, Alice wouldn't have been injured like that. Thinking of this, I feel so ashamed. As she spoke, Regina's tears were about to fall. But Leo spoke up. Suddenly, he sat down next to Regina. Then, blushing, he comforted her. I'm not good at tasks that require careful attention. Regina, hearing this, responded with a puzzled, Leo told Regina about his weakness. Aside from fighting and protecting, I have no other talents. I think everyone has areas they're not good at. So, Regina, you just need to protect Liliana in your own way, right? At this moment, Regina felt like she was bathed in a refreshing spring. Regina exclaimed, Leo. Realizing he was holding the hand of the girl he loved, he was startled and quickly withdrew his hand. I'm sorry, I touched your hand without permission. Seeing Leo's innocent behavior, Regina couldn't help but laugh. Haha. She laughed continuously, comforted by such a sweet gesture. No, really, thank you. I feel much better. Regina wiped away her tears and suggested to Leo, before you return to the Empire, could we spend some time alone together? I've been wanting to invite you to my house. Leo, having received an invitation from the girl he admired, blushed, his heart pounding, and his gaze softened. He quickly replied, you don't have to invite me. Regina, thinking she had been rejected, froze. Was I too forward? But unexpectedly, Leo, with a shy expression, boldly extended a date invitation. "If you please, would you go on a date with me?" Regina, receiving the date invitation, felt quite shy. Leo continued to express his feelings. "It's not to thank you. I genuinely want to go on a date." The next day, in Belchio, I thought their sweet and romantic love story would end there. But then a scream rang out. What is this report? Alice's younger sister pointed at the information in the newspaper and questioned her, marrying the emperor of the empire. Alice calmly reminded her two younger sisters, "It's early in the morning, no need to shout." But Regina and her younger sister still couldn't believe Alice was getting married. "This is just a rumor, right? I have to go to the newspaper and have them correct it." "No, someone who doesn't even have a boyfriend, and you're having her get married. This is unreasonable." Alice ignored her two noisy sisters and continued feeding Liliana. "Here, Liliana." Regina also fiercely objected. "That's right, the little one doesn't like that emperor either. Why did you suddenly decide to get married without saying a word? It's obvious you're not marrying for love." Not wanting her sisters to continue their fuss, Alice immediately confirmed the report was true. Hearing Alice's confirmation, both sisters were stunned. Even Liliana was surprised. Alice is getting married. After confirming, Alice mentioned her partner, Marius. You know Uncle Marius, right? We met him last time." "Yes, I'm marrying him." The little girl, hearing this shocking news, was speechless for a moment. "Why?" Liliana fiercely protested. "Why?" "No, I don't like it." Regina took the opportunity to use the little one as an excuse to try and stop the marriage. "Sister, the little one doesn't like that emperor either. Why did you suddenly decide to get married without saying a word? It's obvious you're not marrying for love." Not wanting her sisters to continue their fuss, Alice immediately stopped them. "Enough. We'll skip the engagement ceremony and just exchange rings. When he returns to the empire, I'll follow. I plan to stay in the empire for a while before the wedding." Alice's younger sister's face darkened, turning pale. Alice's younger sister looked up and asked, "What are you even saying? Don't just announce it, explain. Why are you suddenly getting married? And to the emperor, no less." Alice didn't want to say more. "Emilia, this is between me and him. It's not your place to interfere, sister." Alice turned to Liliana and said, "Liliana, go back to your room." The little girl wasn't planning to listen, but Alice's sharp look made her immediately obey. Back in her room, the little girl hugged her teddy bear, Cookie, and muttered to herself, why did she suddenly become like this? The constant arguing outside made Liliana feel sad. Emilia's shouts could be heard outside, something like, "So what?" Liliana, burning with curiosity, strained to hear what was happening. "I can't hear properly. I want to listen more closely." With that thought, the little girl crept to a corner to eavesdrop. Now, she could hear more clearly. Alice was announcing to her two younger sisters, "I'll take care of Liliana." Liliana was so startled by these words that she dropped her teddy bear. "What?" Outside, Marius sat in his carriage. Recalling Alice's earlier words, "That's my condition," Marius found himself intrigued by her. What an interesting woman. Usually so aloof, yet possessing a character willing to sacrifice everything for her sister, and even then, she didn't project any sense of weakness. He calmly stepped out of the carriage, thinking, well, this is good for me, because the benefits of this marriage are considerable. As he approached, Marius's ears picked up the sound of an argument. He looked over sharply. What's going on now? Suddenly, Liliana burst into tears and cried out, "Marius." Hearing this, Marius was curious. "Marius." Liliana's cries echoed in the air. "Marius, Liliana is here." Marius quickly looked over. He saw the little girl running towards him, tears streaming down her face. Liliana remembered Alice's earlier declaration, "I'll take care of Liliana." The little girl quickly realized that "Alice will take care of me" meant she would also be going to that. In other words, I will be forced to separate from my twin sisters. If families are broken, society weakens. And if society weakens, the country collapses. If the country collapses, the destruction of the world is inevitable. Therefore, I must prevent myself from being separated from my sisters. With firm resolve, Liliana told her teddy bear, "Cookie, I've decided." "Decided? That's right, I've decided." Liliana, her little legs taking determined strides, set off with unusual firmness. "I'm going to persuade Marius." The little girl slipped out of the house. Seeing no one outside, she realized her sisters weren't there. It seemed they had returned to their rooms after their argument. Based on the information in the newspaper, Liliana immediately recognized where Marius was staying. "Where is it?" "So Marius is staying at the Resolo Hotel." "I know where that is." Liliana thought to herself. Liliana thought, I can definitely go. But she was too young to take a carriage by herself. Upon arriving at the hotel, Liliana was stopped by a man. Little kid, you'll get scolded for running around like this. Shocked that the man didn't believe her, the little girl tried to persuade him. I'm telling the truth. I need to go to the Resolo Hotel. I have money. The man remained unconvinced. If you want to go to the hotel, bring your mother. At the mention of her mother, Liliana's eyes started to well up. Mother. Then she confessed to the man, I don't have a mother, and I don't have a father. Hearing this, the man was taken aback. Liliana tried to explain to the man that she needed to see her brother, who was at the Resolo Hotel. She said her brother and sister had fought, and so her brother couldn't come home. The little girl felt guilty about this. It was a lie, but because of it, Liliana had to see him. She wanted to see her brother. Even though it was a lie, mentioning her brother made her miss him terribly. Liliana remembered her brother saying, I've done my best for you all, and I think that's enough. So from now on, you have to live well. Her brother, Andrea, had said those words to them after deciding to return home without prior notice. My eldest brother is 24 years older than me and 6 years older than Amelia. So, after our parents passed away, he took care of everything big and small in our family, raising me since I was born. Liliana wondered, did her brother leave the capital, where he used to live, because he was exhausted from raising a younger sister like me, young enough to be his daughter? Was that why he said enough? The thought that her brother might have left because he was tired of her made Liliana cry. The little girl sobbed loudly, blaming herself. It's all my fault for causing trouble for my brother and sisters. Seeing this, the man's face turned pale, and he awkwardly coaxed her, there now. Since you're going to see your brother, you have to bring him back, right? A family always needs to look after each other. Liliana continued to cry. So, the kind man lifted Liliana into the carriage and said, let's go. The little girl looked out the carriage window. At that moment, Liliana's face was filled with bewilderment and confusion. She thought, I really don't know how I was lucky enough to get on this carriage. Seeing that things were going smoothly, the little girl showed a bright smile. Now I can safely reach the hotel. Liliana found a comfortable position in the carriage and lay down, thinking, if I see Marius, should I prostrate myself first? Or should I lie and say he's the most handsome man in the world and then persuade him not to marry Amelia? The little girl sighed like an old woman. Oh, one problem after another. Then, the little girl took a nap and finally woke up. Then she startled awake and looked around. Ah, it seems we've arrived. Ahead was the hotel where Marius was staying. Upon arriving at their destination, Liliana jumped out of the carriage and said to the man, here's the fare. The man happily accepted it. All right. The little girl felt very proud, thinking, I really came to find Marius all by myself. See, I'm not a child anymore. Liliana, thinking she had paid the fare, wanted to hurry and find Marius. I have to hurry up and talk to him and then go home. Seeing the amount of money in his hand, the man's face immediately darkened. He stopped Liliana from slipping away. Hey, little miss. The man told her the fare wasn't enough. Liliana was surprised and couldn't believe it. Oh, how could that be? The little girl remembered her sisters always giving her 5 coins for the fare. I clearly gave you 5 coins. Liliana looked blankly at the money in the man's hand. Finally, both the little girl and the man were stunned, and Liliana finally understood. I took the wrong ones. I gave you copper coins, not silver. Copper coins were worth much less than silver coins. Liliana can only hug Marius's leg, embarrassed, asking, lend me some money. Marius hears this and is surprised. Money? Why suddenly borrow money? Liliana explains, I came by carriage, but I don't have enough money to pay. Marius wonders, why did you come by carriage at this time? The little girl is startled and remembers. That's right. The little girl shouts at Marius, I came to meet you, older brother. Marius hears this and is stunned, not understanding what's happening. That voice of Liliana keeps echoing in Marius's ears. I came to meet you. I came to meet you, older brother, older brother. He can't hold back and give a lewd smile. Then he's pleased and shows on his face. Older brother, older brother. Marius points at himself and asks Liliana. Liliana sees Marius's face and is a bit uncomfortable with that annoying look, but still tries to endure and says, that's right, so quickly lend me some money. Marius laughs excitedly, making the uncle on this side who hasn't gotten the money feel uncomfortable. How long are you going to laugh? Are you the guardian of this child? The carriage fare is still short, so quickly pay me. Marius refuses to pay the money right away and just keeps babbling and showing off about the relationship between him and Liliana. Keep laughing for a while. Guardian? I'm really the guardian because this child calls me older brother. Marius generously pays the uncle a gold coin. Take it, then asks again, that should be enough, right? The uncle looks at the gold coin in his hand and trembles. Huh. He immediately shows a respectful and flattering face to Liliana. Oh, of course that's enough. Then I'll go. The little girl sees the uncle's attitude change constantly and wonders, what's wrong with that uncle? Then she turns to ask Marius, but you only gave one coin, is that okay? He smiles and affirms, it's a gold coin. Liliana hears this and is startled. Her eyes widen, and she can't believe it. What? The second sister said one gold coin is worth 100 silver coins. Liliana learns about Marius's wealth and is angry. Marius, why do you have so much money? You said you didn't have money last time and couldn't eat anymore. Weren't you lying? I was tricked. Suddenly, he sees the little girl and gives a satisfied smile. Then he asks, little one, are you hungry? Let's go eat. At this time, Marius is a bit curious. But why did you come here to meet your older brother? Did you miss this older brother? Liliana immediately denies, no, I don't miss you. At this time, the little girl distinguishes the truth. Also, you're not Liliana's older brother. Although the little girl says that, Marius refuses to listen. You call me older brother first. The little girl awkwardly replies, I just said that. Marius can't help but laugh loudly and tease the little girl. What did you learn that from? Then turns to show off Liliana to Max behind Max. Isn't my younger sister very cute? She's so lovable. I've been living like I have a youngest sister-in-law. These days, Liliana is described like this, and her face turns red with anger. I'm not a youngest sister-in-law. You're not married to my eldest sister. Marius confusedly replies, well, it'll be soon. Liliana speaks up and resolutely opposes this marriage. No way. Don't get married. Liliana, I object. Marius, Liliana forbids me. I am heartbroken. Why does even a child oppose me? I'm going to be sad. I'm going to cry. Liliana, if you cry, I'll buy you chocolate to comfort you. In return, you give up on Alice. Understand? Deal. Marius feeds Liliana a piece of cake. Why do you hate me so much? Liliana, and also very strong. Marius, sparkling eyes, I'm truly outstanding. Liliana, do you have a conscience? Liliana looks up from eating them. I came alone. Marius and man exchange a look. Liliana, thinking, come to think of it, I decided to leave a letter for my sisters before I left, saying I was going to the amusement park for a while. I had to write a letter. Did I write it? I don't remember writing it. Silence. Liliana, thinking, calm down. At a time like this, I just need to rub my face on Cookie. Takes out teddy bear Cookie. What should I do? I'm so tired. Liliana, Cookie, give me courage. Liliana, use magic. Emilia, she didn't go to any of her friends' houses nearby either. Regina looked everywhere and couldn't find her. She's not in the attic or the basement. I've checked under the bed and in the closets. Emilia, I'll go find a magician. Maybe magic tracking or searching will help. The three sisters look outside. Emilia went to open the door, hoping it was Liliana. A striking bouquet of purple flowers appeared before the three sisters. I'm sorry to interrupt. Regina then remembered. All right. Today, Leo shyly held the bouquet and said, I'm here to see Regina. I've decided to go on a date with Leopold. But then Leo lowered his head. He then saw the three sisters' downcast expressions. What's wrong? Emilia started to leave. I'm going to find a magician. Regina felt incredibly guilty. Leo said dejectedly, I'm sorry. It seems my date is off this time as well, because Liliana was missing. Just then, a voice came from outside, asking, is Miss Alice Berchio home? Someone had arrived at the door. The newcomer quickly announced, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you during this busy time. His Majesty, Marius, has a message he wishes to convey to you as soon as possible. The person relayed the message. Currently, Miss Liliana Berchio is with His Majesty, Marius, at the Rosario Hotel. Nothing else. Please come find her there as soon as possible. Alice and Regina, upon hearing this, exclaimed in unison, what? The carriage departed. Inside the carriage sat Alice, Regina, and Leo. Alice remained silent, but was trying to compose herself. After seeing Liliana, I must first calmly ask her, don't get angry. Why did she leave without a word? Why did she go to that hotel? These are the things that need to be clarified first. Getting emotional in front of a child is not good. That's right. That's what I should do. Arriving at the door to the room, Alice grasped the handle. Then, Marius's voice came from inside, asking Liliana, are you sure it's all right not to go home? The little girl asked for his opinion. Mister, can Liliana stay at the hotel? Please. If I go home, my sisters will scold me. Marius refused. No, you ran away without saying anything. Your sisters must be worried sick right now. Liliana was very scared, waving her hands and complaining about Marius. You don't understand me at all, not one bit. My sisters are really scary. As soon as she finished speaking, the little girl quickly turned around. Then, seeing Alice standing right in front of her, the little girl froze, a small escaping her throat. Liliana softly called out, Alice. Alice was still trying to calm herself. Calm down. First ask this little one why she's here. But just as she was about to speak, Liliana cried out, Sister. Seeing Liliana hide behind Marius, Alice continued to try and compose herself. I must stay calm. Just then, Alice's voice rang out. Do you know how worried I was? As soon as the words left her mouth, Alice could no longer hold back and tears streamed down her face. Seeing Alice's tear-streaked face, Liliana paled, feeling guilty. Alice. Suddenly, Alice grabbed the little girl's hand, pulled her back, and tearfully scolded her. You ran off without a word. We were all so worried. Liliana trembled, on the verge of tears herself, but still managed to admit her mistake. I was wrong. I was wrong, Alice said, heartbroken, expressing her worry. If you go out alone and something happens, what are we supposed to do? How many times have we told you to tell us when you're going out? Liliana knew she was wrong from the start, so she sobbed, crying, Alice, I'm sorry. Please don't cry. The little girl couldn't believe it. Her sister, Alice, was crying. The sister who never showed weakness. Last time I acted on my own, Alice got hurt. Liliana's face gradually turned pale. The little girl rushed over and hugged Alice, crying, Alice. Alice scolded, why won't you listen? I don't like it when you're disobedient. But Liliana wouldn't let go. No, I love you the most, Alice. Most in the whole world. The little girl felt that everything was her fault. Andrea left because he was tired of me too. Alice, I'm sorry. If you and Regina abandoned me too because of this, what am I supposed to do? Liliana's mood became gloomy. So the little girl cried out, so don't abandon me. These words seemed to tear at Alice's heart. Alice was confused, not understanding why the little girl would say such a thing. Abandon? Abandon who? Alice truly didn't understand. Even though she's my younger sister, I've raised her with love beyond any obligation, truly and sincerely. Regina walked over to comfort Liliana. Come here, Lily. Don't cry. Alice was stunned. My sister is like my daughter. How could I possibly abandon her? Raising her with love, hasn't that given her the same sense of security as parents would? No, from the very beginning, seeing Alice still sitting on the floor, Regina became worried. Alice. Regina's eyes widened in surprise. She looked at Alice as she was now, the sister who was always strong. At this moment, Alice said to them both, let's talk about this at home. By now, dusk had fallen. The sound of sobbing echoed continuously through the house. Marius held a glass of water and reminded her, it's been 10 minutes. Liliana was undergoing a Belchian punishment, the thinking chair. The little girl refused to listen to Marius, determined to endure the punishment to the end. And Regina said, I have to sit for 15 minutes. Hearing this, he was quite surprised. The little girl drank the water, crying. Then Marius sat down beside Liliana, deciding to join her in her punishment. Then, child, I'll sit with you. Marius called out with concern, little one. He asked Liliana a question, wanting to hear the truth from the little girl. Did you really run to the hotel because you hate me marrying Alice? Liliana sadly admitted, I wanted to ask you not to marry Alice. Marius asked curiously, you hate me marrying Alice? The little girl admitted, yes, I hate it. Hearing this, he was a bit puzzled. Why? Marius quickly understood Liliana's thoughts. Because you think I'll take Alice away from you. Her thoughts exposed. The little girl was startled and became hesitant. Not wanting to be embarrassed any longer, Liliana quickly ran off. It's been 15 minutes. I want to go to the bathroom. Marius was a little disappointed. She ran away. I guess I hit a nerve. Liliana was angry. What did Marius know? Of course he guessed right. Leopold is a man of genuine feelings. If he and Regina become a couple, he's very likely to come to Televanka. But Marius is the emperor. Living in the imperial palace would make it difficult to see Alice, let alone emigrate. Liliana suddenly stopped, her heart aching. Alice is more important than anything. People often feel warmth when they speak of their mothers, but for me, it's Alice's embrace. My parents are gone, so my sisters are everything to me. If they all go their separate ways, I'll be living in a broken world, losing someone important. The experience of Andrea leaving is enough for one lifetime. Liliana lifted her head. Then she saw Regina and called out, "Regina." But Regina was talking to Leo. "Leopold, I want to ask you something seriously. Don't feel pressured, just tell me the truth." The little girl wanted to call out sister again. But just as Regina was about to speak, to voice the important decision that had stopped Liliana in her tracks, she said, "I've decided. I'm going to follow Alice and live in the Empire." Regina asked Leo directly, "While I'm staying in the Empire, is there any work I can do?" Before this, there had been a conversation where Regina asked Alice, "Tell me the truth, isn't this a political marriage? What did you trade?" But Alice tried to avoid the real reason. "This is the best choice for my career." Neither of them believed those words. Lies. Alice knew perfectly well that becoming the Empress of the Empire wouldn't help her get promoted in the Maritime Police Security Bureau. "Do you think we don't know how ambitious you are? Leaving aside your work for now, can you adapt to the Empire? From its social system and rules to its way of thinking, the Empire is completely different from us. It's a system full of discrimination. As far as I know, children, foreigners, and women are severely discriminated against there. How can you endure it alone?" Even though she knew Alice didn't seem to care about those things, Alice honestly expressed her own opinion. "I have to overcome them." Hearing this, Regina turned her head in surprise. Alice declared one thing confidently: "I will overcome them." After saying that, Alice comforted them both. "So you two don't have to worry too much." But at this moment, Regina remembered Alice's tear-streaked face. The sister who said she would overcome them was in such a state of collapse. How could I stand by and do nothing? Regina knew very well. She must have made a deal with the Emperor. It seemed that even if she died, Alice wouldn't reveal what that deal was. Regina clenched her hands, making up her mind. "I can't let the two of them go alone. I can't just watch Alice struggle alone in the Empire. And I can't bear to be separated from Liliana." With this thought, Regina told Leo, "I've decided. I'm going to follow Alice and live in the Empire. While I'm staying in the Empire, is there any work I can do?" Hearing this, Leo looked up at Regina with some surprise. Although Regina made this suggestion, she was still a little embarrassed. "I know what I'm saying sounds absurd. I understand everything, even the fact that I'm going to live in the Empire." Regina tried to explain, but Leopold quickly stopped her. "Wait, Regina." He now realized Liliana had been eavesdropping. "We better talk about this somewhere else." Regina agreed. "All right, let's go to my room." Liliana truly didn't understand what was going on. Was Regina going to the Empire too? But if she got married, she might never return to Telvanka. What about Alice? Alice would be all alone. Liliana didn't know what to do. Lying in bed, she asked her teddy bear, "Cookie, what should I do?" The little girl was truly worried. Maybe our family is going to fall apart. The next morning, at the hotel where Marius and Leopold were staying, looking out the window, Leopold recalled Regina's earlier proposal. "Is there any work I can do in the Empire while I'm there? Since I'm the sister of the soon-to-be Empress, if I go with my family, I'll be a burden to my sister, someone who knows nothing about the Empire. At the very least, I have to support myself." Leopold didn't know what to think at this point, because Telvanka was a country that valued labor. Even if you had a lot of assets, it was taken for granted that a person had a job. That's why the Belchio sisters, this prominent political family, all had jobs. But the noble women he had met before didn't work, because a noble's virtue was to do charity and care for the people with the money saved from their territory. That wasn't labor. To say he wasn't worried would be a lie, but Leopold couldn't help but smile. Then, with the thought, "I'm really glad I don't have to be separated from Regina. I must be crazy," he broke into a brilliant smile. Max, seeing Leopold like that behind him, got goosebumps. He then walked over to Marius and asked about Leopold. "He's been giggling to himself a lot lately. What's going on? It's giving me goosebumps." Marius clicked his tongue a few times in exasperation. That guy, he hasn't even had one proper relationship, and he's already head over heels for her. Marius walked over and patted Leopold on the shoulder, asking, "Hey Leopold, are you that happy to be able to go with Regina?" Hearing this, Leopold earnestly admitted, "Yes, I'm very happy." Seeing Leopold's quick response, Marius couldn't help but be surprised. "Oh, you answered that quickly." He looked at Leopold and sighed in resignation. "Someone actually likes you that much." Then he spoke thoughtfully, but from the past to the present, "The way I love someone has never been like that." Leopold was confused by these words. He looked uncomfortable. "What are you talking about? This is my first love." Seeing that Leopold didn't understand, Marius didn't bother explaining further. "It is what it is." Then Marius warned, "But if you two get married, you'll become the only nobles with influence over Telvanka, right? You and I will be connected by blood again. Don't forget our soul oath. When war breaks out between the Empire and Telvanka, the Empire will lose both its emperor and its commander-in-chief. Leopold immediately replied, I know. Marius gave a sly smile. Marius patted Leopold on the shoulder, urging him, so, I hope you and Regina become a couple. Leopold, looking at the strangely behaving Marius, couldn't understand. Marius fell into deep thought. That being said, someone like you, who knows nothing about the past, would surely find this suspicious. I know your past, so I'll support you from the side. I have no other choice. Seeing Marius about to leave, Leopold asked curiously, where are you going? Looking at the box in his hand, Marius replied, I'll deliver this to her personally. At Liliana's house, the little girl buried her face in the table, missing her friends. I miss you all so much, Francesca, Martin, Antonio, Vicky. The reason for her sadness was that she had been banned from the playground for 3 days. Several days had passed since I, Liliana, heard about Regina going to the Empire. I was feeling a bit bored. Just then, Alice appeared and scolded me to tears. She burst in, yelling, Liliana, didn't I tell you to tell me when you go out? I was startled and screamed. Today has been tiring enough, and this makes it even worse. Liliana immediately reconsidered. Being scolded by Alice like this, going to the Empire with Regina didn't seem so bad. The little girl placed her pen on the table. Anyway, I'm finished. The little girl excitedly held up the paper. She had finished writing the letter to Adrian. The paper looks a bit wrinkled, but wouldn't it be better if the 4 of us could live together? If I tell my brother that my sisters are planning to marry a stranger, maybe he'll come back and stop them. Thinking of this, Liliana couldn't help but feel happy, giggling. But the little girl was still a little worried. Will he really receive the letter and come back? The letter read, Dear brother Adrian, it's Liliana. Do you remember me? I miss you very much. I love Telvanka. Liliana went to Regina's door and shouted inside, Regina, come with me to the post office. My sisters are getting married, and you have to come live in the Empire too. The little girl didn't give up and went to Alice's door, shouting, Alice, come with me to the post office. Before she could finish, Alice opened the door and said loudly, Fine, let's go. Stop shouting. Liliana, oh, my sisters. Alice said excitedly, let's buy some treats on the way. Liliana was even happier upon hearing this. Really, Alice, will you? Alice affirmed, of course, when have I ever lied to you? Liliana smiled brightly and admitted, well, many times. Hearing this, Alice froze. Alice angrily chased after Liliana. You little rascal. The frightened little girl hurried to escape. I'm just telling the truth. Feeling wronged, she was about to open the door and run. Just then, the door slammed into the face of someone outside, and Liliana froze, dumbfounded. When she saw Marius fall to the ground with a swollen face, he complained, ow, that hurts. The little girl was startled to see it was Marius. Liliana, mister, why are you here again? At this moment, Alice also ran out and witnessed the scene. Marius hurriedly covered his face and groaned. Ah, it hurts so much. I think my nose is broken. Hearing this, Liliana's face went white. Then Marius teased her, if you blow on it for me, I think my nose will feel better. Liliana quickly fell for it, slowly approaching and asking again, blow on it. He affirmed with an But Liliana insisted on seeing Marius's face first. Let me see. Only then did he remove his hand. Seeing that Marius was perfectly fine and still teasing her, Liliana got angry. You're fine. Your hand is redder than your nose. Besides, it's my fault for hitting the door. Thinking this, the little girl blew on his hand, chanting, pain, pain, go away. Pain, pain, go away. Pain, pain, go away. Seeing how obedient the little girl was, Marius couldn't help but laugh heartily. You're amazing, little one. I don't feel any pain at all now. Liliana was proud after being praised. See, I'm super awesome. Just then, Alice came over and asked, so, what are you doing here? Marius, being questioned, immediately stood up to greet her, then asked for Regina. Hello, Amelia, is Alice home? Alice immediately denied it. No, she's not. Marius wouldn't give up, even joking, but I only came because I knew she was home. Even if you're not happy with me, don't lie. This made Alice furious. You know she's not, so why ask? Hearing this, he froze, his expression blank. Then he explained, because I want to get closer to my fiancée. Alice immediately showed a look of disgust, surprising Marius that she didn't like him at all. Liliana also wanted to drive Marius away. Alice is sleeping, go home. Hearing this, Marius shamelessly suggested, Alice is asleep. Then I'll go wake her up. The little girl refused. No, go home. Regina, inside the house, was awakened by the noise outside. Marius's teasing threats still echoed outside. If you lie, you won't grow taller. Do you want to be this short forever? The little girl was scared by these words. Regina, awakened by the noise, got up impatiently. It's too noisy. Regina walked down the stairs, Marius's voice still echoing in her ears. So you can't lie. If you lie, you won't grow taller. Do you want to be this short forever? Liliana, however, replied cheerfully, of course. Alice didn't want to hear any more of Marius's nonsense and wanted to take the little girl away. Lily, no need to answer anymore. Let's go. At this moment, Regina came out and asked what's going on. As soon as Liliana saw Regina, she happily shouted, Regina. Marius, also shamelessly, put on a bright smile and greeted her. Oh, Alice is awake. I came to deliver the engagement ring. The engagement ceremony was omitted, so I thought I'd give you the ring directly. Don't stay here. Let's go out to a luxurious place to eat and exchange rings. Alice tried to stop Regina. Regina looked down at Liliana, asking for the little girl's opinion. Lily, where are you planning to go? Do you want to go with Regina? Hearing this, the little girl was a little hesitant and uncertain. Suddenly, Alice grabbed Liliana's hand to stop her. No, she's coming with me. Alice quickly pulled Liliana away. Little one, let's go. I'll never listen to you. Regina watched them leave, saying nothing. Suddenly, Liliana turned her head and shouted, Regina. Then, not forgetting to remind her, don't play with that silly uncle for too long. Come home quickly, okay? Seeing her younger sister's concern, Alice smiled warmly. Then a playful glint appeared in her eyes. All right, I know. Be back soon. Liliana is at a restaurant, looking through the window at two people sitting opposite each other. Marius hands a contract to Alice. The content states, the marriage period is 10 years, starting from the date of the national wedding ceremony in the Empire. He says, take a look at the document. You'll find the compensation terms and included benefits. After reading it, Alice wants Marius to add a condition. Healing using divine power. Add another clause. Marius asks curiously, what is it? Alice states her condition. My sister, Regina, is a scholar. She says she could try many methods through magic. Therefore, please arrange for a magician with power equivalent to the Magic Tower Master to research and treat Liliana's illness. Marius can't make a decision on this matter. I'm afraid I'll have to discuss this privately with Francois Castle. Alice agrees, all right. Also, during the marriage period, it needs to be clearly stated that my family can visit and stay at any time without needing anyone's permission or consent. Marius, impressed, replies, as expected, you're formidable. I'll make it happen. Anything else? Alice reviews the entire document. She checks it over and over, but can't find anything else to point out. Then, she looks up and asks Marius, what about your majesty? He looks perplexed. Alice asks for Marius's input. Do you have anything to add, your majesty? He's momentarily surprised and speechless. Then he slaps his thigh, thinking awkwardly. His expression is slightly unnatural. He then laughs at Alice. What more could I possibly ask for? Alice clicks her tongue in response. Marius feels offended. Did you just TSK at me? That's too much. Alice sighs in exasperation. Marius smiles, thinking to himself, what do I want? Actually, I don't know what I truly want. Back with Liliana, Alice is persistently pleading, come on, please. If you finish it all, I'll buy you a mango pudding. But the little girl refuses, shouting, I don't like it. I don't want mango pudding. She grumbles inwardly. I've been tricked again, fooled by Alice again. I sent a letter to Adrian, then came out with Alice because she said she'd buy me snacks. Why is Francois here again? Did Amelia call him? Alice tries to entice Liliana. I'll buy you jelly, and I'll give you a no bell pepper coupon. The little girl seems swayed, blushing slightly. Then, buy me one. Alice immediately UPS the ante. Two then. I'll always buy you two. Liliana seizes the opportunity, holding up 4 fingers. 4. The two sisters quickly reach an agreement. Francois asks Liliana cheerfully, are you done talking, little Mississippi? The little girl corrects him uncomfortably. I'm not a little miss. Francois suggests, then, for now on, can I call you Liliana? Hearing his question, Liliana can't help but marvel inwardly. He's really eloquent. His responses are so quick and perceptive beyond imagination because the plot is vastly different from the original. Maybe Francois isn't as scary as I thought. Liliana was still a little wary of Francois. Because of his madness, I'm still scared. The little girl hesitantly agreed, but, okay, call me Liliana. Hearing this, he quickly replied, okay, Liliana. Francois rested his chin in one hand, his handsome face gazing at the little girl. Then he asked Liliana, "Do you think I'm scary?" Hearing this, the little girl's expression immediately changed. Liliana became very embarrassed. She hurriedly denied it. "No, I'm not scared." The little girl worried to herself. Did he realize I'm scared of him? Alice, sitting next to her, reminded her of the proper way to address him, not to call him Aki. Alice quickly teased Francois. "If you'd caused trouble in your younger days, you'd probably have a daughter the same age as my little one by now." After being teased by Alice, he turned to Liliana. "After the potion is made, you have to drink it within an hour. Even if it tastes awful, you have to endure it and drink it all." The little girl thought smugly, "You underestimate me. But he's so casual talking to my sister. What's their relationship?" Francois pushed the glass of water towards Liliana. Seeing the terrifying color of the water, the little girl's hair stood on end. "Ugh, I still don't want to drink it. The taste is too awful." The little girl hesitated. Should I tell her I won't eat pudding or jelly anymore, so I don't have to drink this? The little girl really didn't understand why she had to drink this. Suddenly, something touched Liliana's hand. Seeing this, the little girl slowly opened her eyes. The little girl's eyes widened in surprise. Wow. Seeing the little bear in front of her, Liliana became excited. So cute. Francois offered the little girl a condition. "If Liliana tries her best and drinks all the potion, I'll give you this doll." The little girl asked back, "Really? Really?" Francois affirmed, "Of course." Liliana's eyes sparkled as she held the little bear in her hand. "If I finish this whole drink, this little guy is mine." The little girl hugged the little bear tightly, then excitedly shouted, "I can drink it all." Alice, who was next to her, also happily praised, "My little one is a big girl now." Francois also chimed in, "That's right, our Liliana is a very brave child." After finishing the drink, Liliana had just returned home when she was stunned by Regina's words. "Lily Amelia, come here. You're just in time." Regina continued, "Lily already knows her, right? Let me introduce you. This is Brother Leopold. He's the one who saved Liliana at the amusement park before." Regina announced in front of everyone, "And from now on, I'm going to date Leopold." Liliana was happily returning home after receiving jelly. But when Regina said she was going to date Leopold, Alice was stunned, unable to believe her ears. "Congratulations. But why so suddenly?" Liliana, who was beside them, exclaimed excitedly, "Wow." In addition, Regina announced another important matter. "Therefore, I'm also going to the Empire with Leopold." She continued to deliver this shocking declaration. It seemed their older sister knew everything, so she was now very exasperated. Alice and Liliana stood there frozen like statues. The little girl looked at Regina worriedly, then saw Regina start to speak. "Regina Belchio." Alice yelled as if she had gone mad. "Are you crazy?" Faced with this harsh rebuke, Regina simply replied softly, "Alice, lower your voice. I'm not deaf." The shouting made Leopold look at Regina with concern. Alice continued to press. "Why are you suddenly going to the Empire? Tell me the truth." Regina gave a partial reason. "Because I don't like long-distance relationships. Leopold is a good man, and I want to see him often. Anyway, let me introduce my new boyfriend." Leopold spoke shyly. "I still have many shortcomings. I hope everyone will take care of me." Suddenly, Alice rushed over and grabbed Regina's hand, then said, Let's talk." Regina's eyes were unusually firm, unwilling to listen. "I don't want to." Seeing that look, Alice was startled. Alice didn't want to bother anymore, so she turned around. "Fine, whatever, do as you please." The sound of the door slamming shut startled Liliana. Regina also remained silent, saying nothing. Then, Regina walked over and, to change the subject, asked Liliana, "Little one, that's the first time I've seen that doll. Did Alice buy it for you?" The little girl blushed and denied it. "No, a handsome uncle gave it to me." Still somewhat in disbelief, the little girl looked up and asked again, "But Regina, are you really dating Uncle Leopold?" Regina smiled and admitted, "That's right. The little one likes Uncle Leopold too, right?" Liliana admitted a little shyly, I like him. Regina's previous boyfriends were all coachmen with horse dung for brains, so I'm very happy to see her with Leopold. If it's Leopold, even if he finds out about Regina's secret, he won't let her get hurt." Alice, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, "Are you two serious?" Regina affirmed seriously, yes, I'm serious. Liliana then remembered and asked, Regina, then you won't be coming back to Telewanka with me. Leopold asked curiously, does Liliana want to stay in Telewanka? Hearing this, the little girl said. Liliana could see that Alice was very sad. Then, the little girl saw the ring on Alice's ring finger, and her mood immediately plummeted. Liliana no longer knew what she wanted, so she said evasively, I'm going to bed now. This is pointless. I want to stay in Telewanka, of course. The climate is warm. There are beautiful beaches everywhere, juicy and cheap lemons. My friends are here, and my family memories are here too. Lying in bed, Liliana asked her teddy bear, if I were an adult, I could say something to my sisters, right, Mr. Jelly? The little girl hugged her teddy bear and shed tears. It's 10 years until I grow up. I have to sleep for about 3,650 nights. Not 100 nights, but more than 3,000 nights before I reach the morning of adulthood. Alice was sleeping when she was woken by the light. She immediately covered her face with the blanket. What is this light? At that moment, Alice's mind went blank. Light! Alice screamed. My messy room is curtains. Where is this? Then, a voice rang out beside her. You're awake. Hearing the voice, Alice froze. Turning her head, she was surprised to find Francois sitting leisurely, drinking his morning tea. What's going on? What happened? Francois, seeing that Alice seemed to have no memory of the previous night, asked awkwardly, what's wrong? Don't you remember? Alice was also helpless. If I remembered, would I be like this? She tried hard to recall. Amelia, after leaving home yesterday, we drank like hooligans together. Alice's mind was a blank. Then she succinctly concluded, whatever happened, let's pretend it didn't. Francois, hearing these words, burned with anger. That's easy for you to say. Do you just prefer a simple life? Alice called out uncomfortably. Then what do you want? Do you want compensation or for me to take responsibility? He replied, take responsibility, of course. Alice was momentarily speechless. Hearing this, Francois took out a blood-stained shirt and placed it in front of Alice. Alice picked up the shirt, her face full of confusion. Then Francois demanded compensation for the shirt, a shirt made of high-grade silk, worth 15 gold coins. A disgusted expression crossed Francois's face as he recalled the previous scene. You were dizzy, and then you grabbed me and threw up. It was truly disgusting. Hearing this, Alice grinned. Then, tossing the shirt back to Francois, she said, well, if that's the case, why didn't you say so sooner? Why hesitate? I'll compensate you 16 gold coins, with interest. Alice secretly rejoiced that nothing else had happened. Francois sighed el plesli. Then he said, the Emperor contacted me, saying he can help maintain your sister's health for the next 10 years. Even Francois could see that the relationship between Regina and Marius wasn't born out of true love. The Emperor and your sister. No matter how you look at it, it's a marriage of convenience. Alice didn't hide it, admitting frankly, I know. You can see it too. My sister will face many difficulties in securing her position in the empire, right? Isn't it obvious? A woman not born of royalty or nobility becoming empress. Will the empire's nobles let her have her way? Let her succeed. Alice continued, I'm a stubborn person. No matter how much I try to dissuade her, I can't change her decision. If it concerns Liliana's health, it's even harder. Francois, hearing this, could only sigh, you've truly chosen a difficult path. Alice wanted to say more. It's not that I don't understand. But she stopped when she saw Francois take out a pill and swallow it in one gulp. Francois was utterly exhausted. This damn pill isn't much use. But even so, it's the best I can offer right now. But suddenly, Francois proposed, let's sign a similar contract. Alice was bewildered by this sudden proposal. Francois stood up, putting forward a highly attractive contract term. I will help you and your sister. 10 years later, you will help me in return. Alice was puzzled. 10 years later. Help you with what? Suddenly, Alice realized something with shock. Francois gave a sly smile. Just a few more years of patience. As for the rest, you'll naturally know when the time comes. To achieve that step, prior preparation is crucial. Adrian's letter was sent to Liliana. I heard about the marriage, but it's your life. I can't interfere. The letter is on the table. It continues, life is busy here, so it's inconvenient for me to visit you. Lie well there. I'll visit the Empire sometime, and we'll see each other then. After reading the letter, Liliana's eyes were swollen, making Marius ask worriedly, are you crying? Liliana tried to argue. No, I'm not crying. I'm not a child. He said, perplexed, you say that, but you are a child. Liliana still refused to admit it. I'm not. I've grown up. I'm past the age of crying. Marius laughed. Haha, all right. The little girl's eyes were so swollen, she could barely see. Today is the day of Regina and Marius's first public appearance. Just then, I received Adrian's reply. He didn't leave me any message. Marius asked, "Are the preparations going smoothly?" Regina replied happily, "We're only planning to take some clothes and a few important things. Our friends have decided to look after the house for us." He not only offered empty words, but also gave his sisters a cold reply. Hearing this, Marius suggested, "I'll send an escort along the way, so don't worry. Prepare everything thoroughly. That way, it will be easier for Alice when she arrives in the Empire." Liliana blamed her brother. "You really abandoned me." Suddenly, Leopold brought a plate of food and urged Liliana, "Eat this." Liliana took the food sadly, thinking, "No one can stop my sisters anymore. Thank you so much." Thinking about this, I felt so incredibly sad that I couldn't help but burst into tears. Even so, the shrimp was still delicious. Liliana suddenly looked to the side. Then, seeing Alice's seat was empty, she asked, puzzled, "Isn't Alice coming with us?" Regina, hearing this, didn't know how to answer. Regina turned and said, "If Amelia is willing, then we'll go together." Liliana asked curiously, "Can we stay together forever?" Regina immediately replied, "If Amelia is willing." Hearing this, Liliana felt gloomy. Amelia hasn't been home for days. Is she willing? The little girl objected, "I don't want to go anywhere either." Suddenly, Marius jumped in, interrupting, "Kid, are you afraid I'll steal your sister? Is that why you're acting like this?" Liliana was provoked and retorted angrily, "No, it's because Liliana likes home. I don't like saying goodbye to my friends." Leopold, hearing this, naively suggested, "You can make new friends in the Empire. My family also has a boy the same age as Liliana." The little girl sadly refused. "He's not Francesca or Antonio. I want to go to the amusement park with Antonio." Seeing the little girl so upset, Regina offered a suggestion. "Lily, were you crying just now because you missed Antonio? How about we go see Antonio later?" Liliana, seeing that Regina didn't understand, said angrily, "Silly sister, you don't understand me at all." But not liking to say goodbye to friends is true. Liliana admitted, "I don't like saying goodbye to Antonio. We're very good friends. I miss Francesca, Vicky, and Martina every day." With a dejected expression, the little girl said, "Sister, don't get married." Regina was startled by these words. Liliana herself was also unexpectedly startled. The little girl was worried. "Oh no, I'll let it slip. Liliana is so heartbroken. Alice will hate me too." Marius broke the tense silence. "It's really sad to say goodbye to your friends, isn't it?" The little girl's tears couldn't be held back any longer. Marius tried to persuade Liliana. "Even so, there are many interesting things in the Empire. Can Liliana wait until that day comes?" The little girl was a bit embarrassed now, as Marius was on her side. Looking at Marius's face now, Liliana made up her mind, her face serious. "Every time we meet, he makes fun of me. He's a dangerous tyrant." But Marius asked sadly, "Because I tease Liliana every day, you don't like me?" Liliana denied it. "It's not like that. Anyway, I still prefer Uncle Leopold." Hearing this, he could only sigh. "That's so sad. I also know he's a good person." Now Marius kept trying to persuade Liliana. "If you come to the Empire, I'll give you delicious food every day, beautiful clothes, and buy you mountains of toys. On your birthday, I'll let you watch fireworks, experience magic suddenly." Marius came up with an idea. "Uncle Leopold will carry you on his back and play hide-and-seek every day." Leopold, suddenly dragged into the conversation, was dumbfounded, his face blank. "Me, huh?" Marius brought out another enticing offer to try and win Liliana over. "You don't know how fun horseback riding is, do you? Uncle Leopold is so tall, you'll love it." The little girl seemed to be attracted by this, asking back, "Really?" Marius affirmed, "Of course." Finally, the little girl agreed. "Okay, then I'll come and stay for 100 nights." Marius bargained, "Not 100, how about 200 nights? Liliana hesitated a bit. 200 nights is a bit much, but okay, 200 nights, all right, you promise to stay at my house. You know, the little girl affirmed happily, "I know, I will absolutely not betray my sisters because of bribes. I'm doing this because I think it's good for everyone. I'm telling the truth, I will absolutely not accept bribes." Then, the day before leaving for the Empire, a boy was crying sadly. Liliana comforted her friend. "Don't cry, Antonio. Even if we're apart, we'll always be friends." The boy was still reluctant. "But if you leave, I won't be able to see you anymore." Antonio came to find me as soon as he heard I was leaving. Liliana was also sad to leave her friend. "Yeah, but people can't always live as they please." The boy was still very sad about his friend's departure. "Even so, I still want to play with Liliana every day." Liliana echoed his sentiment. "Me too. I want to play with Antonio every day. But at this moment, the little girl looked up at the blue sky, biting her lips sadly. Liliana's eyes lit up. Then she stood up happily and said to the boy, "Aren't we best friends? Even if I go there, I can just write letters, right?" The boy's red and swollen eyes asked back in disbelief, "Really? Will you really write?" Liliana replied with certainty, "Really?" The boy kept sobbing. Then he reached out to Liliana, asking for a promise, then promise. Liliana happily replied, "Okay, I promise." Together they said, "Oh, wise spirit of the lemon tree, may our friendship last forever." After bowing, the two children looked at each other and smiled brightly, like innocent children. Before Liliana left, the boy didn't forget to chase after her and shout, "Liliana, you promised. Even if we're apart, we're still best friends." You know, now the little girl has to leave her familiar place with endless regret. I said I would write to Antonio every day, so everything will be all right. Liliana looked out the window with an unhappy expression. Sadness was evident in the little girl's eyes. The blue sea surface rippled, meeting the horizon. Tall lemon and olive trees lined the road, along with beautiful houses built of white bricks. Travanka, my beloved hometown. Now I'm leaving, and I don't know when I'll be back. Will I forget the familiar scenery from my 6-year-old memories when I grow up? Although Liliana felt very scared, she bid farewell to the land she had been attached to since birth. Goodbye, Travanka. The whole family boarded the ship and set off. In the cabin, Alice asked Liliana with concern, "Lily, aren't you hungry?" The little girl replied happily, "I think I'm a little hungry." Alice said, "It's almost lunchtime. Just be patient a little longer." You know, at this time Liliana was covering her 2 teddy bears with a blanket. The little girl felt bored, so she asked Alice for her opinion. "So, while we're waiting, can I go out and look around?" Alice agreed, but also reminded her, "Don't go too far and don't go to unfamiliar places without permission." The little girl happily replied after getting permission. Okay. Liliana came to the side of the ship and watched her hometown's land getting further and further away, her heart filled with attachment. Travanka, the little girl's eyes became sad. She remembered Amelia, right? We left without saying goodbye to Amelia. The little girl gripped the railing tightly, her heart full of longing. I miss her so much. Does Amelia miss me too? I didn't expect Amelia to avoid me, just because I was angry with Alice and Regina. If I had known this would happen, I would have brought Cookie with me. At times like these, when I feel lonely, I would hold Cookie in my arms. While she was lost in thought and memories, Amelia suddenly stood beside her with a helpless expression. "Little one, are you sad about leaving home?" Liliana wiped away her tears and replied, I prefer my home." Suddenly, the little girl realized something was wrong. So she stopped, then turned around in surprise, and saw Amelia also on the ship. "Amelia?" Amelia replied happily, "Long time no see." Liliana's face was full of confusion and shock. "Sister." The little one was very surprised. "When did you get on the ship?" "Before." "Why are you here?" The little girl seemed unable to hold back her tears any longer and immediately hugged Amelia, crying loudly, "Amelia, I miss you." Amelia felt Liliana's longing, patted the little girl's head, and replied, "Did you miss me that much? Have you been doing well without me?" Now that the sisters were reunited, the little girl no longer cared about anything around her. Everything was fine. It was so good to see Amelia like this. At this time, Alice also came out and was surprised to see Amelia. "Amelia, how did you get on board?" Amelia replied with a bright smile, "From now on, I'll be working in the Empire too. I've resigned and applied to be the Magic Tower Master's assistant, so I got special permission to board the ship." Alice was startled by these words, wondering what was going on. Seeing Alice's apprehensive look, Liliana fearfully clung to Amelia. Amelia looked happily at her 2 younger sisters. "Even in the Empire, I'll be living with my family, right?" Listening to her, Liliana couldn't quite grasp the situation. She was happy that Amelia could come with them, but what was really happening? Suddenly, Amelia asked, "Or do you hate living with me?" Enveloped by this heavy atmosphere, Liliana could only cry loudly. Even before reaching the Empire, the mood between the sisters had already become gloomy. The little girl couldn't hold back any longer, remembering her bright and cheerful friend Antonio. "Dear Antonio, I miss you too. Lily, take me back to Travanka." Before that, in the office, the manager asked Amelia in bewilderment, "Do you also have to go to the Empire?" This is a significant loss for Travanka. You could have just taken a long leave. How long are you planning to stay there? You're actually submitting a resignation letter. Hearing the incessant questions, Amelia could only sigh helplessly. And after much consideration, I admit I was worried about letting my sisters and my child leave alone. The manager agreed that this was indeed the case. Alice's marriage is definitely political, and Regina is going to help her. Actually, Amelia completely understands all of Regina's decisions. Amelia smiled wryly, cursing inwardly. You fool, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Regina considered herself decisive, but she didn't realize how difficult it would be to fall in love with someone from a different status and culture. Amelia sighed, thinking, was I too careless before? Amelia said excitedly to the manager, even so, isn't it better that I can transfer to a better workplace? The manager was happy for her. That's really fortunate. The manager encouraged Amelia, then go there and learn all their impressive techniques. Amelia immediately showed a cunning expression. Of course I will. I'll squeeze as much benefit as I can from the Empire. Just you wait. The two of them were completely in sync when it came to seizing every advantage. Tomorrow morning, the two older sisters and their little sister would board the ship and leave Travanca. Amelia recalled Francois's sinister face at the time, thinking to herself, Francois' castle. What do you really want from me? But I'll show you how dark our hearts can be. I'll completely control you. Finally, Liliana's family arrived in the Empire. The little girl looked around, exclaiming, wow. Her face was pressed excitedly against the carriage window. Ah. Alice worriedly stopped Liliana from doing anything dangerous. Liliana, that's dangerous. Sit properly. Marius folded his arms smugly and coughed. Liliana's eyes widened in surprise. So, this is the Empire. It was completely different from Travanca. From its 6-story buildings, rare in her hometown, to the magnificent architectural decorations, to the people wearing strange clothes. Everything was so amazing. After a week of travel, we finally arrived in the Empire. There was the carriage with Amelia and Marius, and the carriage with Amelia, Regina, and Leopold. Life on the ship was so boring, I really wanted to go back immediately, but after arriving, it didn't feel bad at all. At that moment, Liliana glanced at her worried older sister, Alice. Of course, perhaps Alice didn't feel that way. The day Amelia appeared, Regina and Amelia had a big fight. Before that, Regina had advised Amelia, go back to Travanca as soon as you arrive in the Empire. Your specialty is researching supernatural abilities. How can you switch to studying magic in a magic tower? Amelia retorted, I should be the one saying that to you. Are you seriously planning to have a relationship with someone you haven't even been on a proper date with? You're even going to immigrate to the Empire. Who's the crazy one here? Regina awkwardly admitted, I like Leopold. I truly like him and don't want to lose him. Besides, life in the Empire won't be easy. How can Alice take care of Liliana all by herself? Liliana's health isn't good either. Hearing this, Amelia confessed, that's why I'm going with you. Liliana, hiding in the corner, heard everything. While playing hide-and-seek with Marius and Leopold, I didn't expect to overhear Regina's words and feel so heartbroken. Regina kept persuading Amelia, I'll take care of Liliana. Go back and do the research you've always done. Amelia, don't you like research? Please. This made Amelia very annoyed. Then she loudly scolded Regina. That's ridiculous. I'm going abroad to study to learn more diverse knowledge. Because I wanted to research the intertwined skills of divine power and magic for a long time. Now, I just want to unravel that mystery. So stop making useless assumptions. Regina desperately cried out, Amelia. At that time, Regina cried, and Liliana couldn't help but shed tears too. Me too. I know my sisters love me, but I can't do anything except feel uneasy all the time. Maybe everyone feels troubled or uneasy because of me. Liliana thought sadly, I also want a mother and a brother. That night, I couldn't think of anything. Even so, Leopold still let me ride his horse. Marius also played with me and comforted me, so I felt much better. Leopold and I became good friends. Seeing Liliana so excited, Marius immediately stopped her. No, look. This child can't sit still. He rushed over and hugged her, this little one. The two joked with each other. All right, isn't the view clearer now that you're sitting like this? Marius and Liliana looked outside and chatted. It's great, right? The little girl happily replied, yes, it's amazing. Marius then asked for her opinion. Coming to the Empire was a wise choice, right? Liliana didn't admit it immediately, but wanted to see his expression. That depends on how well you treat me. You call me Chestnut every day. Marius admitted, but I'm telling the truth. Liliana was happy at first, but then was teased again, so she angrily didn't want to play anymore. I'm not talking to you anymore. Just like that, their laughter echoed throughout the journey. Liliana crossed her arms and pouted. Suddenly, Marius called out to Liliana, reminding her, little one, when we're outside the carriage, you need to call me your majesty or brother-in-law. understand? The little girl asked in confusion. Huh? What are you suddenly saying? Liliana looked out the window, her eyes immediately lighting up. Looking at the magnificent palace before her, Liliana couldn't help but exclaim, wow, oh my gosh, I'm going to live here from now on. Before getting out of the carriage, Marius didn't forget to remind Liliana again, brother-in-law, call me brother-in-law, really just call me that, okay? This time, the little girl blushed and retorted, honestly, do you think Liliana doesn't know? Of course, I have to call you that. Marius was about to turn around to remind Alice and Regina, but Alice quickly replied, don't worry. Seeing Alice's understanding, Marius was very satisfied. Then he reached out and happily took Alice's hand. That's right, I was worrying for nothing. The carriage door opened. Alice stepped out. She was immediately scrutinized by the nobles, making Liliana too afraid to follow her. The little girl trembled all over, not daring to look directly at them. It's so scary. Liliana looked at her two sisters, worried for them. Isn't this vigilance and hostility? Even a child like me can feel it. At this moment, Leopold came to greet them. Welcome to the Bedak Empire. Liliana found the accent here a bit difficult to understand, and because of the different intonation, it was very hard to comprehend. Liliana looked up at Leopold gratefully. Marius and Leopold have always been very considerate of us. At this moment, Alice lowered her head and then bowed in response to Leopold's greeting. Thank you for welcoming us. Please take care of us from now on. Extremely frightened, Liliana clung to her sister's back in disbelief. What should I do? Are my sisters and I really going to live in this place? Can we continue to live here? At this moment, the three sisters stepped forward, shielding Liliana behind them, blocking the malicious gazes. Liliana was moved to tears. At this moment, Marius stepped forward and welcomed them. Alice and my sisters-in-law, welcome. Welcome to the Empire. Afterward, Liliana was taken to a building to reside. Suddenly, a scream came from inside. Ah, Liliana asked with a frightened face. Who is it? The two maids Marius had sent to take care of Liliana were bowing to her. Hello, nice to meet you. We are Mary and Joe, the maids in charge of serving Miss Liliana. The little girl was flustered, experiencing such treatment for the first time. Serve me. The two maids replied affirmatively, yes. If you have any needs, please feel free to tell us, such as unpacking your luggage or organizing your things. Liliana hesitantly refused. I can do these things myself. Then she said awkwardly, you can go and see my sister Amelia. The maids replied happily, Miss Amelia already has other maids attending to her. Liliana still felt uncomfortable with this situation. Even so, seeing that she wanted to refuse, the maids quickly said, this is our job. Miss, please sit down and rest. You must be tired after such a long journey. Hearing this, the little girl closed her eyes tightly. This is Lip Palace. From today onwards, my sisters and I will live here. In Travanka, we had a housekeeper, but no maid, so I don't know when I'll get used to this kind of life. If I don't unpack, I'll have nothing to do. So I'll go see what my sisters are doing. Alice is unpacking her luggage with the maids. Alice instructed the maid, please put it by the window. Yes, Miss Alice, the maid replied. Regina was greeting the maids assigned to her with a smile. As for Amelia, seeing the maid trying to touch her books, she stopped them. Wait, I'll organize my books and documents myself. Don't touch them. I won't be staying long anyway. The maid looked curious. Are you going home soon? Mississippi Amelia denied it. No, I'll find a house and move out. I can't go to work every day and then come back to the Imperial Palace. Can I? Hearing this, the two maids exchanged puzzled glances. Work. Amelia confirmed as she organized her documents. Yes, I have to work. Then she told the two maids, so you don't need to attend to me. I'll tidy up the room myself. Don't touch anything in this room, understand? Liliana heard everything from outside. It's really hard to fit in here. So, once again, I quietly closed the door. Liliana looked at her bear and sighed boredly. Sigh. No one plays with Liliana except Coochie. The little girl ran around, asking her bear Coochie, where should we go play? Liliana was very bored. I want to play on the swings. I guess there's no playground in the Imperial Palace, right? No seesaw, no swings, and no white sandy beach. Sigh, as expected, only those things. Just then, the little girl suddenly stopped. Then she decided happily, okay, I'm going to explore the Imperial Palace. As soon as she arrived at a place, she cried out in surprise, wow. Liliana sat down by a flower bed, touched the flowers, and asked her bear, Jelly should see this too, right Coochie? She was very curious and wanted to explore. This is the first time I've seen this kind of flower. What kind of flower is this? It smells so good. Just then, a person appeared behind her. Leopold walked over and explained to Liliana about the flower she was curious about. These are tulips, a flower that doesn't exist in Travanca. She was happy to see Leopold appear. Uncle Leopold. Liliana ran over and hugged Leopold, expressing her affection. I missed you. Did you miss Liliana? Leopold replied happily. I missed you too. Even if it wasn't for this, I would have come to find you. You must be bored, right? I saw you alone here. Liliana blushed and nodded. My sisters are all busy, so no one plays with Lily. But why did you come to find Lily? Leopold explained, my younger brother is also bored, so I thought it would be better for you two to play together. The little girl was very curious after hearing this. Younger brother. Leopold affirmed, yes, younger brother. The same age as Liliana. Liliana's eyes lit up when she heard they were the same age. The same age. The same age. Then he's a friend. I've been so lonely, with no children my age to play with. She curiously followed behind Leopold and asked, what kind of child is he? Since he's Leopold's younger brother, will he be dull like a potato? Or, just then, Liliana saw the boy's face and stared, transfixed. Wow, so pretty. This is the first time I've seen a child prettier than Antonio. That child is Leopold's younger brother. Leopold reminded the boy, Edgar, go say hello. This is Liliana Burujo. Edgar walked closer step by step, and Liliana watched, mesmerized, as he looked like a little angel from painting. The boy's gaze swept sharply, and he watched the handshake between Leopold and Liliana, his focus so intense that I couldn't take my eyes off him. Captivated by Edgar's beauty and his clear blue eyes, Liliana greeted him amiably. Hello, I'm Liliana. I hope we get along. Unexpectedly, Edgar was incredibly rude, calling her a newcomer. He then swatted Liliana's hand away from Leopold's. I won't be friends with you. Edgar yelled. Don't pretend to be close to me, Pumpkinhead. 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 The words stung Liliana's pride. Flustered, she thought, What did I just hear? Pumpkinhead. Not be friends with me. Why? She remembered how everyone had always welcomed her so warmly. Liliana, you're so great. You're the best. Let's play together every day. None of her friends in the lemon, olive, grape, and pomegranate classes at the public kindergarten had ever disliked her. Someone like her disliked. Witnessing the scene, Leopold's face paled in shock. He tried to explain to Liliana, Edgar is just joking. Edgar, you can't say that to your friend. Edgar repeated unhappily, so you want me to lie? What can I do if I don't want to be friends? Liliana's pride seemed deeply wounded. Tearing up, she looked at Leopold and cried, Uncle, am I ugly? Is that why he doesn't want to be friends with me? Leopold tried to reason. No, Liliana is very cute. Everyone wants to be friends with you. The little girl refused to believe him. You're stuttering. This is too much. This is the first time I've been insulted like this. Leopold called out worriedly, Liliana. Liliana lifted her indignant face, fuming inwardly at Edgar. Who do you think you are? What makes you so great that you don't want to be friends with me? What did I ever do to you? Edgar, not wanting to look at Liliana anymore, clicked his tongue in annoyance and turned away. Tears streamed down Liliana's face as she silently apologized. Sisters, I'm sorry. I was supposed to make friends and get along, but I can't. I can't get along. And with that, Liliana immediately switched to fierce mode. You asparagus. What do you want? The word echoed in Edgar's ears, throwing him off guard. Asparagus. What? Liliana immediately retorted, You're like seaweed floating on the ocean. Edgar grew more and more shocked. Seaweed. That's right, seaweed, blah, blah, blah. Angered, Edgar shot back, no. You're the seaweed. You arrogant thing. The boy lunged forward, attempting to fight Liliana, but Leopold stopped him. Edgar, calm down. Unable to argue back, Edgar complained to his older brother. He called me seaweed. Seeing Liliana's uncooperative attitude, Edgar grew even angrier. Stop copying me, he warned. But the little girl didn't listen, continuing to antagonize him. Stop copying me. Asparagus. Seaweed. I'm leaving. Edgar struggled free of Leopold's grasp. Let go. I'm going to beat that Pumpkinhead to a pulp today. You just stay there, Pumpkinhead. Liliana wasn't foolish enough to comply. She quickly ran away. You think I'll stay just because you told me to, dummy. She felt incredibly proud of herself for outsmarting the arrogant little brat. You're still wet behind the ears. You should have befriended me when I invited you. We won't have another chance to meet. She hummed happily as she walked. But then Edgar was brought before Liliana's sisters by Leopold. Seeing the boy's twisted face, Leopold reminded him, Edgar, say hello. This is Alice, who'll be marrying me. Sitting next to her is her younger sister, Rosina. I heard Amelia went to the magic tower, and and it seems she really did. Liliana, seeing Edgar's face again, was equally surprised. And this is Liliana. She became flustered. The world really doesn't work the way I thought it would. Marius, finding the atmosphere too heavy, asked in confusion. Then he asked, do you two already know each other? Just a few hours apart, and now reunited with a pair of seaweeds. In the end, both parties quickly headed towards the dining table. Leopold was very attentive as he took Regina's plate of meat. Blushing, he said, let me cut it for you. Regina, pleased and grateful, replied, oh, thank you. Seeing the two of them, Marius also intended to follow suit, reaching out and offering, let me cut yours too. But Amelia quickly and bluntly refused. No need. Being rejected so directly made Marius feel dejected. How cold, refusing me so decisively. What can I do? I'll just switch plates with Liliana. The little girl quickly replied, yes, your majesty. Edgar felt frustrated at this point. He looked down at the meat on his plate, having to cut it himself while someone was cutting Liliana's meat for her. The little girl happily thanked him. Wow, thank you, Uncle. Edgar's sharp gaze caught Liliana's attention. The little girl didn't understand what had suddenly gotten into him. At this moment, Marius raised his glass and congratulated everyone on their long journey. You must be tired. Don't think about anything this week. Have fun, relax, and enjoy yourselves. Hearing this, Regina happily agreed. I agree. At this time, everyone was wondering why Amelia had gone to the magic tower so quickly. She should have stayed a bit longer. That's what I'm saying. Liliana was about to stab a tomato with her fork when it slipped. The tomato rolled over to Edgar. She went to retrieve it, really, when suddenly the boy teased, can't even pick that up. You pumpkin head. Hearing this, Liliana retorted what? It was just a little mistake. Edgar, annoyed at being teased back, scolded, you make mistakes too often. Edgar picked up the tomato and threw it hard at Liliana, startling her. Ouch! Food splattered on her clothes, making her regretful. My beloved dress. Seeing this, Edgar gloated triumphantly. Sorry, I made a little mistake too. The little girl was angered by these words. Then she picked up a tomato and threw it hard at Edgar, but the boy quickly dodged. Edgar even provoked her. What are you doing? Liliana was furious. Why didn't a single one hit you? Annoying jerk. At this moment, she caught a glimpse of Leopold's exasperated look. She immediately felt embarrassed. No, if I let that seaweed get to me, I'll lose. Clear your mind. Inner peace. Just then, his toe touched Liliana's dress. She was calming herself down. Then Edgar disappeared. Quickly lowering her head, she saw the boy making faces at her, making her furious. Edgar, I hate you so much. Liliana yelled, venting her frustration. Regina, who was eating, noticed the outburst and cautioned, that's too much, Liliana. Edgar is just trying to be friendly. Alice also chimed in. Yes, that boy is very polite and kind to us. Liliana tried to explain to her sisters. He's only like that to you too. She recounted Edgar's misdeeds. He called me spinach and corn. Her sisters didn't seem to mind. Instead, they said cheerfully, but they're cute and delicious. What's wrong with that? Liliana denied angrily. They're not cute or delicious at all. She truly disliked seeing Edgar. Every time they met these days, he glared at her, and their last meal together was a disaster. It had ended in a complete mess. Liliana truly couldn't understand. He's Leopold's brother. Why is he so mean? Hearing this, Regina explained. To be precise, he's his half-brother. Liliana was puzzled. Half-brother. Regina confirmed, that's right. Then she elaborated, Marius and Edgar are the sons of Leopold's uncle and the emperor's aunt. After hearing the explanation, the little girl understood. Oh, I see. But why is he at the imperial palace? Regina continued to explain, that child lives back and forth between the imperial palace and Leopold's home. Since Leopold and the emperor have returned from Travanca, he'll be staying here for a while. Hearing this, Liliana felt bored and tired. Just then, Alice made a new discovery. Speaking of which, Edgar's surname is different from Leopold's. What's wrong with you? Oh, about that, Regina explained. After Leopold's father inherited the title of Duke Walter of Hine, Edgar's father, Leopold's father's younger brother, married Princess Elizabeth and received the title of Lintlenu. The surname changed from then on. Alice, after listening, suddenly realized, so that's how it is. I heard he lost his parents when he was young. Growing up among his brothers must have been difficult for him. Liliana, who was about to eat, stopped. The little girl's eyes widened. She asked her sisters again. Edgar doesn't have parents either. Alice awkwardly admitted yes. Edgar lost his parents when he was young, too. That child has suffered a lot, so don't let on that you know about this, okay? After listening, Liliana agreed and continued eating her cake, so that's how it is. After that quarrel in the dining room, I occasionally bumped into Edgar. Come to think of it, he always clings to Leopold, and every time I show up, he glares at me as if he's afraid I'll steal his most precious toy. At this moment, Liliana was a little puzzled, but Marius is also his brother. Why does he always follow Leopold around? Liliana's eyes lit up, and then she said to her two sisters, I grew up with my sisters, and I don't feel like it was hard at all. Alice, who was about to pick up her teacup to drink, stopped. Alice looked at Liliana in surprise. The little girl said it again. Liliana is very happy living with her sisters. At this moment, she was talking to her teddy bear. Edgar is also very happy living with his uncles, right, Coochie? You're also very happy living with my sisters, right? Here, While she was playing with the bear, her two sisters suddenly jumped up, leaving Liliana both surprised and confused. Both came forward and hugged her, expressing their fervent affection. Where did a child like Liliana come from? Little one, you'll live with your older sisters for a long, long time, okay? Do you understand? The tight embrace made it hard for the little girl to breathe. Let go of me. But her sisters, still enamored, didn't release her. After Liliana finished her snack, the little girl returned to her room. She placed her teddy bear, Coochie, on the bed and complained, my sisters are so over the top. Coochie hasn't even eaten anything yet, and we have to go back. Liliana seemed unable to hold on any longer and let out a long yawn. Then she climbed into bed, wanted to take a nap. I'm so sleepy, I'll sleep for a while. As soon as she lifted the covers, a large pumpkin appeared, startling Liliana. Seeing the pumpkin, the little girl immediately panicked. A pumpkin. Edgar's giggling sounded from outside the door. The little girl puffed out her cheeks in anger. Then she flung open the door and yelled, startling the boy. Liliana hit Edgar with her teddy bear. You pest. The boy hurt, said, I'll stop it. Liliana continued to scold Edgar. Edgar, you water strider, you dragonfly, you mantis. The boy retorted, if I'm a water strider, then you're an ape. The girl screamed and chased after him. Edgar, I won't forgive you. Stop right there. Edgar immediately ran away. Do I have to stop just because you tell me to? Catch me if you can. Come on, you ape. Liliana was furious at being teased. You're really... I'm not an ape. I'm such an idiot. For a moment there, I actually wanted to understand Edgar, thinking he still liked me. How foolish. He's annoying enough as it is, and he's so mean. I told you to stop. What's wrong with you? Liliana really couldn't understand why Edgar was so cruel to her. Why am I an ape? I'm so upset. I didn't do anything wrong. The little girl lay on the ground, hugging her teddy bear, and couldn't help but burst into tears, cursing Edgar as she cried. You pest. Seeing Liliana suddenly burst into tears, Edgar looked back in confusion. Then he looked down at her. Why are you crying so much? You attacked me first. But unexpectedly, there was someone behind him. Leopold sat down next to Edgar. This made Edgar scream and vehemently deny any wrongdoing. Let go of me. It's not my fault. Leopold hugged the boy and reminded him, Edgar, you can't make your friends cry. Edgar tried to explain. She started it. Liliana cried loudly, blaming everything on Edgar. No, Edgar started it. Sobi, he called me a pumpkin. Edgar retorted, hey, you call me seaweed first. At this moment, Leopold went over and helped Liliana up. He hugged the little girl and coaxed her. Liliana, don't cry. Does it hurt anywhere? The little girl replied, wah, my heart hurts. Leopold reminded Edgar again. Calm down. Edgar wants to be friends with you. That's why he did that. Liliana's eyes were swollen from crying. When she opened her swollen eyes and looked at Edgar, she was startled. Edgar couldn't help but burst into tears. This made Liliana very confused. Why is he making that face? Liliana was about to call out to the boy, EDG, but the boy ran away. Leopold looked over and was surprised to see Edgar gone. Edgar. He wondered why he had suddenly run off like that. Liliana stared at the boy's retreating figure, her heart aching. Why did he look so sad, as if he had lost the whole world? She couldn't help but confide in her teddy bear, Coochie. This is not right, Liliana determined. We have to go see Edgar right now. I can't even sleep because I'm worried about that little rascal. We're both 6 years old. I need to know why he's making that sad face. Because he's sad. If he calls me a pumpkin this time, I'll forgive him just once. And if he accepts my present, maybe he'll cry and want to be friends with me. The little girl sat down in a corner. But I don't know where Edgar's room is. Liliana started to cry. Somehow, I managed to get to the palace next door, but I don't know where Edgar is. She berated herself. I'm such a dummy. Unsure of her location, the little girl slumped down on the stairs, lost in thought. I've been sitting here for minutes, waiting for someone to pass by. Anyone, please appear. Suddenly, a voice from upstairs caught her attention. Someone. I just thought about it, and they appeared. Liliana peeked her head up joyfully, excitedly thinking, finally, I can ask where Edgar's room is. Several unpleasant voices drifted down. Give me a break. That girl who's going to marry His Majesty. No idea how strict she is, but I'm already sick of working. That maid, always bad-mouthing the eldest sister behind her back. Did you see that whole family came along? Because her sister is going to be empress. They all flocked to the empire to enjoy the perks. I have nothing good to say about those Travenkins. Liliana quickly descended the stairs with a displeased expression. I don't know who they are, but aren't they cursing my sister Regina? I can't forgive them. I have to stomp on their feet. A nearby footman chimed in with his own criticism. I can't understand His Majesty either. Killed all his own siblings, yet throws a birthday party every year for that cousin who killed his own mother at birth. Hearing this, Liliana stopped dead in her tracks. The words echoed in Liliana's ears. His Majesty killed all his own siblings, yet throws a birthday party every year for that cousin who killed his own mother at birth. The little girl's eyes widened in surprise. She remembered what Alice had told her. Liliana, you weren't the child who killed your mother at birth, but the child your mother risked her life to protect. You are that precious child. Liliana recalled Edgar's downcast face. Then, with her small feet, she ran down the stairs. She charged towards the two servants who were talking. The footman saw the little girl rushing towards them. At that moment, Liliana was running over, filled with rage. Don't you dare badmouth Edgar. The little girl's tone startled the two servants. Both cried out in surprise at her sudden appearance. What's gotten into this child all of a sudden? Liliana stood up for Edgar. You're being awful. What did Edgar do wrong? Edgar is much more handsome, kind, and cheerful than you. She hit and scolded them. You meanies. You're not adults. I hope your eyebrows fall out too. Liliana remembered what her sisters had told her. My sister said that Edgar lost his parents too. Edgar, like me, is a precious child. The footman gritted his teeth in anger. This brat. The footman snarled, grabbing Liliana's hand. Furious, he shoved her away. I've had enough. Who do you think you are? The little girl stumbled backward from the force of the push. The footman raised his hand as if to strike her. Who taught you such impudence? The maid next to him quickly intervened. No, don't hit her. No wonder she looks familiar. She's one of the Travanka children. The footman still refused to let Liliana go. Get out of the way. Even if she's family of the future mistress, she needs to be taught a lesson. Who would dare complain if I disciplined this ill-mannered brat? His gaze turned cruel and dismissive. Besides, she's nothing but a wild child. Anyway, Liliana could hardly believe her ears at the insulting words. She wanted to cry, but the footman continued, smugly. Let her go tell her sister. Who's going to believe her? As long as we both keep our mouths shut. He lunged forward, truly intending to hit her. And you know it too, right? You're the little wildcat who laid hands on me first. Liliana raised her hands defensively, fear gripping her. Just as she braced for the blow, a voice stopped him. Who dares cause a disturbance in the palace? Edgar stepped out, and the footman froze, startled. Liliana looked up. Young Duke. Edgar stepped forward to defend her, rebuking the two servants. How dare you lay a hand on a Travanka guest? Do you not know whom you serve? People like you deserve a whipping. State your names. The footman stammered, tried to explain. Why, young Duke, we were just... Edgar scoffed, unmoved, trying to make excuses. Do you think this is something you can talk your way out of? The footman hastily bowed his head. We were indiscreet and have committed a grave offense. We apologize, young Duke. We won't dare do it again. Please forgive us this time. Ignoring the apology, Edgar threatened. I saw with my own eyes that you intended to harm His Majesty's guest. You should be aware of the consequences that await you. The footman paled, terrified. Just then, Alice came running, calling Liliana's name. The little girl brightened at the sight of her sister. Alice, what are you doing here? Alice quickly explained, I came because I thought you might be playing with the young Duke. Are you hurt? Liliana replied, I scraped my palm a little. The two servants, still unrepentant, glared at the sisters with disdain. Alice returned their glare with a furious look of her own. The maid flinched. The footman hurried to explain. I was this child who came running up and put her hands on me, so I just pushed her lightly. Alice clearly didn't believe him. Putting her hands on you. Liliana tugged on Alice's hand. Alice, they were saying mean things about Edgar. They're bad people, Alice. Alice turned to the footman, her voice sharp. Even if the child bumped into you, shouldn't you, as an adult, feel ashamed? The footman, still unrepentant, argued back. Do you know, she was hiding there eavesdropping. She has a bad habit of eavesdropping. You should teach them a lesson. Seeing the footman speak rudely to Alice, Liliana was furious and shouted a warning. Speak properly. Liliana recounted the insults. Alice, they call me a savage. The words echoed in Alice's ears. The Empire has a strict class system. From the social system and laws to the way of thinking, it's completely different from ours. As far as I know, children, foreigners, and women are severely discriminated against there. Alice was in disbelief. I knew that, but I didn't think it would be this bad. Alice turned to Edgar for help. Little Duke Lampert, if you can, could you take Liliana away from here? The boy, perplexed by the request, asked what's wrong. Before they left, Alice instructed Liliana, go back to your room and don't come out. Although reluctant, Edgar complied. Looking at her expression, I feel so pressured. The boy said, let's go. The little girl replied, okay. Alice smiled at Liliana. See you later. At that moment, the sky was covered in a golden hue, illuminating the castle. In the hallway, Edgar led Liliana away by the hand. The boy wondered, is Miss Alice good at fighting? Hearing this, Liliana took the opportunity to boast, my big sister is strong. She always wins. She even took down a sea monster all by herself. There was no sea monster, but Edgar's curiosity was piqued. Is she good with a sword too? Liliana affirmed, of course. Big sister is invincible. Edgar couldn't resist comparing. Even so, she's no match for my brother, Leopold. The little girl pouted at this. Then, glaring at Edgar, the two began to bicker. No way. My second sister can beat Uncle Leopold too. What are you talking about? That's ridiculous. My brother, Leo, is the strongest in the world. Liliana refused to back down. Not strong. Edgar's a dummy. You're the dummy. The little girl was angered by this. What? Suddenly, Edgar reached out and patted her head. Then he advised, you couldn't respond to their words, so you resorted to fists. Suddenly being consoled. Surprised Liliana blamed those people because they're bad people. They were saying bad things about Edgar, so they deserved it. Edgar was taken aback by those words. The boy's heart pounded in his chest, confusing him. What is this heartbeat? Even so, I won't give up on my brother, Leo. Liliana was puzzled by his words. What are you talking about? Uncle Leopold is second sisters. Liliana immediately retorted, Edgar really is a dummy. The boy was uncomfortable hearing this. What? Why am I a dummy? Because you don't know anything. That's why you're a dummy. Anyway, I think I've gotten a little closer to Edgar now. That evening, in the castle, Marius's voice echoed in the room. The commotion this afternoon was entirely my fault. He took all the blame upon himself. I'm truly very sorry. I'm ashamed before you, Alice. Hearing this, Alice made only one suggestion. Please apologize to Liliana. Marius listened and accepted, yes. I'll apologize to Liliana separately. After receiving confirmation, Alice admitted her own fault. I'm sorry too. She explained, we aren't officially married yet, so I didn't have the right to punish them, but I still laid my hands on them. Marius didn't seem to mind. You're my fiancé. You had every right to do so. Alice lowered her head, recalling the scene. Marius felt uncomfortable as well. Their rudeness today displayed the Empire's discrimination and prejudice against Travanka. If Travanka criticized the Empire for being nouveau riche and ignorant warmongers, then the Empire would curse Travanka for being barbarians. The atmosphere in Travanka was the complete opposite of the Empire. Seeing someone eat shrimp, lobster, and similar crustaceans raw, along with strange ingredients, was also considered barbaric and insulting. Marius pondered, tapping the armrest of his chair. Even before the Belchios arrived, they had looked down on and despised Travanka. They did so even knowing she would become empress. Even if she ascended the throne, the majority would surely refuse to acknowledge her. He had a headache. There was so much to resolve, and the road ahead was long. Composing himself, Marius spoke sympathetically to Alice. Although the language is similar, the cultures of each country are different. Alice, you will face many difficulties. Alice was surprised by his concern. Marius confirmed, after dealing with my siblings, I need to consolidate imperial power, so I won't be able to attend to matters within the palace. I will be more mindful from now on, but I can't guarantee that something similar won't happen again in the future. Alice didn't seem too concerned. I've already considered that, so it's fine. However, Alice made a serious request. You need to restore order to everything, including the matter of the young Duke Gramblinio. Marius was surprised. He thought of Edgar, puzzled. Edgar, Marius pondered. Then he suddenly asked Alice, Alice, are are you all right? I heard you were very angry today. Alice was confused. Is it my imagination, or is he changing the subject? Aloud, she said, I've given them appropriate punishment. It will also serve as a lesson to those around them, so I'm fine. Marius listened and calmly asked, Is that so? He gave a small, insincere smile. If Alice says so, then I'm relieved. The next morning, a young voice rang out. Hey, where are you going? Edgar curiously followed Liliana. You're from Travanka. There's nothing for you here. How about I specially accompany you? Liliana walked ahead, immediately refusing. I don't want to. If you become my subordinate, I might consider it. Edgar stopped at the word subordinate, then firmly refused. That's absurd. Why would I be your subordinate? Hearing this, Liliana sighed boredly. Forget it then. Not wanting to play with Edgar, the little girl quickly walked away. If you don't want to, then fine. I'm going back to my room to play toy soldiers with Jelly and Cookie. The boy followed, pleading, Wait, you want to play with me just now? Why the sudden change? Liliana quickly said, Think about how it all started. That's just how it was. It's over now. I'll consider playing with you if you become one of my followers. Edgar looked confused, but what does playing have to do with being a follower? Hearing this, Liliana immediately explained, a boss must take care of their followers, and followers must be loyal to their boss. So, you have to be my follower if you want to play with me. Edgar was dumbfounded by this explanation. Seeing his reaction, Liliana became bored. See, you don't understand at all, Liliana thought. It's no use even if I explain it. After that incident, Edgar started clinging to me. It's the same today. When I was eating with my sister, he was secretly peeking from outside the door. He suddenly came running up to me, wanting to play. Was he threatening me? His face was so red, too. He's asking someone to play with him, but his attitude is so bad. Edgar really is a strange child. At that moment, Liliana voiced her question, Edgar, don't you have any friends? Having been struck where it hurt, Edgar froze. Then he jumped up and denied it. What are you talking about? Of course I do. Seeing Edgar's reaction, Liliana understood. You really don't, huh? Liliana felt a little sorry for him and sighed. Oh, there's no helping you. I won't play with you, but you can play along with me. Edgar, what? In the end, the two of them went to the garden together. Arriving there, Edgar proudly announced, This is the entrance to the garden. Seeing the scene before her, Liliana's eyes sparkled with excitement. Seeing the girl's enthusiastic reaction, the boy felt very proud. Thinking, honestly, I went through all that trouble, and the place you wanted to go was the garden. How could the Imperial Palace not have a garden? Liliana kept exclaiming, Amazing. This is really amazing. Doesn't this look like the secret forest entrance in front of the tower where the dragon imprisoned the princess? Liliana continued. On the other side of the garden is the princess. The brave knight avoids the dragon guarding the tower and rescues the princess. Seeing Liliana lost in her fantasy, Edgar felt both confused and bewildered, thinking, it's just the entrance to a garden. What meeting of S and N? Liliana grabbed Edgar's hand, slightly embarrassed. Really? Then she pulled Edgar along. Come on, let's go save the princess. The boy blushed shyly, looking at their joined hands. Liliana was overjoyed. This is great. I didn't know where the garden was last time. I only saw the flower bed nearby. I didn't expect such a big and beautiful garden. She seemed completely absorbed in this space. Thinking, since this is Edgar's first time playing knights, I have to guide him properly. Avoid the dragon, and then rescue the princess. Just then, the gardener appeared and warned, You can't go in there. Liliana stopped immediately upon seeing the gardener. Edgar asked in confusion, What's wrong? The gardener hurriedly explained, Young Duke, I'm very sorry, but you can't visit the garden today. The boy didn't understand why. The gardener explained the reason, I'm going to be pruning the branches in the garden today, so it would be dangerous for you. It would be better if you came another day. Hearing this, Edgar relented. Is that so? All right, we'll come back another time. Hearing this, the little girl agreed. Then she realized that person doesn't seem to be pruning branches. The two left the garden, leaving Liliana a little disappointed that they couldn't play there. It's such a shame. Edgar, powerless beside her, said seriously, So we're playing the cooking game after all. The girl wondered, Haven't you played this game before? We're making tossed rattle. Edgar admitted, Well, yes, because it's a child's game. But you're a child too. Seeing the boy's complete lack of interest, Liliana was saddened. Don't you like it? Never mind, Hearing this, the little girl immediately declared, You're really bad at grilling meat. It can't be helped. I'll cook today, and Edgar can be the guest. At that moment, the boy blushed slightly, realizing he was in sync with little Liliana. Edgar curled his legs up and then called to Liliana, Hey. Called out to, the little girl turned her head and asked curiously, What are you saying? Edgar stammered, Do you know why? Liliana couldn't hear him at all and shouted, I can't hear you. Louder. The The boy's face flushed red, and he began to speak loudly. Why? Because Liliana leaned in closer, trying to hear better. Because you? Edgar's face was flushed red with anticipation. Because of me, you yelled at those servants. Why? After hearing this, Liliana looked over. She immediately saw Edgar's shy face. Edgar, did you do that on purpose today, just to ask this question? The boy looked distressed at these words. His face turned crimson. He hurriedly stood up and explained, I was just curious. Is that not allowed? Seeing the boy's strong reaction, Liliana said, Who said it wasn't allowed? It's just that your question is too simple. So I have nothing to say. Edgar still didn't understand. Simple, the little girl affirmed, MHM. At this moment, Liliana picked up a stone and rubbed it on the ground. Then she went on to explain, because Edgar is an important person. People can't speak ill of important people. Hearing this answer, the boy was stunned in disbelief. After crushing the petals, Liliana picked some up and painted her nails with them. The little girl said cheerfully, Do you want to paint your nails with the red juice? Edgar stammered from the side, I'm an important person. Liliana affirmed, in a way, of course. I'm a very important person to my parents and sisters. Isn't Edgar too? The boy immediately denied, I don't have parents. Liliana sadly admitted, Me neither. I don't have parents. The little girl recounted her story. My father died before I was born, and my mother died shortly after I was born. My older sister said my mother didn't die because of me, but sacrificed her life to save me. Edgar recalled the gossip of the servants. The young duke killed his mother the moment he was born. Poor Princess Elizabeth, Liliana reaffirmed. So you were a very, very important child. If it weren't for the young duke's birth. Rompel. Edgar too. Edgar clenched his hands in disbelief. I know. If I were an important child, Brother Marius wouldn't avoid me like that. Suddenly, Liliana rushed over. Startling Edgar, the little girl hugged the boy tightly. Then she recounted, when I had a fever and felt unwell, or when I cried after fighting with Antonio. My sisters hugged me like this too. When they did, my tired heart would feel comforted, and I'd have more courage to overcome my pain. Liliana confessed, I hit them because of you. We're not even friends, but even so, Edgar is an important person, understand. After these words, Edgar's face turned as red as a baboon's bottom. The boy's hands were stiff, making Liliana uncomfortable, like hugging a strangely shaped octopus. Did he hate hugs that much? The little girl let go and looked at Edgar. Edgar couldn't take it anymore. He immediately dodged away, leaving Liliana puzzled. Edgar was too shy, so he ran off, Liliana chasing after him. Hey you. The little girl angrily scolded Edgar. You liar. You said you'd play the cooking game. Where are you going? Liar. Everything that dummy says is a lie. By this time, Edgar had returned to his room and covered himself with a blanket. He still didn't believe what Liliana had said. How would I know how important I am? You can tell just by looking. That's proof everyone in the palace doesn't think so. Proof. Suppose if there really was proof. At that moment, Leopold, seeing Edgar's distress, sat beside him and comforted him. So, something unpleasant happened while I was away. I am sorry, Edgar. Don't cry. Come here. The boy denied it. I'm not crying. Why are you apologizing? Leopold blushed, admitting because I'm still lacking in many ways. If I had been more attentive last time, that wouldn't have happened. Edgar emerged from the blanket. He understood clearly. Even if you had been paying attention, those people would still have cursed me. I was just unlucky enough to hear it. Suddenly hearing the boy say this, Leopold was surprised. Is that so? Leopold thought, if it were Regina, what would she say? What expression would a child who receives love and care from their family have? Seeing Liliana, I realized it's too late. I was so foolish to believe I could replace that child's parents. Leopold spoke, wanted to talk to Edgar. Say whatever you want. I am listening. The boy clutched the blanket tightly. Hearing this, he turned away, not wanting to speak. It's nothing special. Leopold wanted to know what Edgar was thinking. Edgar spoke the words he had kept hidden in his heart. About my mother, regretting giving birth to me. Hearing this, Leopold was speechless with shock. Looking at the small back, Leopold could say with absolute certainty, I swear, Her Highness never regretted giving birth to you. Edgar was surprised and turned around, wanting confirmation. Why? Why did mother die because of me? Leopold rushed over and hugged the boy, comforting him. I don't know what others have said, but Princess Elizabeth was overjoyed to have you. She never showed any sign of exhaustion, not once. Her Highness loved you very, very much. Hearing Leopold's certain words, Edgar couldn't hold back his tears any longer. Loved me, but everyone says mother died because of me. They say if it weren't for me, mother wouldn't have died like that. And so, in that room, Leopold held Edgar in his arms, comforting him. Leopold began to recount everything in detail. After Duke Rompel, who was both my master and like a father, passed away, Her Highness was so heartbroken that her health gradually deteriorated. Normally, royals marry into other royal families. But because Princess Elizabeth was weaker than most, the previous emperor allowed her to marry a nobleman. They loved each other deeply. When we all thought the princess wouldn't make it, we discovered she was pregnant with you. After learning this, Princess Elizabeth fought hard to live. Hearing this for the first time, Edgar was astonished. Leopold continued, "She struggled to live until you were born because she thought that if she didn't, you wouldn't be able to be born either. So, Princess Elizabeth didn't die because of you, but lived for you. Thanks to you, she was able to persevere. Although her health didn't recover after your birth, she performed a miracle through love. After you were born, Princess Elizabeth was heartbroken that she wouldn't be able to be with you any longer. After earnestly entrusting Marius and me with your care, she passed away. You were Princess Elizabeth's hope. You are proof of that miracle, Edgar. You were born from an endless well of love." Hearing all of this, Edgar couldn't hold back his tears any longer. The boy remembered Liliana's words. Even so, Edgar is an important person. She wasn't lying. Edgar sobbed uncontrollably, causing Leopold to shed tears as well. The two embraced and wept. Edgar was happy because he had proof that he was an important child. After crying, Edgar went to find Liliana. Seeing the boy's swollen eyes, Liliana asked curiously, "Edgar, have you been crying?" The boy blushed and denied it. "Huh, who's crying?" The little girl didn't understand why Edgar always denied it like that. "But you were crying." Edgar shouted, "I wasn't." His shout attracted the attention of her sisters, embarrassing him slightly. "I accidentally shouted too loud." Alice urged, "Come sit down and eat. Isn't the young Duke hungry too?" "Yes." Edgar walked over and pulled out a chair, and Liliana immediately looked over. "Huh," the boy said with a displeased expression. "Hey, put this down." Liliana was asked to do so, not understanding why. Edgar explained, "Whatever star or moon it is, I'm sitting here." Liliana thought, "There are 3 of us on this side and 3 opposite, sitting perfectly across from each other. Why do you have to sit here and make things complicated?" The little girl refused to give up her seat to Edgar. "No, that's Cookie's seat. You sit over there." The boy sighed in exasperation. "What are you talking about? This thing is a stuffed animal. He can't eat." Liliana shouted angrily. "Even if he can't eat, he's my little brother. Because Cookie is special to me. Edgar isn't special, so go somewhere else." These words made the boy very uncomfortable, and he was about to explode. He immediately snatched Liliana's teddy bear and ran off. Edgar quickly and sullenly sat down opposite them. This enraged Liliana. You're so mean. Apologize to Cookie." Leopold reminded Edgar, "You can't treat your friend like that." At this point, all 6 people were present and began to eat. "We're all eating together today." This was Marius's idea. The emperor was very concerned about the distinguished guests from Travanka and wanted to secretly announce something. Alice remarked sharply, but Liliana looked sadly at her glass of water, wishing everyone was together. "I wish my older sister was here too. When will I be able to see her?" The whole family came to the Empire, but in the end, we had to separate. Marius noticed Liliana's mood and gave a wry smile. Then he admitted his mistake. "I'm very sorry, child." Just then, the servants brought in the food. "Yes," Marius admitted his fault. "Because I didn't handle things well, you heard those awful things the servants said." He also turned to Edgar to apologize. "Edgar, I'm so sorry. I should have been more careful." Hearing this, Edgar decided to forgive him. "Well, they got what they deserved, so it's okay. Don't worry about it." Little Liliana happily chimed in. "Liliana forgives you too. Even though I was pushed, it didn't hurt at all." Marius asked curiously, "They were so rude. Weren't you angry?" The little girl explained, "Because knights must be kind and brave." Edgar, who was eating, stopped at these words. He then asked, "Knights? You haven't given up on that knight thing yet." Liliana looked at him, puzzled. "Why? Aren't knights cool?" You ran away from the cooking game. So don't say that." With that, Edgar blushed and retorted, "I didn't run away." At that moment, Edgar remembered what he had said back then. Even so, Edgar is an important person. Then he criticized, "Anyway, you're too weak to be a knight, you know." Liliana, hearing this, felt like fighting. The little girl tried to restrain herself. "No, hold back, Liliana. It's not the first or second time Edgar has been like this. Just ignore him." Suddenly, Liliana said to Marius in an adorable way, "But uncle, Suppose it wasn't the servants who made the mistake, but you. I could still magnanimously forgive you. Because you cut my meat for me, I can do that." He laughed and praised her. "Where did you learn the word magnanimously?" Liliana said with great pride and confidence. "Well, how could I not know? It's in the adventures of the Red Lamb." Cocoa Bomb. Edgar was confused. Red Lamb. Cocoa Bomb. The boys started laughing. "You're still reading comic books. You're not a little kid anymore." This time, Liliana was really annoyed. She shouted angrily, "Why are you always bullying me?" Alice immediately stopped her. "Liliana, calm down." "Edgar, really you? What about me? I was just asking." After arguing for a while, they both ended up falling asleep together. Marius was pleased to see them close. Those two were so noisy. It seems she was really angry about being told she still reads comic books. Edgar really is. He reads comic books himself sometimes. Alice came over to chat and said, "I saw him, like he had something he wanted to say to Liliana." Marius, hearing this, said curiously, "Is that so?" Children's minds are so hard to understand. Today, I officially announced the engagement. Next week is Edgar's birthday party, and it's the first time everyone will meet the nobles. Alice decided, "That's right, I will attend alone. Introducing my younger siblings might be better after the wedding." Marius suggested, "Even so, it would be nice if Liliana could attend as well." Edgar would be happy to have a friend there. He sat down next to the two children. Looking at Liliana sleeping soundly, he couldn't help but sigh. She really was a child, one that anyone would find endearing. Marius began, "Alice, you can't stop every attack. It's not because you're a foreigner, but because of your position as queen. You have to bear it and prove yourself to everyone. But I assure you, I'm certain I can protect Liliana. I'll support you fully and help her grow up safely, because that's our agreement." After a few seconds of seriousness, Marius returned to his usual casual demeanor. "So don't feel too pressured. Those outside are all from long-standing families, but look closely and they're nothing special." Alice simply listened and replied yes. He truly was an unpredictable man, within a tower castle on a school campus. Alice asked cheerfully, "The young duke's birthday is coming up soon, isn't it? I prepared a small gift because I also want to wish him a happy birthday. I wonder if he'll like it." Leopold awkwardly replied from the side, "Whatever it is, he'll be happy to receive it." Even so, Alice still seemed hesitant and turned around. She looked around, then beckoned Leopold closer. "Leopold, come here a little." Leopold obediently approached. Alice suddenly stood on tiptoe and whispered a few words into Leopold's ear. Her voice was very soft. "Oh dear." Although I had to hear what Alice was saying, I couldn't hear a thing. Alice thought to herself, "Isn't this a bit much?" But Leopold, having heard nothing, wondered, "It's still spring. Why is it so hot?" Just then, a voice rang out and a blonde figure appeared, startling both Leopold and Alice. A scream came from ahead, so annoying. At this, Leopold stepped forward, taking a defensive stance, shielding Alice with his body. He saw the figure clearly. It was Amelia. Alice curiously stepped forward. What are you doing here? And what's with you looking like that?" Amelia held up the two bags in her hands and explained, "I was getting experiment materials." Leopold asked, puzzled, "Experiment materials? What's wrong?" Amelia scratched her head and smiled brightly. "Yeah, I need some Gorgon sap and rose thorns. Are you all right?" Then she reassured them, "I got a permit for the collection, so don't worry." Alice was about to speak. Wanting to express her concern, "I haven't seen you in a while. I was worried." The sisters looked at each other. Alice asked with concern, "How's work?" But Amelia only replied with one word, "Busy." Alice reminded her, "Let's find some time to have a meal together. Liliana has been looking for you too." Amelia quickly replied, "I'm not free until this weekend. How about next week?" "I'm so sorry. It's so late. What time do you finish work? Isn't it dangerous to be working at that hour? I should be saying that to you. It's already so late. Speaking of which, we've been apart since that argument on the ship, and we haven't properly reconciled yet." Amelia looked at the things in her hands, then pulled Alice aside, wanting to speak privately. "Wait a minute, I'll borrow her for a bit. It's a sisterly matter." Leopold nodded after hearing this. "All right, you two talk." The atmosphere seemed a bit off, and I couldn't help but worry. Alice asked, "Amelia, what do you want to say by pulling me out here?" Amelia remained silent, saying nothing. Then she looked at Alice and spoke. "That man is a duke. He doesn't know anything and he's fallen for you. In it before something happens. Alice bit her lip anxiously. Hearing this, she retorted loudly, if everything goes well, then good. Even if it doesn't, I'll handle everything properly. I won't cause any trouble. Do you think I don't understand? Amelia didn't want to hear anymore, so she shouted, Regina. Amelia seemed embarrassed. Then she voiced her thoughts. It's because of your ability, isn't it? Not just as a lover. If that man hears that he's been influenced by your ability, the problem could become political. Then you'll be in trouble, and so will Alice. You don't want that to happen, do you? I didn't mean to hurt her, but it was a problem that needed to be mentioned at least once. Regina's ability is mental manipulation, as it affects the human mind through hypnosis, illusions, and emotional control. Anyone who knows about that ability is wary of Regina. Friends, lovers, or anyone else will suspect whether Regina is manipulating their minds without them knowing. Before this, someone who knew about Alice's ability left. Did you use your ability to make me like you? This is what those lovers said when their feelings cooled and they wanted to break up with Regina. Because of those words, Regina cried many times and was hurt too much. Looking at Alice trembling, she tried to defend herself. I also just wanted to. Damn it, I just wanted to love normally. Amelia felt guilty. She hadn't expected Alice to cry. Alice, trembling, voiced her inner thoughts. I mean, he seems like someone who would understand and accept me in any situation. I know he's someone I can't miss. Amelia hugged Alice and comforted her. Why are you crying? Don't cry. Those suitors who ran away before because they were scared were all idiots. So what about you? Alice recounted how they met. He caused trouble from the first time we met, but he still said he liked me. That way, wouldn't he be able to understand me? Hearing this, Amelia was at a loss for words for a moment. Just then, Leopold also came looking for them. Regina, Amelia, are you two still here? It's getting late, so I was a little worried. Amelia went to Leopold. You came just in time. Then she asked for help. Help me take Regina back to the palace. There's no time. I have to go now. Alice looked at Amelia in surprise as she left so easily. I know how much you've been hurt because of your ability. Amelia waved her hand. Sorry, my mind is made up. Regina, not just you. I won't let Alice and the little one be put in danger. At this moment, Leopold looked at Alice, blushed, and said nothing. Alice called out. Leopold smiled. Alice, beaming, suggested, if we have time in the future, let's have a picnic with Liliana and the young Duke. This place is so beautiful. Leopold was pleased to hear this, but a slight worry lingered in his mind. He thought to himself, I wonder what happened, but it's best to pretend I don't know for now. He readily agreed. All right, I'll make time before summer arrives. The next morning, Liliana excitedly called Edgar over. Edgar, did you see just now? That horse ate the carrot I gave it. The boy grabbed Liliana's hand and pulled her along, saying I saw it. Next time, let's go to the stables used by the cavalry. They have puppies there too. Seeing how wonderful everything was, the little girl readily followed Edgar. Although she had argued fiercely with him in the dining hall not long ago, she thought to herself, but it didn't take long before we were playing together again. Liliana continued to ponder, but I don't have many playmates, and he knows the Imperial Palace so well. Exploring with him will definitely be fun. So, the little girl secretly went to the stables again. Edgar, assuming the garden work was finished for the day, planned to find Liliana and play. He thought, the garden must be finished today. So he said to Liliana, let's go see if they have the olive and lemon trees you were looking for. Hearing this, the little girl's eyes lit up. Liliana thought, and I mentioned wanting olive and lemon trees last time. He actually remembered. She agreed, okay. Then she mused. Although he has a bit of a quirky personality, he's not a bad person. This time, the gardener stopped them from entering again, saying, we're planting flowers so you two can't go in. Hearing this, Edgar couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He really didn't understand why they were planting flowers now, when it was neither winter nor early spring. The gardener continued to make excuses because we're planting many kinds of flowers this time. The work isn't finished yet. Liliana asked earnestly, can we come back tomorrow? The gardener looked troubled upon hearing this. Oh well, then he said firmly, I'm sorry, but for whatever reason, you can't go in at this time. Liliana, saddened by not being able to enter, couldn't help but sniffle. Edgar, standing beside her, was also distressed and at a loss, thinking, what should I do? I said I wanted to see the olive trees. Just then, the little girl clutched her skirt tightly. Then she gave a bright smile and said to Edgar reassuringly, I'm fine. Let's go play somewhere else. Really? Edgar quickly thought of another place. Then let's go to that place today. This mysterious statement piqued Liliana's curiosity. That place, the boy said with certainty, is somewhere you'll definitely like. Hearing this, Liliana was very curious. Where is it? You'll find out when we get there. They had been running for a while, and Liliana was a little out of breath. The little girl tried to stop him. Wait, stop. Let go of my hand. Seeing their hands about to separate, Edgar quickly tightened his grip. Being held so tightly, the little girl was puzzled. What's wrong? My hand hurts, and I can't breathe. Edgar tried to explain. The Imperial Palace is complicated. What if I lose you? Liliana seemed unconvinced. She thought, even if the Imperial Palace is complicated, it's not as crowded as the marketplace. Is it really necessary to hold hands? Could it be because I'm his only friend to play with? So, the little girl decided, let's walk then. Oh, I'm so tired. Edgar had no choice but to follow her. What can I do? All right, let's walk. The two immediately began strolling under the trees. As they walked, Edgar asked curiously, but Liliana, why do you want to be a knight? The little girl quickly explained, because knights are strong. Edgar was puzzled. Aren't dragons stronger? Liliana immediately retorted, dragons are evil creatures, and knights are good. Edgar became even more confused. Is that so? Then, after becoming a knight, who will you save? Hearing this, the little girl blushed. After thinking for a moment, she said, I've never thought about that before. For a long time, I've dreamed of knighthood. I want to be a knight and save a princess trapped in a tower. Liliana offered an explanation. Maybe it's because my older sister is a knight. Edgar was puzzled. A knight? Miss Alice. The little girl excitedly recounted her sister's deeds. Yes, my sister even caught pirates. She's very strong. Hearing this, the boy asked a pointed question, but why are you so weak? Liliana angrily threatened, just wait 10 years and see. My fists will be as strong as my older sister's. Edgar laughed at this. Edgar reminded the pouting Liliana, we're here. The little girl looked over and gasped. Seeing an unfamiliar castle before her, Edgar asked triumphantly, well, pretty cool, huh? The boy explained, usually princesses are trapped in towers, not castles. This is the West Tower. It even has the court magician's laboratory. But Liliana's mood was different. She began to feel short of breath. Then she collapsed on the ground, making Edgar worried. Hey, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? The little girl said fearfully, I want to say I'm fine, but I can't make a sound. What is that place? I know better than Edgar. How could I not have thought of it? I don't know the ending of the original story at all. After being imprisoned in the tower, I don't remember anything. The West Tower, this place... Hey, wake up. It's Francois Castle, the place where Rebecca Marconi, the original female lead, and her maid, me, were imprisoned. And it's also possibly where I had to face death. Why did I never think about what happened after being imprisoned in the tower? Even if the original story was twisted from the beginning, I should have been curious. One day, the palace was in an uproar. Rebecca was suddenly thrown into prison, and Marius. After that, I don't remember anything. Maybe I already died, so I don't have any memories. Liliana was in agony, suffering from a high fever. The little girl opened her eyes and asked her older sister, Amelia, am I going to die? Amelia immediately comforted her. You won't die. After you take your medicine, you'll get better. Liliana stubbornly refused to give in. I don't want to die. When Alice came in, Amelia explained, Regina, she seems to be having convulsions from the high fever. Before the doctor arrives, help me wipe her down. Both were very worried about Liliana. The little girl kept asking, give me a blanket. I'm cold. I'm so cold. Alice couldn't help but cry. Since arriving in the Empire, I haven't been sick once in my memory. I thought I'd adapted well to the environment here, but unexpectedly, I've had a high fever with convulsions for several days, worrying my sisters. I heard Francois's voice in the distance. Although I used magic to treat her, the spell only accelerates the self-recovery process. She's still sick, so there's a limit to it. I heard that Francois came early in the morning to channel magic power to me, but I was sick and they were making a fuss in the room, so I cried. Perhaps thanks to that, I felt much better this morning. Amelia immediately issued a confinement order. No going out to play for the time being. Hearing this, Liliana could only eat, feeling sad. I couldn't believe that I would suddenly faint like that and become so seriously ill. According to Alice, I occasionally rambled incoherently when I was delirious. What kind of life is this to suffer like this? Pale hands, prone to fever, a weak body that can't eat anything. I narrowed my eyes and looked at my two sisters. It seems that my sisters all know about my illness, but they say I'm still young, so they can't explain it. Even so, It's not so serious that I'm going to die. Seeing my sisters becoming haggard from taking care of me, I felt very guilty. Alice comforted me, saying, Lily, even if you don't like it, you have to eat to get better. I quickly explained. I didn't say I didn't like eating. I was just thinking about something. Amelia immediately became curious. Thinking about what? Liliana had to lie. From now on, I'll definitely always eat my spinach. I'll grow tall and have fists like sledgehammers like you, right? Hearing this, Alice couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong, little one? Gotten mature after being sick, haven't you? The coolest and strongest people in the world are protecting me. I can't stay weak forever. Liliana tried to negotiate. Can I leave 3 pieces of broccoli, sister? No, I made this myself early this morning. Just then, there was a knock at the door, which made Liliana excited. Come in. Immediately, someone pushed the door open and walked in. Upon seeing the person, Liliana was surprised. Edgar shyly walked in. Then I shouted loudly, Edgar. The 2 sisters were startled to see me so excited. Edgar was also a little uneasy. No, you sit there. The boy quickly ran to Liliana's side and asked with concern, Are you all right? Being cared for so warmly, I replied in surprise, Yes, I don't hurt anymore. Even so, the boy still felt guilty, pouting and saying, Liar, your face is as white as a boiled egg. Hearing this, Liliana could only helplessly explain, Well, I've always been fair-skinned. Edgar immediately handed her a gift. Here. Liliana opened it and was surprised. This is, Edgar explained, it's a get-well gift. Everyone's been tending the garden, so you couldn't go in. I was able to go in again the other day, so I picked these and brought them back. I haven't found the lemon tree yet. I'll let you know when I do. Hearing this, Liliana was thrilled. Thank you. After hearing the conversation, Alice asked, Young Duke, is everyone tending the garden, so you couldn't go in? Edgar replied, Yes. They said they were planting more flowers, so we couldn't enter. Liliana also explained to her sisters, At first we were going to play in the garden, but we couldn't go in, so we went to see the tower. Both of them were surprised upon hearing this. This startled Liliana and Edgar. Sister, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Edgar, thinking it was his fault, tentatively asked, Is it not okay to bring olive branches when visiting someone who's sick? Alice smiled brightly and explained, No, I was just curious about the garden. Even though I'm in the Imperial Palace, I've never been there. Alice reminisced, A few days ago, you even went to the garden with Leopold, and you met Amelia there. They deliberately kept the children out. Amelia went to Marius's office. At this time, Max knew His Majesty is having a private conversation with the Magic Tower Master. Miss, please wait a moment. But a chill swept through, startling Max. He didn't dare stop her. Marius and Francois's conversation could be heard from inside. If Travanka has no record of it, neither does this place. After arriving in the Empire, I searched the libraries of the Magic Tower and the Imperial Palace, but I still found nothing. We must find a way to cure her. Funds or anything else, I'll handle it. Just find a way to cure her. Max, I said no one is allowed in without my permission. Francois ordered, Do you want to die? Get out, you secretary. At this moment, Amelia's voice rang out, startling both of them. I didn't expect you two to be talking without the child's guardian present. Marius looked up and called out, Alice. Is Liliana doing better? I thought it was Max. Amelia told Marius about Liliana's condition. Her fever has subsided. She's out of danger, and she started eating and taking medicine again. Hearing this, he sighed in relief. That's great. She's so young. It must have been tiring for her to have such a high fever. Alice must have suffered too. At this, Amelia smiled. Then she said, I didn't suffer. She's my sister. Hearing this, Marius was stunned. Suddenly, Amelia waved her hand and slammed her fist on the table, thinking something would happen. Marius quickly understood. Witnessing Amelia's emotions, the table split in two, leaving both men frozen. Francois trembled with fear. Oh. Amelia asked Francois, Could you excuse us for a moment? Let's meet in my room in an hour. I have something I want to discuss regarding Liliana's treatment. Hearing this, he immediately rushed out and left. Marius then looked down at the cracked table, bewildered. Then he raised his eyes and said, Well, I wanted a new table anyway. Marius suggested, Please sit down and we can talk, all right? Amelia, unfazed, frowned and went straight to the point. Liliana can't enter the garden because she's from Travanka. Regina goes in every night with Duke Walther on. Hearing this, Marius laughed and said, Is that so? I'll have to call the person in charge of that place. He then offered a condition. If you had to choose, sentencing someone to 5 years in prison or crippling them for life, which would make you feel better? He didn't even apologize, just casually presented the cruel punishments. That smiling face of Liliana's was just one of this man's countless masks. A cruel face that disregarded life and was indifferent to bloodshed. This is the true face of the man who made a pact with me, Marius's mother, Princess Corinne. Similar to Princess Elizabeth, she died of illness after giving birth to her son. Rosalind, chosen by the late emperor as the next empress, gave birth to 3 children. When Marius ascended to the throne at 17, Rosalind plotted to make her eldest son, Lucas, the new emperor. But the plan was exposed, and both were executed according to national law. If you're loyal to me, I will guarantee your lives and honor. Do not betray me. I do not want to kill you. Despite Marius's warnings to his 2 remaining younger brothers, they fell into the trap, colluding with foreign powers through their maternal uncle, and ultimately plotted a rebellion. Marius, along with Leopold, personally quelled the rebellion and beheaded his uncle and brothers. At 19, he completed the purge, holding the belief that familial affection was nothing but an illusion. At the time, he thought, what must be will be. Marius and Leopold stood in the rain, swords in hand. Marius asked Edgar, do you know what your actions mean right now? Edgar confirmed, I clearly understand what it means to point a sword at my older brother. Marius's eyes widened in surprise. Hearing this, he thought, if you know, why are you doing this? Edgar immediately retorted, it's precisely because I know that I'm doing this. I hate you. I'm disappointed. I feel betrayed. That emotion wasn't from anyone else, but from Edgar, the younger brother I raised with all my love. Because of that indelible heartache, he decided to keep his distance from Edgar. Ironically, the bloody emperor was afraid of being hurt again. Marius cheerfully crossed his legs and asked Alice, beating them up would probably be more satisfying, right? I think so too. I've pushed the war to the point where they're furious, so there won't be any problems. He continued, Max is turning the palace upside down investigating right now. As long as we find an excuse, we can act immediately. We can take care of everything during this opportunity. Having said that, Marius gave a fake smile, startling her. When I found out about the unfair treatment Liliana received, I was uncontrollably angry, but when I saw this crazy title, the anger in my heart disappeared. Alice said, hostility towards a foreign queen is fine. It's unavoidable. I'm capable enough to deal with that. But Liliana is different. I can't accept her being treated unfairly in public like that. Alice proposed to Marius. Give me the authority over personnel appointments and punishments in the palace. I'll handle it personally. Hearing this, he calmly agreed. You'll naturally have these powers when you become empress. We're getting married soon, so it's not a problem. This is the empress's seal. I'm giving it to you in advance. After receiving the betrothal gifts, Alice said gratefully, thank you. Also, I'll take care of Duke Edgar's issue. Marius asked, puzzled, what's wrong with Edgar? Alice explained, Duke Edgar was also denied entry to the garden. Marius seemed reluctant to have Alice focus on this matter. We're not married yet, and now you're concerned about Edgar. Alice's eyes immediately filled with murderous intent as she retorted, should I wait until after we're married? Marius was taken aback by the question. I deliberately avoided forming a connection with Edgar. How did she know? Alice countered, it would be strange if I didn't know. The way you look at Duke Edgar is different from how you look at Liliana. Marius, upon hearing this, reverted to his usual manner of speaking. Honestly, I wasn't planning on revealing this. Alice, you shouldn't get too attached to Edgar either, because this relationship will only last 10 years. At that moment, Alice walked to the door to open it. Then, looking back at Marius, she said, just because you have to part ways, are you going to abandon the child beside you? That's what I fear the most. Alice's words seemed to have struck a chord with Marius. Alice declared, I'll manage the palace well. I hope we don't have to meet again because of this. With that, Alice left, leaving Marius standing there, watching her resolute figure, fearless and straightforward. I envy her strength. Meanwhile, in Alice's room, Liliana, nibbling on a cake, said gratefully, thank you for helping Liliana get better, Uncle Francois. Francois smiled kindly at her words. Then he asked Liliana with concern, are you feeling better? Liliana immediately replied, I don't feel any pain now, so I've decided to visit the cavalry with sister in a few days. Upon hearing this, Francois threatened playfully, I guess you'll have to drink the magic potion again. Huh. The mention of the medicine made Liliana grimace. I don't like it. Can we pretend it's grape juice, Uncle Francois? Francois crossed his arms and said boastfully, you have no idea how difficult it is to make the magic potion. It's very precious. You need to drink more to grow taller. Liliana became uneasy at his words. She clutched the cake in her hands tightly and confessed to Francois Liliana might not grow taller. Francois was surprised at her words. He tried to ask why. Francois asked, "Why do you think so?" He worried that Liliana had discovered something. How could she say such a dreadful thing so calmly? Liliana explained, "Why am I always sick?" Hearing this answer, Francois breathed a sigh of relief and said to Liliana, "Because you're always sick, all you have to do is eat delicious food and play to your heart's content." Even though I know Liliana has other thoughts, what am I saying to that expectant face? This child's expression isn't surprising at all. It's as if she doesn't believe her health will ever improve. Francois rubbed his head thoughtfully. Although I'm the kind of person who has nothing to do with kindness or gentleness, standing in front of this little thing, I feel her loveliness. Liliana is a very lovely child and a lovely pawn. A crucial masterpiece, so we can sign a contract. Francois sighed in resignation. With his plan to utilize the child, I really want to be rid of this guilt. It's so difficult. Night had fallen. Francois gathered everyone together. "Everyone's here, HM. Is Liliana asleep?" Alice quickly replied, we want to get her, but she seemed too tired, so we hummed her a lullaby." At that moment, he lowered his head and immediately saw Amelia's tired face, thinking, she's the one who should be tired. He thought, indeed, a family's love is boundless. Then, Alice asked, "So what did you call us here for?" Francois finally got to the point. "Yes, it's about the paper on Liliana's health." Francois continued, "Because Amelia and I have been researching Liliana's illness." Alice, surprised, asked Amelia again, "Amelia, didn't you say you were going to be an assistant? I heard you were busy with the handover." Amelia quickly explained, "That's just a name. It's actually joint research related to Liliana." Amelia continued to explain, "As for the handover, it's just both sides shoving a bunch of documents into each other's heads. While studying medicine, I also have to look at all sorts of things. It is indeed busy, but that's not important." Amelia lifted her head and stated firmly, "We've identified the true cause of Liliana's illness." Both Alice and Amelia's other sister were startled. They asked simultaneously, "What? Isn't Liliana suffering from an autoimmune disease?" Francois mused, considering the Empire's vast population, the related research. He then refuted, "Unfortunately, it's not an autoimmune disease." Amelia added helplessly, "All the medication she's taken so far have been useless. There's no cure for this disease, no data. It's a rare illness that even the Empire hasn't been able to research." Upon hearing this, Alice couldn't help but crush the water glass in her hand. The atmosphere quickly became silent. Alice's gaze hardened. "Amelia," she warned, "you must be responsible for what you just said." Despite her fear, Amelia remained confident in her research. She said, "At first, I thought it was a local disease because everyone with symptoms similar to Lily's came from Travanka. But the medicine had no effect on alleviating the condition. Do you remember, in Travanka, there were many children with the same illness as Lily, and they would recover on their own at a certain age?" Alice immediately replied, "I know, but if they don't recover on their own, they'll suffer from chronic illness and then die at the age of 14. Amelia said very seriously, "The age of 14 is the critical moment that determines whether the disease can heal itself. It's also the year when Travankan children awaken their abilities." Upon hearing this, both sisters fell into deep thought. Amelia continued, "At 14, everyone has to go through an awakening fever, regardless of the severity of their illness. Not everyone who has a fever will have superpowers, but if they don't go through this high fever, they won't be able to awaken their abilities. Superpowers are innate and cannot be acquired through learning or training. But before awakening, because their bodies haven't fully developed, they can't use their abilities as they wish." Francois continued, taking control of the conversation. "Awakening fever is a growing pain that occurs when superpowers erupt during puberty. Liliana is experiencing this awakening fever." Alice was surprised and disbelieving at Francois's words, as the potential superpower was so strong that it overflowed externally, while the body wasn't strong enough to withstand it, causing fever and organ damage. The Bulko family has been born with powerful superpowers for generations. Therefore, Liliana must also possess a powerful superpower. But no matter how powerful a superpower is, it becomes useless if one dies before awakening it. Amelia could only think of one solution at this point. Therefore, we need to hold on until Lily experiences a true awakening fever. Francois was equally helpless, just as Amelia had said. He continued, however, I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to make it to puberty. Alice's face paled. She couldn't believe it. How could this be? Francois continued agitatedly. The more the body develops, the stronger the dormant superpower becomes. Now she faints from fever, but in the future. He was quickly interrupted by Alice. Enough. I know very well what symptoms will appear in the future. Alice frowned uncomfortably. I know it so well that I'm sick of it. It's just that I feel helpless, unable to do anything. Amelia asked in confusion, then what should we do? Alice replied, there's no solution yet, but we must find a way from now on. The cause of the illness has been identified, so we can definitely find a way to treat Lily. Suddenly, Alice called out to Amelia. Then she made a suggestion. You are the best superpower researcher, and Francois is the best magic researcher. As long as the two of you work together, I don't think anything can stump you. Amelia said, I can't do it. But Alice spoke to Amelia. I'll leave it to you and Francois. I believe you can do it. Amelia was deeply moved by Alice's trust. Amelia was deeply touched. Francois smiled smugly from the side. Then he shook hands with Amelia and said confidently, don't worry. Liliana will surely overcome the awakening fever safely, Francois said. He smiled brightly, bearing everyone's expectations. Amelia angrily scolded, hey, why did you meddle and mess everything up? Francois replied nonchalantly, you've chosen me, so of course I have the right, don't I? Amelia was still very angry, cursing absurd. This idiot, even my objective. The next day, a maid suggested, Miss Liliana, shall I comb your hair? The little girl immediately refused out of shyness. No, it's okay, I'm fine. But the two maids insisted on combing the little girl's hair. Don't be like that, we'll be done quickly. Leave it to us. And so, Liliana had her hair combed by them with a smile, despite her initial reluctance. The maids who greeted me when I first arrived at the Empire disappeared sometime, and new maids were assigned a few days ago. Unlike last time, the maids' reactions this time were as if I had become a princess. Even my sisters didn't bother to help, but the maids helped me put on my shoes. Will they suddenly disappear like the previous maids? For a 6-year-old child, this kindness was rather a burden. Liliana was very surprised by this. Edgar flung the door open and boomed. Hey, how long are you planning to sit there? Miss Alice is waiting, he urged. Coming. Liliana scrambled out of bed at his words. Wait, I need to put my shoes on. Miss Liliana, allow me to assist you, Edgar said, suddenly snatching the shoes. He then proceeded to shove the shoes onto the little girl's feet, the heel of one askew. Having accomplished this, Edgar immediately stood up. All right, let's go. Liliana stared at her crooked shoe, feeling a surge of exasperation. That Edgar, acting all kind while I was sick, but the moment I'm better, he reverts back. Still, I try to understand. I knew what was on his mind. The reason Edgar had barged in so impatiently was because the person he'd been looking forward to all day was about to arrive. Today was the day for the tour of the Knight's Order. Just then, the handsome Leopold appeared, and Liliana showered him with praise, making him blush. Uncle Leopold, you're so cool. You're truly my best friend. Edgar, arms crossed, asked smugly, my brother's pretty cool, isn't he? Leopold, his face flushed, stammered, thank you. Don't get all puffed up, Edgar quipped. Just then, Leopold looked up and saw Alice. His expression instantly softened. Their eyes met, and neither looked away. Leopold, startled for a moment, quickly regained his composure. Miss Alice, you've arrived. Allow me to escort you inside. A line of people stood rigidly at attention, a sight that made Edgar's eyes widen in surprise. Looking at the knights, Edgar couldn't help but exclaim, so cool. Alice, slightly embarrassed by the grand display, said, you didn't have to assemble everyone like this. Leopold demurred. No, with a national wedding just a month away, it's only fitting for everyone to formally greet you. Just then, someone approached. The person who appeared made Liliana's jaw drop. The man was Captain of the Guard Derek Dharma. So tall, Liliana thought in awe. Derek greeted them. It's an honor to meet you. Mississippi Alice politely replied, I'm Alice Bulko. These are my sisters, Regina and Liliana. At that moment, Regina stepped forward, a bright smile on her face. I've heard so much about you, Mr. Derek. You certainly live up to your reputation. You're truly remarkable. Derek responded with a smile. Thank you. Then, with a hint of derision, he thought to himself, this Night Order has a very different atmosphere compared to Travanka. Coming from a place of such freedom, I imagine it must be difficult to adjust, but I do hope you enjoy your stay here. While Liliana didn't quite understand, she felt a sense of unease. What was that about? The words sounded normal enough, but something felt off, like there was some hidden meaning. Seeing her sisters react nonchalantly, Liliana thought, I must be overthinking it. Or so she thought, until a few minutes later, when a major commotion erupted. Alice, looking at Leopold, asked with a puzzled expression, I was under the impression that the cavalry operated independently for specialized purposes, but are they directly under the Night Order's command? Leopold explained, direct command in emergency situations would create chaos, hence the current structure. Suddenly, Derek interjected with a compliment. Oh, perhaps because of your experience in the Coast Guard, you seem to be grasping the Night Order system remarkably quickly. Alice cheerfully replied, I think it's because the nature of the work is quite similar. Derek curiously asked, what exactly did you do there? Alice frankly revealed her previous occupation. I previously worked at a police station affiliated with the Coast Guard. Derek asked, the police station is responsible for maintaining public order, correct? Alice affirmed, yes. However, it was a department responsible for safeguarding national security, not that of ordinary citizens. Derek gave a somewhat unfriendly smile and said, I didn't expect that as a woman, you would also be doing work similar to the Night Knights. Were you responsible for paperwork? His mocking laughter silenced everyone. Liliana's face turned pale. The atmosphere became serious. Alice, however, nonchalantly curled her lips and asked, then, shall we confirm directly? Derek was taken aback, yes. Alice proposed, yes, perfect. Before becoming His Majesty's fiancée, I'd like to witness the Empire's swordsmanship. I was a commander who eradicated pirates, so I'm very curious about the Sun Knight's capabilities. Leopold tried to stop her. Please stop. I apologize, but Regina stopped him. You stay put. Derek remained confident. No, Miss Alice is a lady. As a knight, how could I raise my hand against a lady? Alice declared, on the battlefield, there are no men or women, only allies, enemies, the strong, and the weak. There are two things that my usually very tolerant younger sister, Liliana, cannot tolerate: my health and my pride in my work. My older sister, Alice, rose to the rank of senior officer directly under the Security Bureau at a young age. She fought countless days and nights on the stormy sea. The reason she survived and stood tall on the sea was to protect her country from those villains who robbed and killed. And now, that musclehead dared to openly insult her older sister. Liliana ran over, tugged at Regina's skirt, and pulled her back. Sister, sister. The little girl curiously asked, who is stronger, the Coast Guard or the Sun Knights? Regina, burning with anger, declared, it doesn't matter who's stronger, because either way, Alice will win. Hearing this, the little girl excitedly reported to Edgar, my big sister won a swordsmanship competition in Travanca. Edgar, don't you want to see my big sister and Mr. Derek duel? The boy enthusiastically responded, yes, I want to. It'll definitely be amazing. The little girl excitedly pressed on, right, Mr. Derek. My big sister can break you in two. Liliana's eyes burned with determination. I've set the stage for Alice. This is the price you pay for daring to provoke Alice. Remember this well, you musclehead.